Alright, let's try this again. I've been trying. I've been racking my brain for the past almost 12 hours. 11 hours, actually. Trying to get this to work correctly. I have gotten it to work. I've got my music going. I've got the page started. And now I can tell you the difficulties of my bullshit today. Alright, so last night I messed up. And I tried to add a mod to my game, and it said no, and broke, and everything broke, and I was like, okay, cool, fine, whatever. I'll just reinstall it, get it to the same spot. Reinstalled it, still refused to work. It's like, okay, reinstall it, deleted it, reinstalled it, copied it. The copy refused to work because I added too many mods. Then, for some reason, I decided to make my own mod pack. Like, fine, fuck you, I'll do it myself. I made my own mod pack. And then, that didn't want to work right because it kept sending me to a server. But I'm not on a server, I'm on my home computer. I don't use a server. So, now, I said, screw you. Deleted that. Got the original file again. Made copies of it. I adjusted the copy until it fucking worked. And now I am working and I move on to my computer. I'm like, hey, cool. Started. I can start actually fixing stuff. And then I try to do that, and my computer goes, hey, you don't have the drivers you need to continue what you're doing. What? Okay, fine. We'll go update, get the drivers. Apparently, Windows 10 is no longer in service since fucking October. My computer runs Windows 10. So I'm sitting here like, okay, sure, I'll update to Windows 11. I go to update Windows to Windows 11, and my computer doesn't have the requirements to download Windows 11. I'm like, cool, I'm gonna kill all of it, restart my computer, and see if that fixes it. I did that. It worked. The game works. The stream worked. Well, the stream does not work. But the recording works. Everything is fixed. I have my heater on because, bitch, it's cold outside. The only thing I'm missing right now is a cup of coffee, and I can fix that after I take a piss, because now I have to use the bathroom. So while I'm going to use the bathroom, I will have my friend fill my coffee pot with water so that I can make a pot of coffee, so that I can have a cup of coffee when I get back. So, in that time period, have fun. I'll be right back. Did you feel this was wrong? Listen, I paid for the bathroom to fill it in there for one of you. Okay. I do not support that. However, the bitch not getting charged for trying to assault them is bullshit. Okay, she tried to run them over with her truck. I didn't want to go off with it, took it out, but I told them about it. Somebody was going to do it. I don't know where to show it. Yeah. No. Yeah, what the heck was that? Yeah. Did you try the stuff? Okay. Me, I didn't, so I'm not gonna eat it. Alright, so I got coffee. Water. Apparently he doesn't say the max line, but that's okay. Shit. You know, if I want to make coffee, I better have my little coffer here. You know, the thing that I put the grounds in. Don't know actually what it's called. Basket? Is it just a basket? Possibly. Come on, give me. There we go. You got the basket, you got the filter, there's the grounds. Oh. Wow. What? Coffee brew. Alright. Probably 10 to 15 minutes. Probably enough time for me to get through a chapter of this book. Infinite Mana in the Apocalypse. Last time we stopped at chapter 13. Today we're going to do chapter 14. I'm going to have to adjust the sound so it sounds better. So, I lost a save file of my last game. So, this is a new save file. Alright? We've got a new save file. We've got a new, what? Why don't I... No, I don't want capture method, yes. I don't want to... There, perfect. Perfect-tion. There, perfect. Got it. Done. Alright, cool. Everything sucked today. Alright, so, we got that. We got, this. We got you starting soon.
The castle was built in a medieval style. Hapter 14 Soliel's castle. It was not correct to even call this a floor of a dungeon, as it seemed like a world by itself.
Okay.
There was a huge expanse of trees all around us, and on the horizon, a humongous castle was apparent. This was Soliel's castle. The castle was built in a medieval style and had a grand look that imposed itself on all that looked towards it. This castle housed more than 100 C-ranked monsters and a humongous titan that we would soon be facing. Anderson began talking as we made our way towards the castle. When that door opens, we will be facing 10 C-rank monsters. They are made up of extremely tough stone-like materials that need a very damaging skill to break. We will have to break through multiple rooms that hold these statue-like monsters in order to reach the boss in the main hall of the castle. I'll be covering Dina and Stacy. He pointed to the two women that were covered in robes. And the two of you, he said, pointing to the two hunters holding the huge shields, will cover Rachel and Noah. I do not want any mistakes. Be confident in your skills and attack to kill. The rest of the group nodded in understanding, and we were soon near the castle, which opened its doors to show a large room where 10 statues were standing still. The moment that we entered, the statues that were 3 meters tall and had a golden shine opened their blank eyes and came towards us. The 10 C-ranked monsters spread out all over the room and rushed in with a semicircular formation. Anderson dashed in first with the two mages following not far behind him, heading towards the right, already casting their spells. The two tanks nodded at me and Rachel and went towards the other side, quickly colliding with the huge statues. Everyone here was fairly knowledgeable, so skills quickly went off and flew towards the statues in sparkling shades of colors. I cast Flames of Torment and formed it into a circular disc that I threw at one of the statues, instantly smashing the head. Rachel, the berserker that was standing by my side, instantly disappeared and drew the sword she had on her waist, which was now showing a dark red color that instantly went to split apart another statue. On Anderson's side, I don't know exactly how he did it, but 3 of the statues were already broken and lying on the ground as shattered stones. The mages behind him had both cast a spell that quickly formed a dark thundercloud that spewed down light, which struck down on the heads of the remaining 2 statues and took them down as well. On our side, we had 3 statues still alive as the tanks were holding them off, knocking them back with their shields as they neared. Rachel stood at a distance and then slashed her sword horizontally. The sword let out a blinding light that struck and destroyed 2 statues, quickly giving more breathing room for the 2 tanks. I controlled Flames of Torment and quickly smashed the head of the remaining statue. It was just the beginning, but the teamwork seemed to be fairly solid. This was only the first room that we had to pass in this castle before we even came close to the huge titan that would be facing. After the room was cleared, everyone besides Anderson sat down and closed their eyes, most likely recovering their energy.
At this time,
I followed their lead and acted as if I had also spent a significant amount of energy to cast Flames of Torment repeatedly. During this time, I activated skills that did not show on my body, as I was pretty sure a significant amount of time in this dungeon would be the recovery time between the castle rooms. I activated Aura of Haste along with Life Essence, which shone 2 colors on
No,
my
I don't
body
want-
that
I
soon
don't-
faded. I
Wrong.
also cast Regeneration
Window.
even though I had no injuries, just to test
There
its
we go.
effects. A feeling like I had just received the best massage flowed over me as the tension in my body was quickly released. This was
Fixed it.
probably the last possible use anyone thought this high-rank skill that required a high cost of energy would be used for. I was surprised at its effect, as I had never been injured and didn't plan to be anytime in the future. Safety first. After about 10 minutes, most of the group had gotten up and we were ready to move on to the next room. This one held an extra statue, bringing the numbers up to 11. The same should be repeated. Observed Anderson using a skill this time around. As he swung his sword and an arc of lightning flew out, smashing onto and destroying 3 statues right away. His rank was not for show. The mages by his side cast a spell that blasted down lightning, quickly taking other statues down as well. Teamwork was becoming even smoother as the 2 tanks in front of us stopped any statues from getting near us, while Rachel moved in and out with her sword, occasionally throwing a curved blade of light that smashed onto the statues. I kept the Flames of Torment versatile, as it shifted from a rapidly spinning disc of flames to a tight cable that wrapped around the statue's head until it exploded. The tanks occasionally had lights shining on them or transparent shields appearing whenever they were taking hits from the statues, always making sure to stand their ground and not be pushed back. After we cleared about 5 rooms and we were resting again, Rachel approached me and spoke. Your hand skill seems to be very precise, but I've never heard of you since I came to Outer Banks. Did you also recently move into the city? I gave a smile as I replied, No, I have been here all this time. I just awakened recently. This was information that anyone could easily dig up on me if they put the time in, so I wasn't worried about sharing it. She seemed surprised and asked, Really? Then you must have awakened a fairly powerful inherent skill. I gave a smile and I didn't reply. A few hours slowly passed like this. We were clearing many of the rooms in the castle to move forward,
Ow.
with the numbers of the statues increasing by a 1 after each room. In our 10th room, we're facing 19 statues, which made things much harder. A few of the statues broke away from the defense of the 2 tanks with a huge shield and ran towards me. I acted quickly to cast Flames of Torment and swung the line of flames as if it was a huge baseball bat to push them away. Rachel dashed back a few seconds later to finish them off. There were a few injuries but no casualties. On Anderson's side, he protected the mages fairly well while moving in and out and pushing back any statues who were trying to break through. The rooms after this kept a constant number of 20 of these stone statues, taking a significant amount of time to clear while trying to prevent injuries as much as possible for the coming boss fight. After we cleared the 19th room, serious expressions arose on Anderson and his original party members' faces. The path out of this room led to a large hallway that had a golden door at the end of it. We would now be facing the boss of Soliel's castle. This boss was somewhat special though, as he would not be alone. He had 10 of these statues standing guards around him. This was the point in time where many people failed if there wasn't a powerful enough person to hold the boss back, as other members quickly took down the guards, and then joined in to help the top hunter quickly finish off the boss. Anderson called everyone together and gave me a piercing look as usual. I had been getting that look every time he observed the fights throughout the past few hours. I've been hiding literally almost all of my skills, only using Flames of Torment to destroy the statues that came our way, so I shouldn't have given anything away. He seemed to become less angry at me as time went, and just adopted the disdainful expression more and more. I didn't bother with it, as it was always good to be underestimated and not be on guard against. He began speaking when we came close. I will be holding the boss back and make sure that it doesn't break free. The rest of you need to take down its 10 guards as soon as possible and then reinforce me. He turned to the 2 tanks and continued. You guys need to do your best to protect the mages and Rachel. Make sure that nobody gets heavily injured, as we all need to be in our prime to take down the boss. The tanks nodded their heads while the rest of us prepared for the fight. I was looking forward to meeting this titan of a boss that had taken down many hunters. As soon as everyone had their energy recovered, we went towards the huge door and stepped into the boss room. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter.
Alright. Coffee is pretty much ready. Let's hit the next chapter, get it started. And after I get my coffee done, I am going to look at my keybinds. Because my keybinds are all messed up and I need to fix it. So, well, I'm gonna leave
Before opening the door and heading inside the boss room, he would show Soliel's castle too. Anderson observed the people behind him before he opened the door towards the boss room. Almost all of them had faces that showed their dependence on him, because they knew their lives were in his hands the moment that they entered this room. But as usual, there was one person, one face that seemed to be overly calm with nothing to worry about. Anderson let out a vicious smile before opening the door and heading inside the boss room. He would show them all today what strength really is, what power really is. In the face of strength, everything else has to bow down. The inside of the gigantic room held a huge statue that was reaching almost 10 meters tall. They seemed like ants compared to something this huge, but Anderson had a confident expression on his face. He had done this multiple times in the span of a few months. Not a single time had he died. A few others had died, of course, but that was out of their negligence. You had to be strong in order to avoid death. Surrounding a huge titan were its 10 guards who seemed just as imposing but only 4 meters tall, and they were still double the size of the hunters that were about to face them. Anderson pulled out his sword as he began walking towards the huge statue that did not in any way take him into account. Halfway there his body shone with an imposing red glow. Giant strength was activated. The only B-rank skill floating around Outer Bankax, and the skill that allowed him to go toe-to-toe with this huge titan. He grabbed his sword and he swung it towards the titan. A red crescent blade that was 2 meters tall struck out and hit the chest of the statue, instantly calling to attention its 10 guards and disrupting the peace in the hall. Anderson ignored the 10 guards as he rushed forward to continue attacking the giant statue. The 2 tanks that were equipped with extremely large shields, along with the 2 mages Dina and Stacy, and Rachel had all begun to cast their spells. The tanks reinforced themselves as the guard statues came and attacked them. The 2 mages had already cast their spells as huge clouds that began releasing lightning as if it was endless. Rachel's sword was pulsating in a red light as multiple red blades were released from it, going forward to attack then coming statues. As for Noah, he had cast the same skill that allowed him to move a huge cable of flames forward. The cable of flames quickly formed into a disc and shifted back and forth as it moved from one statue to another, either taking their legs or their hands or completely smashing their heads. Cohen was observing all of this as he continued to fight with the boss. He had observed all of his team members over the past weeks and he had been observing the new team members today. The new girl was fairly strong but nothing to worry about. The only one he couldn't peg was Noah. He couldn't exactly see all the way through him. He wanted to believe that he was as weak as he showed himself to be, but something very simple was giving him away. The fact that this entire time while going down this dungeon, going to each room and taking down huge statues of monsters, not a single time was he flustered or worried. He showed no fear, no apprehension. To Cohen, this meant that this person is hiding more power, but he was not showing it. He wanted to see the extent of this guy's power. The 10 guards had lost their jobs as they were quickly taken down and transformed into rubble. The rest of the team soon came to reinforce Cohen in his fight against the 10-meter monster. As soon as the tanks came in, Cohen moved back to get a breather. The 2 tanks worked together to deflect the punches that were barreling down as the mages cast their specialty spell, and more dark clouds formed overhead with lightning striking down, chipping at the huge body of the titan. Blade edges were coming out of Rachel's sword as she continued to release the red crescent blinding lights. Noah's skill was more straightforward, where his rapidly spinning disc of flames had been borrowing itself onto the knees of the huge beast, trying to quickly cut off its legs and make it lose mobility. He would not succeed though, as the titan was quickly enraged by the continuing damage that it was taking, and the fact that none of the ants that were dealing it damage were taken care of. Oh! A loud roar resounded from the titan as Cohen yelled, "Take cover!" The mages ran behind the tanks who lifted their shields up while the titan was roaring. Cohen went towards Rachel and Noah and stood in front of them as the whole place seemed to shake as huge boulders then began falling from the ceiling. This was the Titan's skill, a type of skill that only began appearing on rank C bosses and above. At the moment it was dealt a certain amount of damage, the skill was activated and boulders would begin raining from the sky. If you were slow in responding for even a second, you would find yourself squashed on the ground. The stones began falling down and heavily hitting the ground. The two tanks had their shields lifted up slanted at an angle. Whenever the stones hit the skills on their body shined and they grunted, but they survived. The two mages beneath them were still safe and sound. As for Anderson, he was even more straightforward, keeping his eyes on the ceiling and using his blade to strike down any incoming stones. If he missed any of the boulders fallen from the ceiling, Rachel would quickly move in and release another one of her plate lights, striking the huge stones and veering them away from their location. Noah as a mage should be taking cover with his weaker defenses, and could only have his skill ready to be fired in the case any stone were to come his way. As the huge stones fell down with everyone focusing on keeping their lives, Anderson turned towards Noah as there was something we wanted to confirm. He wanted to know the extent of this guy's power and what exactly he was hiding. The Titan's skill was about to finish, and 3 more boulders that were heading their way. Anderson put on a fierce expression as his sword struck out towards the incoming stones. Rachel took care of the second stone and Noah cast his spinning line of flames towards the third stone that was nearing his side. At this instant, though, an accident occurred. The stone that Cohen was taking care of did not break and veered off track. He made a sound as if he had slipped and his blade just quickly grazed over the boulder that was coming down. The boulder that was now coincidentally heading towards the mage beside him. Noah returned his face up in the direction of the boulder with a surprised face as it quickly struck him. Pa! The sound caused the party members' faces to turn ashen. The 2 tanks and 2 mages off by the side quickly turning around to look at Cohen with an unbelievable expression. Rachel had an expression of disbelief on her face as well as she stared at Anderson and looked over the rubble where Noah was supposed to be. A brief second passed before a movement was heard and a person came out of the rubble. The sight they feared to see did not actually happen, as the hands that were reaching out to push the rubble of the stones aside were clear.
Just some
His
regular
face was
basic ass
clear.
coffee.
There wasn't a single speck of damage
I
on the
don't know if
man's
you've had that
body.
kind before.
The 4
I'm
party
not a fan of
members
dark
quickly
roast
let out a
or
relieved sigh and
heartburn.
returned their sight
Well,
towards the boss,
I
as they
could
couldn't
give
spare
you
a
a
single
different
other
roast if you
second
want.
with their eyes off the huge
I have
monster.
heartburn medication
Cohen
I've been
spared
taking
Noah
now,
a glance
so I
before
should
he
be okay.
quickly turned around
Sure.
and dashed towards the
Right,
boss.
Sorry, I didn't
The
think about that
disbelieving expression
before
did not
I
leave
started.
Rachel's face as
should
she
have
was
asked you
very
what you
close
wanted.
and saw exactly what happened. There had been no accident, and that was all intentional. So she was shocked and didn't
So I'll only
understand
give you
just what sort
the
of
10 ounces
irreconcilable
then,
problem had occurred
so that you
between
don't
these
have
2
too much of
hunters
a
that would
problem,
cause something like
which is
this.
about a half a cup.
Noah was coming out of the rubble with a
Half of
surprisingly
this
calm
cup, at
expression,
least.
and dusted himself off as he looked at Anderson that was rushing towards the boss. How was he taking this so naturally? Did he not almost die? Rachel had a complex expression on her face as she shook her head and focused on the fight at hand.
It does
The 2
smell
tanks were
very
quickly
bitter,
blown
though.
away and Anderson filled in their spots to hold the boss at bay. The thunderclouds from the mages were above them again, constant streaks of lightning striking down on the body of the Titan. Rachel held her blade behind her as a
Don't
blinding
forget to
light
add
was
more
becoming
creamer if you
more and
want.
more apparent on her sword. This continued on for 10 seconds
Sorry.
before she released the blade of light. That was not more than 2 meters long towards the leg of
Well,
the
that's
not a
boss.
bad fucking idea.
Noah was not far
Add some
behind,
hot cocoa to it.
quickly throwing his signature disc of flames towards
You
the
do
same
you. I'm
location
gonna
he
close
was
the door
attacking
again.
before. With this teamwork, it didn't take long for one of the legs of the huge statue to start cracking before it could not support its entire weight. Its left leg had shattered
Oh, I
from the
shouldn't have.
constant damage that was being dealt. Its upper body had huge dents and scratches from the lightning that was falling down, and the blade attacks that Anderson kept sending its way. The huge Titan quickly fell on its knees, its hands smacking on the ground and sending a shock wave that disoriented the party members. The 2 mages were quickly knocked back from the blast as the tanks were not there in time to prevent the blast from reaching them. Rachel and Anderson seemed fairly okay, and surprisingly, so was Noah. The Titan guided its right hand that had fallen down, formed a huge fist, and swiped towards the puny ants around it. This attack would take out all the party members if it was not stopped. Cohen had his face in a twisted expression as he began to feed more anger to bubble inside of him. This was good. This was what he wanted. The angrier he was, the stronger he became. That was the inherent skill that he awakened. Wrathful. It fed on his anger. The angrier he got, the more energy he had, the more power he had, and the more destructive he became. He wanted to show these people just what true strength was. He reactivated his highest skill that took most of his energy as his anger kept on rising. Giant strength was activated
Where's
once
my
more.
pen?
A dark, baleful
Pen
energy was
earlier
permeating from his
today.
body as he grabbed his sword
Where's
and rushed
my
towards the incoming fist.
pen?
Boom! A resounding sound was heard as the fist was stopped on its tracks, causing the Titan to scream once more. Anderson kept the momentum going, using his increased anger as a source of fuel, and propelled himself towards the face of the 10-meter monster that was now crouching down. The red energy released from his body mixed with the lightning that began appearing on his blade. Blade of Lightning was activated, its color quickly becoming tinged red and forcefully smacking on the head of the kneeling Titan. Boom! After the sound that almost ruptured the hunter's eardrums disappeared, half the head of the boss went with it. The Titan breathed its last as its huge body crumbled to the ground, the force holding it together thoroughly gone. Cohen Anderson stood atop the rubble releasing a pulsating red light.
It would have
He
been
looked down
delicious
at the
with any
hunter
other coffee.
staring at him as his blade
Huh?
released the
It would have
last
been
sparks
delicious
of
with any
lightning.
other coffee.
This was
I
strength.
apologize.
This
It's
was the
okay.
power that allowed him to
upset.
do whatever he
Yeah,
wanted.
it's good. I can
This
taste
was
it.
what
It's
he
good.
wanted these
But a
hunters
dark
to have
roast is too
ingrained in
heavy
their
for it.
minds.
As
Dun dun
again.
dun. A fight is coming.
Next
I'll
time
have the
I'll
next
give you
chapter out in
the
a
one
few
that I'm
hours.
using, the
Nervous
caramel
face.
pecan.
Visit and read more
Yes.
novel to help us
That's
update
delicious.
chapter quickly.
And
Thank you so
pop it in the
much.
fridge. I can
Previous chapter.
Yeah,
Next
yeah.
chapter.
Alright, so this chapter started. Sorry for talking through it. You know, sometimes stuff happens and you have to respond. I have lost my pen. And I don't know where it goes. I'm gonna have to find it. So give me just a minute. We're gonna get this started though. Chapter 16. Let's try up here, maybe though.
He walked down to observe the expressions that he had wanted to see. Chapter 16 Deterioration. Anderson was standing majestically atop the rubble as his skill's effects finished. A green crystal was rising up as the boss had been killed, and he walked down to observe the expressions that he had wanted to see so badly. The expressions of fear and reverence from the people below him. He saw these usual expressions on his old party members, and turned his gaze towards the two new ones. As soon as he looked over though, a piercing voice rang throughout the destroyed hall. What the hell were you doing? Why did you play around and almost kill your teammate? Rachel, the berserker that was shooting blade lights all this time, had a questioning look on her face as she directly asked this question. Anderson seemed to be surprised as if he did not expect this type of reaction at all. He looked over at Rachel in a skeptical tone and asked her, "Oh? What's giving you the balls to talk to me like that? Were you watching the same scene as everyone else?" Rachel defiantly replied with, "Why the hell does that matter? I'm asking you, the leader of this party, why you would purposefully act negligent and try to harm your party member when you were in the position to protect them. How can they feel comfortable to hunt with you again? You've lost all trust, starting with me." An incredulous expression arose on Anderson's face as something seemed to have clicked in his mind. He gave a loud laugh as he spoke. "My goodness. I am so sorry. I seem to have not gotten my point through. If it wasn't extremely clear from my actions and from my words, I don't give a damn." Anderson finished with these words in a condescending tone. Rachel didn't stand down as she continued. "So what? Because you have a higher rank skill and are more powerful than us, that means you can choose to do whatever you want? You would endanger your party members just to get your point across? For what?" Anderson was startled once again and said, "For what? For what? How dense are you for the message to not be coming across? Party members? Trust? Ha." He looked towards the 4 hunters that had been clearing the dungeon with him these past weeks. "Do you see them? They have families here. They have friends here. This is their city, and they have nowhere else to go. Do you think anyone cares about this city? Do you think the bigwigs care what happens to a trashy city around the perimeter of the empire? His words were becoming louder and more piercing as he kept on talking while walking towards Rachel. He continued with a cold tone, "It's me. I am the only one keeping this city afloat. I am the only one that gives a damn and stays here. I prevent the dungeon break of this dungeon that you can never clear without me. It is my strength. And because of this I can do what I want. I can call them." He pointed at his party members once more. "I can call them fools right now. And they will be back with me right in this same place in a few days, giving their lives to clear this dungeon. You may have only been in this city for a week, but you should learn now than later about how things really work. You should know how to talk to people that stand above you." As he finished these words, he had reached Rachel, who still staring at him with a defiant expression. His anger was near his peak, allowing his skill, inherent wrathful, to provide him with even more strength. He moved at a quick speed, and a loud smack was heard, with Rachel smashing on the floor a second after. A large hand mark laid across her face. She touched her cheek in a dazed expression, as if this was the last thing she ever expected to happen. She looked at the four that were recuperating the side, and all of them turned their heads away. Anderson walked up to her, clasping her clear neck in his hands, and asked, "Do you realize it now? When I say I can do whatever I want, you cannot do anything to stop it," he said as he lifted her up by her neck. "They cannot do anything to stop it," he continued while pointing at his old party members. "And he certainly cannot do anything to stop it." His hand moved once more as he pointed towards Noah. The person in question being pointed at had a surprised expression as he let out a soft sigh and said, "Let the girl go, dude. What the hell is wrong with you?" He had been watching the scene in front of him play out, being ever so surprised as the events unfolded. He didn't care when Anderson supposedly had his accidental slip-up that he easily brushed off by activating Arcanist's sphere of protection. He didn't care when he was talked on upon. What he didn't like were the arrogant words coming from him, and worst of all, the beating he had given someone who stood up to him. He was happy at the thought that the first party hunt he was in just finished successfully, and he could use his experiences here to dive into this dungeon in the future. But this guy just had to go and ruin it. So he repeated himself again and said, "Let the girl go." Another loud laughter was heard in the clearing as Anderson pushed the girl aside and looked towards Noah. He looked him up and down and said, "This entire time I've been trying to figure out exactly where the level of your power stands. I was not thinking correctly, just keeping tabs on you and feeling you out little by little. I should have done what I'm about to do now a long time ago. Do you have an inkling of what I'm about to do right now?" Noah looked at the man that was gradually getting red color on his body back again and calmly replied, "No, I don't know. What exactly are you about to do?" Anderson had a cold smirk as he said, "I am about to teach you the rankings of the city. I am about to let you know that I am on top and you are on the bottom. I'm going to teach you what strength really is. Because apparently, watching me take down a 10-meter-tall giant was not intimidating enough." As Noah listened to the enraged madman's speech, he turned his head towards his team members. There were 2 fully grown men that were the knights on the party, and the 2 women that were the mages. He looked over to them and asked, "Are you guys going to do or say anything about this?" The 4 of them gave him a blank stare before they shook their heads in a depressing manner and turned their faces away. Noah shook his head as he saw this, and he looked back towards Anderson, who was speaking with a fully furious expression. "Haha. I have been talking too much. Words were never my forte. I always let my strength do the talking. After my strength was registered, everybody fell in line. Now be prepared because you are about to fall in line." A hazy red smoke was coming off Anderson's body as he finished, tightened his muscles, and sprung forth. I looked at the man that was flying towards me and sighed at the complete breakdown of everything. I then casted Arcanist Sphere of Protection, Aura of Haste, Life Essence, Increased Penetration, Arctic Armor, and Whirlwind. My body shone iridescent colors as multiple defense and support skills were activated. I looked at Anderson and I was surprisingly calm facing him. I didn't feel angry at him or hate him in any sort of way, I just pitied him. Maybe this was what happened after facing the pressures of this new world and not coping well. I did not want to become someone like him in the future. My gaze seemed to have made the charging bull even more furious though, as his power seemed to increase further. But none of it would be of any use against the current me. With a sad sigh, gales of wind surrounded my body as Whirlwind was fully activated and I made my move. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous
As I said, I hate a bully. It was a firefight. No, but
17 fight.
if you know that
A
reference.
thunderous impact resounded soon after as gales of wind rushed about in the clearing. Anderson was surprised at the speed that Noah rushed to him. Observing that he had already cast multiple skills on his body, his exterior surrounded by a transparent bubble and body covered in an icy armor, he couldn't help but ask, "Just how much energy do you have in your body to be casting this many skills as if it's nothing?" As Anderson was talking, the impact pushed both of them back. The red energy kept on enveloping Anderson's body as his rank C skill blast was used. His fist carried the momentum with it as he flew towards Noah. The fist met the first layer of protection, quickly causing a shock wave that pushed each of them away once more. Anderson kept his eyes on Noah as he saw the man was not ever remotely hurt. He smiled as he dashed in again and began talking. "Do you know why I adopted my principles on strength? I used to be poor. I had nothing, no job, no family, no friends. I used to look up at those that were rich above me with their extravagant amount of money and the clothes and food they bought." His words carried traces of anger as his body continued clashing with Noah's defensive skills. The thing that puzzled him the most was how Noah chose to use his hands or palm to hit back when the transparent shield he cast on himself protected him fully, and did not even cast the signature pillar of flames he had seen him using throughout the day. He brought his focus back on the fight at hand and stopped overthinking things. I looked up to these people. Those rich assholes. I wanted to be like them. I kept on saying to myself, if I just had that money, if I just had that power, oh, the things I could do. Anderson continued smacking into the defensive skill, and saw that his attacks with his bare hands weren't working. So he increased the pressure and pulled out his sword. He wanted to see just how long this guy could keep all of these skills active before running out of energy. Lightning began to crackle around his sword as he dashed towards Noah and continued talking. "Do you know what happened next? Something incredible occurred and I actually did get the power. The whole world went to shit and it was me who received the power. Me." The longer he talked, the more his anger and power seemed to increase. His sword was already pulled down, swiping towards the pest in front of him. An arc of red lightning was released towards the man that kept on standing calmly in the face of all these attacks. Zing! Once the red lightning struck, a figure flew backwards at a high speed and kicked up some dust. And yet, he soon stood up without a single hair damaged on his body. Anderson watched as his smile grew wider. It was the right choice to knock this guy down a notch now. If I had actually given him time to grow, he might have threatened me in the future. Playing around with his thoughts, he moved forward again as he continued talking, so I received the power. And do you know the funny thing? Those people I looked up to, those rich assholes that I aspired to be, many of them were dead within a few days and many more were now looking up at me. Seeing that his strike hadn't worked, he held his blade once more as lightning began to build upon it and continued. I used the new power that I had gained to kill monsters and get stronger. My power allowed me to become the richest man in the city, the best hunter in the city. It gave me strength that you could not imagine. Anderson was moving at high speeds as he spoke. His sword that was covered in lightning kept on striking at the bubble of protection that surrounded Noah. It is this strength that's going to destroy that thin bubble that you have around you. I'm going to keep on striking and watch as you gradually lose that annoying expression on your face, and you start begging for your life underneath my feet. Noah wasn't standing still, moving in and out as his defensive skills completely deflected the strikes of the blade and the lightning that came out of it. He wanted to test the extent of Arcanist's sphere of protection, as its proficiency was literally a point shy of 100, and it seemed to completely protect him from C rank skills, its power also deflecting most of the damage from rank B skills. If any damage actually managed to pass through, the Arctic armor would absorb it. If anything else passed that, he would just quickly use regeneration. Anderson's voice rang out as he charged forward once more. You cannot imagine the things you can do when you have the strength. Those rich big wigs that survive, the ones that spent the remaining amount of their money to buy skills, items, and cores to get stronger themselves, they work under me now. They do me favors, and they send their own fucking daughters to my bedroom just to get on my good side. That is power, that is strength. Noah seemed to be getting ticked off as he was listening to this madman's ramblings, so he began replying and cut short his experimentation time. That is not what strength is, dude. I was just like you a few days ago. I didn't have any of this. When I did become slightly stronger though, all I felt was a sense of liberation. His words seemed to carry power with him as a huge pillar of flames appeared beside him, making Anderson even more surprised as he was expecting him to run out of energy any time with extremely bad efficiency in using it. The pillars of flames acted like a rope, wrapping itself around the entirety of Anderson's body and squeezed down. Anderson let out a pained expression as he began roaring. Rah! Rank B skill. Giant strength was activated. The red aura coming out of him condensed even more as his power rose by another level. The sword clad in lightning struck out once more. But it did nothing. His body bulged out as let out a howl and the pillar of flames surrounding him was dispersed, and he once more seriously attacked the man in front of him. His attacks continued as Noah deflected or absorbed them, and continued talking. Strength does not mean you can look down on others. Strength does not mean you can do whatever you want. You can even look at it as a responsibility. It's the reason I came along to this high-risk dungeon that can explode any day. The calmness seemed to fade from Noah's face as he finished his words and condensed dark balls of fire around him. More than 20 quickly surrounded him, spinning furiously as they rushed towards Anderson's body and exploded on contact. Anderson could be heard laughing in the midst of the explosion. Haha, responsibility? Sophistry. Utter bullshit. An expression of someone that had given up appeared on Noah's face as he shook his head calmly and looked at the imposing Anderson and gave a command. Boom! A screeching scream resounded as Anderson was inadvertently blasted back. He had a shocked face as he looked at the left hand on his body. It was missing. It was gone. Anderson looked back in a pained expression towards Noah as he exclaimed, "What the hell did you do?" He seemed dumbfounded by the sudden attack that he didn't see coming from anywhere. They were standing apart at the time, and yet an unseen attack came that took his entire arm clean off. A calm voice rang out of the clearing. "Stand down." Noah was staring at him with a cold expression. He did not want things to go down this road. He did not want it to get this bad, but this guy would not stop. So he repeated himself once more. "Stand down." The man that was clad in a red haze in front of him stood up with an even more furious expression as he roared out and held his sword in his remaining good arm, rushing forward once more. Boom! Another exclusion rang out the moment Anderson began rushing out, being thrown back once more and his face adopting an even more pained expression. His chest armor had exploded out and blood was gushing from his chest. He breathed heavily as he looked towards Noah. He didn't understand how he was taking damage when the guy wasn't even near him. What was going on? What kind of skill was he using? Noah sternly stared at the man before he repeated himself once again. "Stand down." Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. '18 Resolution. Noah looked at the man in front of him as he continued speaking. "You could have stopped all of this a while ago, you know." He looked towards the man that was missing a hand and had a bloody chest. The entire time they were fighting, he had plastered a ton of explosive runes on the man's body. The tattoos spread all over him without notice, and he had detonated 2 of them just now. A burst of hysterical laughter came out from Anderson. "Stop? Stop? Haha, do you really think I could stop? Power was all I had. And now someone like you, someone that has awakened barely a few days, can already stand above me? Bullshit." Anderson's wounded body stood up and moved once more. His words that were dripping in anger had somehow given him even more power. The dark red haze that was constantly created from his inherent skill, wrathful, wrapped around him and became even more condensed. Giant strength was also activated once more. As the man stood and raised his one good remaining hand, arcs of red lightning began to pulsate from his sword. Noah turned his face from this and looked towards the 5 party members that had been watching this entire fight. He saw a rueful and expectant expression on the faces of Anderson's original party members. Rachel was staring at both of them in a distasteful manner while wiping the dust and rubble from her body. He then turned back towards the rushing Anderson and watched him come forward. As if he was looking at a flickering flame in the wind. Strength isn't having the power to look down on others. As soon as Noah's words finished, another loud explosion rang out as Anderson's body was inexplicably blown away. A crazed laugh could be heard as the explosion cleared. I am being lectured by a child. I am being lectured by someone who doesn't understand how the world works. Do you know what I've done with my power? The monsters I destroyed? The pathetic people I've killed? The women I've taken? Do you know? The right leg on Anderson was the next limb to be missing as he lay tattered on the ground. He turned his head to observe his leg, and then at his left arm that was also missing. He then stared at the man that kept looking at him with the same calm expression on his face. He felt like he was being looked down upon. He had to bring his eyes up to meet the gaze of this man, and he laughed even more. Haha, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill the strongest hunter in the city? Are you going to damn the lives of hundreds of thousands of people? Noah was slowly walking towards the destroyed man as he began talking. The strongest hunter in the city, huh? Do you really believe that you still hold that title? His words were slow, but rang out as if they were a clap of lightning in Anderson's ears. Noah gave the man in front of him a look of pity as his hands wrapped around Anderson's neck. He looked at the man that was about to perish from this changed world forever, and shook his head in disappointment. Boom! A thundering explosion rang out on the clearing once more, and the infamous rank B hunter of Outer Bank X was lying down without a head. Noah let out a deep sigh as he looked at the body of the so-called strongest hunter in front of him and felt relief. He didn't want to be like this man one day, shouting his ideals on someone stronger only to die soon after. He deactivated the many defensive and support skills on his body, as he shifted his face onto the items that Anderson wore. They were C-rank equipment, and even though they were currently damaged because of explosive rune, they had a self-repairing property and they would be as good as normal in a few days. Near Anderson there laid a thick blue book. This was why hunters were regularly hunted down by other hunters if they were jealous enough and had the balls to do it. Killing any hunter had a definite chance of dropping the highest rank skill that they were using. Unscrupulous lower-ranked hunters sometimes worked in groups that target those one rank higher than them, either ambushing them in their sleep through other unsavory means. And this was also why the hunter lodgings were very popular, because they guaranteed a level of safety for the hunters staying there. There were hunter guards around the clock documenting everyone that came in, where they were going and what their purpose was. The skill book made my heartbeat increase as I thought of the huge windfall that all of these unfortunate events brought. This skill took the pedestal as the top prize today. This was the rank B skill, Giant Strength. Imbue your body with immense strength that blows away anything daring to stand against you. Plus 50 strength. Information about the skill's effects quickly appeared.
Now, this one matters. If he actually uses it. Is the game still moving?
Appeared in front of me as my mood turned sour. There wasn't any information about this skill as Anderson was the only one who held it, but I didn't expect it to simply add 50 strength once activated. Of course 50 strength was something huge, as that amounted to an advancement of an entire rank, but it did not match the many focus-based skills I had been collecting so far. Skills that are geared towards close combat fighters would just reduce my attention from the powerful mage skills that I should be spamming. My mood went down as I held the skill before another thought flashed through my mind, and I had to ask myself if I was the dumbest person on the face of this planet. Yes, Anderson was a close combat fighter, and this skill complemented him perfectly. But even though I was a mage, it did not mean it wouldn't be tremendously helpful to me too. I was limiting my thoughts to what I commonly knew about mages, berserkers, and knights. A skill like this would normally be great for a knight or a berserker, but I would literally lose nothing if I learned and activated this skill, and would instead gain an entire rank's worth of strength attributes and all times at that. Even though I wouldn't be using the extra power that the added strength provided, the extra speed that came with it would be more than worth it. Damn, just when I was feeling myself and thinking I was all that, to think I was about to disregard a rank B skill just because it did not conventionally match my class. Alright, learn and try to be better. This train of thought opened up my mind to many paths and skills I had not thought about before. There were many skills specifically for knights and berserkers that I didn't even look at, as the only thing in my head was to just spam mage skills to blow away everything. But if I searched for and learned those skills meant for close combat fighters that will reinforce my defense, health, speed, and power, it was like a light was shining down on me, opening up a very obvious path that my dumb ass hadn't thought about before. The cost of skills didn't matter to me, so why did it matter if they were not geared for my class as long as they provided constant benefits on other aspects? I did not waste any more time and I learned the skill, watching the book fade away in particles of light. I activated the skill as soon as it was learned so it could start earning proficiency. My body soon felt like I had an extra layer of strength added on, increasing my striking power and speed as well as giving me an imposing aura. I mentally patted myself on the back while I placed the item that Anderson was wearing in my storage ring, and carried his ring of storage with me, leaving a mangled body on the ground as I walked towards his team members. The two tanks and mages had relieved expressions on their faces while Rachel looked at him in a peculiar way. Death wasn't something rare for hunters. They had seen plenty of their team members die, and most were glad when they didn't perish themselves. He went forward and
I
asked the girl that
missed.
got a beating a few minutes ago, "Are you okay?" Rachel clicked her lips in an annoyed expression that also seemed somewhat afraid, and looked back at the four party members behind her without answering my question. She looked at them and chided in a disappointed tone as she said, "You four are by far the most spineless cowards and such a poor excuse of hunters that I had ever seen in my life." The four hunters listened to this and shook their heads as if they would not engage. Did Anderson break them this much? They looked towards me and gave a nod before one of the tanks carefully came towards me and introduced him as Dan. He couldn't look me in the eyes as he gave me his card and mentioned that he and the rest of the party members would be back here in 3 days to clear the dungeon, and that I should let him know what time I'll be free to lead them. I unconsciously nodded as I had prepared to accept this role when everything fell apart with Anderson. Although I will only do this as a play for the next week, I didn't plan to be limited by tying myself to hunting in a party when my progress is explosive as I move alone and clear dungeons without anyone holding me back. My solo hunting of this dungeon would be much more fruitful. Rachel watched this exchange as we swapped contact information, and watched the hunters go towards the green crystal to leave the dungeon. They instinctively looked towards the loot that was shining in a pile beside the Titan that was now dead but looked away just as fast, not entertaining any thoughts. They didn't mention a single
Village
word about
on the
Anderson in the
water.
entire exchange or acknowledge what had happened, just leaving with
I
happier faces and
don't like
expressions like a
that
huge
it's
weight had
so
just been lifted
close
off.
to an underground area. That's just screaming to be overrun. So while I love me a town, no, I'll come back when I have a backpack.
Off their chest. Rachel came opposite me as I was thinking this and put on a brave expression as she said, "So what the heck was up with you? You were stronger than this guy all along and were playing around just to be the knight in shining armor after." I was taken back when she said this as my mind was only observing the situation and acting only when I needed to. I replied to her with a smile, "I became stronger than this guy just yesterday if you can believe it, and didn't exactly know how much stronger so I was testing the waters." She clicked her tongue as she stared me down and then turned away towards the green crystal. "Thank you for stepping in anyway, you're not too bad." she said as her figure flashed away, leaving me as the last hunter remaining for this raid. I let out a relaxing sigh as I took in everything around me. Pushing the dead hunter in the
Is
room
there a
out of
way
my
to just,
mind,
like,
I
open
went
the
towards
map?
the shining pile of curse and what seemed like a skill book besides. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free, read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Okay, let's do this real quick. Bam. Let's reverse that. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that makes more sense to me. Okay, that's as far as I can go, apparently. Remind me to swap what I have with minus. Let's have dash. Just smarter.
Chapter 19 changes. The dungeon didn't end exactly how I expected, but I was content with the way things worked. As all the hunters had left the boss room, I actually enjoyed the fact that there were fewer people around me. Maybe I was just a natural loner. I shook my head as I reached down towards the rank C cores lying down as boss. We had been splitting the cores into equal amounts as we killed the
churning map
statues
more.
in the rooms until we arrived at the boss room, with Anderson taking most of the cores as he dealt with most of the statues. All of the cores that he grabbed, though, along with everything else he owned, was now situated in my ring of storage. I didn't feel particularly bad from taking everything from the dead man as my thoughts quickly moved forward to what I'll be doing next. I reached my hand out to identify the skill book that this C-rank titan dropped. Much to my surprise, it was a skill called Smite. Pass down your ruling in the form of 10 swords of light. This skill gave me quite a shock as it wasn't among the many rank C skills that I have researched. I actually hadn't heard of this one before, and the skill seemed to go very well with the guidelines I set for myself for the new skills I'll be learning. So I quickly learned the skill as I was impatient to see its effects, even if it would just be for show right now as there were no monsters to test it out. And for the first time I cast Smite. A marking quickly appeared on top of my head with a symbol that very closely matched that of a star. A golden light was then being released in the sky as 10 literal swords of light quickly took shape and pointed down imposingly. My eyes were shining as I watched them hover in the sky, just waiting for a command to strike. I was very excited to see exactly how amazing the effects of this skill work out to be, and I wanted to quickly rush into the dungeon again to test it out right away. But I knew I had to call it a day for now. It had been a long day, and I was finally not feeling pressed against time. I burned the sight of the dead titan and the dead hunter in my brain, and then I reached towards the green crystal, vanishing from the hall. A man wearing a well-tailored suit was watching the news with his arms trembling. Something shocking was being announced as breaking news. About an hour ago in Outer Banks, the highest-ranked hero, Cohen Anderson, had perished in Dungeon Soliel's castle. In an effort to save the rest of his party members, he had given his life to take down the terrifying boss, making sure nobody else was injured. The man listened to the news and stood there dazed, as this was something out of his wildest nightmares. Never something that he ever felt was possible. His benefactor, the person who saved him, was now dead. And as for the things they were saying, he had given up his life to save others? Haha. He knew his master and knew even more his personality. The butler shook his head in sadness as the face of a man who had been in his mind these past few days popped up. He thought of this man and asked himself, could he have had anything to do with this? As he was lost in thought, the newscaster continued, as this
Oh, that's
highest-ranking
cool
hero
crap.
passed. He passed on the torch to someone else just as powerful. Someone who will continue to keep the citizens of the city safe. The message received from the Outer Bank X City's elite hunter squad is that their new leader goes by the name Noah Osmont. The sudden announcement brought back the butler's attention to the TV, his eyes turning into cold slits as his theories were verified. So it was you all along. Anger and sadness were bubbling in the butler's heart, but he quickly pushed it down until all that was left was sadness. He recalled warning his master about this man because of the many things he did not know, but he failed his job. He didn't get the point across well enough and his master paid dearly for it. He wasn't making the same mistake. The butler walked towards the huge doors at the mansion that he had kept open, waiting for his master. But he knew that he was not coming back. And yet he still stood in the middle of the open doors, waiting for no one, waiting for nothing. Noah carried his tired body over to the nearest hunter lodging as soon as he left Soliel's dungeon. He wasn't really tired physically, he just felt mentally drained. Many events had occurred today, and as calm as he was, there were still things that he did for the first time. Besides the abnormally more numerous than average looks he was receiving as he walked through the luxurious hotel, nothing else seemed out of place. He did his usual ritual of grabbing a room and ordering food. As he was eating, he turned on the TV and almost choked on his food when he saw what was being reported. It was a local channel breaking the news for Outer Bank X. A glowing red title was saying that the highest-ranking hero in the city was now dead. The things Noah heard baffled him to say least. Cohen Anderson had sacrificed himself. He had boldly taken on the boss that was endangering his teammates' lives, and used all of his power until his last breath before he passed on the torch to Noah Osmont. Oh, come on. Noah let out an exasperated sigh as he saw his name and picture paraded in front of the TV. He reined in the rest of his thoughts as he continued to watch the news before agreeing with the way that Anderson's party members finished things. It was much better to let the public know this version of the story than telling them that one of the hunters just killed the other. The officials had kept the information short and precise. One hunter was dead and another one just as powerful, if not more, took his place. There was nothing to worry about. No problems would occur. Everything is just as it was before. A smile formed on Noah's lips as he thought of this. No, everything was not how it used to be. Because that rank C dungeon that had given hunters so much trouble, he was about to turn it into his playground. He was planning on clearing it by himself multiple times for the next few days, as most of his reservations were reduced when he confirmed his own power against Anderson. Of course, he wouldn't suddenly make stupid decisions that could endanger his life, but he definitely had more legroom to take risks. Bigger risks gave bigger rewards. The risk he had to take these next few days is going to be watching the monolith of Soliel's dungeon turn from orange to blue as he cleared the dungeon multiple times, and what reactions that would receive from the powerful figures in the city, but even more so for the actual powerful figures hiding in larger cities. He wanted to take down the 10-meter giant Titan all by himself. He wanted his strength to continue rising and his range of skills to continue expanding. He wouldn't limit himself as much anymore. Noah Osmont. Occupation Hunter. Vitality. 150 plus 30. Focus. Strength. 150 plus 50. Skills. F Fireball 100. F Heal 53. E Arctic Armor 100. D Flames of Torment 99. D Safeguard 38. D Danger Sense 99. C Arcanist Sphere of Protection 99. C Camouflage 77. C Aura of Haste 54. C Explosive Rune 61. C Life Essence 51. C Increased Penetration 44. C Regeneration 11. C Whirlwind 13. C Smite 1. B Giant Strength 8. Equipment. E Swift Boots. D King's Valor. Searing of Storage. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to pref/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Alright, so this is where I need to pause real quick. This is where he finally figures out, hey, I don't need to just restrict myself to regular stuff. If it boosts my abilities, I should grab it. Which is excessively smart. Like, really, really, just think about it, right? You have unlimited mana. You are focusing only on magic. That's, that is not using your skills wisely. We're going to try to finish on chapter 30 today.
I was up fairly early the next morning as I was too excited to try out a multitude of things today. There were so many ideas flowing in mind that I didn't know what to start with. I looked at the dark-haired man in the mirror as my thoughts were inexplicably taken back a few years into the prime of my 20s. The man in the mirror definitely looked like me a few years back. A head full of messy hair, the same fair complexion, and eyes full of hopes and dreams that weren't completely destroyed. I shook myself out of the trance as I started the day. I began by checking the ring of storage that I had taken of Anderson's hands. In it were a multitude of items and 2 skill books. I was extremely content with the finding as a majority of the cores were rank C, with 8 rank D items and 2 items that were rank C, lightning boots, and fiery helm. The 2 skill books were also both rank C, being resilience. Defense and healing effects are increased by 50%, and supercharged energy rumbles through you, increasing casting speed by 50%. The supercharged skill would have definitely fit the criteria I had set a few days ago, but resilience would also be a great addition that goes along with my current plan of even learning skills geared towards other jobs besides mage. The rank D items would all be getting sold, along with a few rank C pieces that I wouldn't be wearing as I waited for the items that I took off Anderson's body to self-repair. I damaged them pretty heavily with explosive rune, but they should be fully repaired by tomorrow. As for the crest, anything below rank C found in the ring would be sold, and I began absorbing the rank C vitality and strength cores. I had both the ones that went as my share plus Anderson's, so it was a sizable amount, but I was only able to bring strength to 167 and vitality to 170. With these preliminary things completed, I checked out of the room and shot a text to that lovable fat salesman I never bothered to remember the name of as I went to the Central Awaken Center. My face had been shown around heavily throughout the night, so many people recognized me and snapped pictures, but I ignored everything and arrived at the Awaken Center in a few minutes. The fat salesman seemed to have been promoted, as he had 2 assistants with him when he saw me walk in. He threw out that usual shrewd smile and brought me to a more luxurious room in the back compared to last time. I took everything in a stride as the moment my name was released last night, I knew something like this would be happening. The first thing the salesman did was open a suitcase and hand me a shining blue card that held my name and picture, along with the title of Rank B Hunter. I grabbed it and gave my thanks as it saved me the hassle of looking for the advancement area and wasting time there. I then took out all the cores and items that I wanted to sell while I asked him for a registry of all knight and berserker skills they had in stock. He was puzzled at this but did as he was asked, and I was browsing through all the skill books soon after. I had done a significant amount of research on mages and their skills as that was the path I wanted to walk on when I awakened, but I wasn't too well versed on the skills that knights and berserkers commonly used. Keeping my explosive progress in mind, I looked at rank C skills mostly as well as some exceptional rank D skills that wouldn't be left far behind in their effects in a matter of weeks. A few fit my requirements, and I pointed them out to the salesman who brought them into the room in a few minutes. The new skills I had bought and learned were D Rough Skin. Resistance to elemental skills are increased. D Fleeting. Slightly increases movement speed. C Gracefulness. An aura that grants you increased evasion descends. C Precision. Your accuracy is increased and your attacks rarely miss your target. And Adamant. Your defense is increased as you passively heal from minor injuries. These were the only skills that fit my new guidelines that were in the Awaken Center. The remaining skills actively required you to be using some sort of close combat or ranged weapon to activate, like Blade Light, Shield Charge, or Duplicate Arrows. It made me think of whether I should also buy a weapon to add these skills to my arsenal too without it spreading my focus over too many things. I was content with the new addition of skills and thanked the salesman that gave his usual bright smile. I had much fewer reservations about being seen or discovered, so I activated the new skills I just learned on top of all the old ones that were still active while I left the Awaken Center. I felt the increased strength in my body as my path was confirmed to be heading in the right direction. I was itching to dive into the dungeon right away as I hailed a ride towards Soliel's castle. A man with a sharp face was finishing some paperwork when his assistant walked through his office doors with an even bigger stack of papers and folders. A grimace formed on the man's face as his rough voice came out. "How is the production and recruiting of Rank B hunters proceeding?" The assistant gave him a sweet smile as she replied, "Very well, boss. We have new ones come in every day, and we are able to produce at least one Rank B hunter a day from the resources they bring back from the dungeon." The man nodded his head as he continued, "Good, the plan is going in the right direction, but it needs to be accelerated. Reach out for even more hunters across the cities and entice as many as you can. We want this dungeon to continue to be cleared every day with even more hunting squads." His assistant nodded her head as she put the folder in her hands on the table, and then bowed with a smile. "Here are the preliminary names we have gathered today that are waiting for your approval. For the Blessed Empire." "For the Blessed Empire," the man replied with an impassive expression. He looked at the folder in front of him as he thought about the movements they had been seeing, and how unprepared they were for what was coming. There was a huge threat looming over them, and people still moved about in complete ignorance. He was in charge of managing the Rank B dungeon in Star City, and wanted to exceed the quota set by the admirals for its production. He wanted hunters to be entering it day and night, bringing out as many items, skills, and quests that they could. He planned to write an official letter to the higher-ups and some colleagues to suggest they increase the urgency of this matter and actively move the Empire's pieces for the days to come. The production of Rank B hunters was coming along nicely, but they would not be enough. They needed even more A-rank hunters moving about in the Empire. The face of Steel Mikhail passed through his mind as he considered all the new rising rank A hunters. He shook his head that was filled with worries as he looked at the figure of the assistant still waiting to be dismissed before him. He nodded at her and said while getting up and unbuttoning his shirt, "Close the door. I've been cooped up in here for too long and need to release some stress." The assistant smiled sweetly once more as she followed the command. At the bottom of the folder that she had laid down, a name was written among many. Noah Osmont was clearly apparent at the bottom of the many stacks of paper. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter.
I don't remember if this guy is good or bad. We're gonna go neutral currently, even though he is about to do some business. Shall we say plumbing? No. However, I mean, we can't figure in every person in the universe as being bad, but they want to have the sexy times. Because that's just unfair. And more likely than not, false. Pardon me. So right now we're gonna put him in neutral. However, not one ounce of pity is given towards what was the bully's name? It doesn't matter. That guy. We will never hear of him again. At least I don't think so. I mean, I think he'll be mentioned again, But it's like, yeah, that guy existed. That's all.
Chapter 21 Adrenaline. I was camouflaged as I moved up to the peak of the huge orange monolith that was Soliel's castle. I was planning on diving into this dungeon multiple times today, knowing that this orange hue would quickly change to blue and cause some unwanted attention to shift over here. But I wasn't worried too much currently. My strength could be considered great, and I didn't see another case like Anderson crazily appearing to bring me any issues. I stopped thinking so much and looked forward to seeing how long I would clear this dungeon that took an elite hunter squad of this city more than half a day to go through. A dungeon with one floor holding a huge castle that had 20 extremely large rooms and one boss hall. I was looking forward to it. I placed my hand on one of the squares of the monolith with bubbling enthusiasm as I was transferred to the plains that showed a castle on the horizon. All the active skills were activated, making my body shine with an inordinate amount of colors. I also activated Whirlwind, as gales of wind also began appearing around me, making me disappear from the spot I was standing just as I put some force on my feet. Haha! I was propelled upwards for more than 10 meters as my figure breezed towards the castle. I couldn't help but let a laugh escape my lips as I fell towards the ground and rebounded only to be thrown forward even faster. I had to adapt to this crazy level of strength and speed that the skills and my increased attributes were giving me as I moved forward. I couldn't control my descent from my last jump and managed to smash into the huge door of the castle, disrupting its serene peace and waking up the first 10 statues in the first room. I dashed towards them as if I was possessed and finally cast Smite. 10 golden swords of light appeared above me even faster than when I cast it the first time, hanging imposingly as they waited for my command. Strike down! I couldn't help myself as I said these words out loud, and the 2-meter-long golden sword barreled down towards the oncoming statues. Boom! A blinding light exploded out as the golden sword struck down the incoming statues, causing dust and rubble to fly about as I breathed heavily and watched the scene clear. Only stones were left shattered on the ground. Haha! Haha! I couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it. In less than a second, all the rank C monsters were dead. I was even more confident while thinking about all the skills that enhanced my damage, cast and attack speed, as well as increased penetration, that let me further ignore the defenses of monsters. I felt the rush and adrenaline coursing through me as the room was completed in under a minute, and pushed off from where I stood to head towards the large door to the next room. I blasted in and saw the now 11 statues move about as another 10 golden blades appeared above me. They targeted the nearest 10 as I moved at high speeds and quickly appeared in front of the 11th, moving my hand around speedily as I plastered multiple explosive runes on its body and commanded them to explode right in front of me. I loved watching the huge explosions occur when I was near and observed the huge impact blasting out the statue's body. The entire force was negated by the now 100 proficiency skill, Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, that wasn't really a sphere anymore and hugged my body as if it was another layer of skin. The room was once again cleared. In a few seconds my breathing increased, and I rushed into the third room. 10 statues were quickly obliterated by another cast of Smite, and I moved close to the remaining 2 statues and cast Flames of Torment. The long pillar of flames had a darker color after reaching 100. Its flames coagulated together tightly as if they were a thick viscous material. It was rotating the moment I cast it in its long linear form, causing hot suffocating winds to fly out. I threw the thick cable of flames forward, and they literally melted the statues the moment they came in contact. I stopped for a second to catch my breath as I just cleared 3 rooms out the 20 in under 5 minutes. A childish smile wouldn't leave my face as I continued on forward to the 4th. The next rooms were cleared in a similar fashion, starting out with Smite, and following with either Explosive Rune or Flames of Torment. Starting from the 10th room, I just cast another Smite. The moment the first 10 statues were shattered by the first cast, finishing them in record time. I was now standing in front of the huge door that led to the boss room, and I tried collecting myself as I impatiently went in. The Titan was as humongous as usual, frighteningly boasting its 10-meter size. The 10 guards standing by its side couldn't even respond as 10 golden swords smashed into them the moment I entered. The huge beast opened its blank eyes the moment the guards were destroyed and began coming towards me, its huge steps causing the ground tremble. I watched the boss menacingly come towards me as 10 swords of light appear, then another 10, and another 10 as smite was repeatedly cast 3 times. I commanded the first 10 to shoot towards the boss in a tight-knit circular formation. They smashed onto his chest, stopping his advance and pushing him back. The next 10 flew up one after another to repeatedly strike the same area I was focusing on the Titan's head, blasting onto him and pushing him back even further. The last 10 flew in and surrounded the neck around a few meters away, and rushed forward while it was still disoriented. Before it could even roar or do anything else, the 10 golden swords closed in on its neck from all directions.
I don't know.
Zing! The Titan wobbled for a few seconds before a pillar of thick flames wrapped around the nearly destroyed neck and squeezed in, melting everything it came in contact with. Another second passed before a loud crash was heard in the huge hall. The Titan's head now lay on the ground. Not even a minute had passed. I watched this unbelievable scene in front of me, as if it wasn't something that I had just done. The huge boss that needed an entire party to hunt had taken me less than a minute to take down. Aya! I let out an embarrassingly loud triumphant howl after accepting the scene in front of me and reveled in it once more. Around 20 minutes total had passed and the castle was completely cleared. A green crystal rose as a shining pile of loot appeared beside the boss. From then on, I kept on repeating Soliel's castle like a madman. 8 hours later, I had impossibly cleared the dungeon more than 24 times, my clearing averaging 3 times in 1 hour. At the end, I held in my storage rings a ton of rank A's, 15 rank C skills, 1 rank B skill, and 5 new A's. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter.
Alright, so, if you can guess what I'm doing, or if you can't, what I'm gonna do is I'm following out this area over here, right? I'm going to make it in this house, which currently is housing a brew stand and stuff. I'm gonna take everything in there, make it mine, and then extend that house that way into the mountain for quite a while, using whatever lights I happen to get for that. Right now, however, it's nighttime. I'm going to sleep.
Chapter 22 Explosive Growth. I was in love with this rank C dungeon, only a single floor that held all the monsters in one place. Someone in my positions couldn't have asked for a better setting to quickly take everything down in record time and rake in an unimaginable amount of profit. I never thought a day would come where I would be able to collect this many rank C skills, and even lucky enough have a rank B skill drop along with a few items.
This is all
Hunters had been clearing Soliel's dungeon twice a week, so over the span of the last few months they might have cleared it around the same time as I cleared it in one day. Just the thought of it made me amazed. My 2 storage rings had nearly filled up to the brim with the influx of those items. I was currently in the boss room of the dungeon where a broken titan lay dead while browsing through the rank C items first. There were 2 pairs of igneous armors, 1 igneous sword, fiery helm, and fiery boots. All of them exactly the same as the equipment that Anderson wore, but I wouldn't have to wait before equipping these ones. The ones I had obtained from him were still repairing from the heavy explosions done by Explosive Rune. I changed from swift boots to fiery boots and equipped one of the armors and helm. The armor had a similar characteristic of being unnaturally flexible, even though it seemed like it was made up of extremely strong stone materials. The helm on my head also made me look like some sort of gladiator, so I took it off for now and only planned to equip it when I was faced with enemies. The items vastly improved my defense and acted as another layer of resistance besides the many skills already active. Next up were the abundant amount of skills, something I never thought I would be holding in such large quantities. These would cost millions if I were to sell them, but money wasn't the main thing I was after. I looked through the skills trying to find which ones were actually effective for me to learn and narrowed it down to 8. The rest were skills that either require bows or another specific weapon to activate, or they were offensive skills with similar power to the ones I was currently using. I would learn as many supportive and defensive skills, but I would choose my main attacking skills with close scrutiny as those are the only ones I have to actively cast and use. If I held too many offensive skills and switched from to another when using, I would just have many skills in a similar level of power and not a few skills with high proficiency that have even more power. The 8 that I absorbed and learned were Sharpen. Your attacks and skills deal more damage to your enemies. War Cry. Motivate yourself and your allies, increasing attributes by 5%. Retaliation. Reflect back some of the damage from your enemies. King's Rage. The rage of a king flows through you, granting a boost in damage. Military Tactics. The qualities of a fortified soldier are activated, increasing all attributes by 10. Unpredictable. Attack and casting speed increase by 10%. Elemental Damage. Any attacks using the elements deal destructive damage. And Stealth. Move undetected as all the energies you emit are absorbed. Learning and activating the skills gave me another sense of exhilaration. Military Tactics. That increased each of my attributes by 10, added the specified amount to vitality and strength. While focus remained as blank as usual. The rank B skill book that had been lucky enough to drop was Stealth, which was such a great skill that it trumped everything else I gained today because of its high utility. Any colors or imposing airs released by the activated skills were all reined in, and I seemed like a normal human being without an ounce of strength. I could also choose to blend into my surroundings to a similar effect like camouflage. Adding these two skills together would just be a killer combination. I would keep Stealth active at all times and only activate camouflage, or use the blending and effect of Stealth when I really needed to. I didn't grasp the full strength of a full-fledged rank B hunter that held multiple rank B skills and items, but I felt like my strength was at the peak of B if not higher. I would make no conclusions before meeting hunters that I can test against though. My next move was to absorb the multitude of Chris, filling up the 2 storage rings, there being more than enough to bring my attribute points to 200 after an hour of extensive absorbing. Feeling the packed strength of my body that had been increasing way too fast, I took a second to reminisce how it was barely just a week since I awakened. My body felt like it could explode with tremendous power anytime I wished, giving me even more confidence on the path I was walking on. I rose up and touched the green crystal to leave the dungeon, looking back and seeing the dungeon monolith now having a color of light blue. Soliel's Castle was now a low-risk dungeon that had no chance of a dungeon break occurring anytime soon. Hunters that were stationed a distance away in shops and stalls quickly noticed the change a few hours ago and began discussing amongst themselves as to which peak hunter had come across their city. I didn't want to completely break their common sense with them seeing me enter the dungeon every 20 minutes, so I took off camouflage, while still keeping Stealth active and hiding the assortment of colors and armors around me from the skill effects every 2 hours for them to see a figure be transported out of the dungeon and diving back in right after. I was already renowned and didn't need to hide, but that didn't mean I shouldn't hide this unexplainable level of strength I held for the time being. I did want to build a reputation for myself from now on for future plans, but I would only show them a surface of what I could do. In the case another crazy hunter appeared in front of me, I had the confidence to completely take care of them if they were only expecting the level of strength I was showing. This was the last time I was leaving the dungeon today, so I didn't use camouflage. There were reporters and cameramen at a far distance carefully documenting the changes and pointing their cameras towards me. I tried not to react to any of it and took a ride from a nervous driver that was driving carefully at the speed limit, while constantly looking back at me. I chuckled at this as we went towards the pristine residency lodging. I would visit the Awaken Center tomorrow morning to see if there was anything of value, but seeing as I was the person clearing the highest ranked dungeon currently and holding on to all the loot, I doubted there would be anything fruitful. My next phase of plans was to relax. It was only in the evening, but I wanted to stop thinking for a bit, eat a whole lot of food and just sleep. I recalled the platters of shrimp and steaks that I had been eating the past few days and placed an order for 4 plates when I grabbed my room keys at Pristine Residency. Tonight would be a relaxing night. In Star City, a man was looking at the profile of a hunter. They had just received more news of a few hours ago. He was Vice Admiral Magner, a decorated officer that stood at the front lines when monsters were running rampant and killing people left and right. He had risen to this rank because of his continuing hard work and planning while fighting for his country. His country that he was trying to save once more. He just needed people to stop shoving their heads up their asses and listen. His work and stress had been piling up recently as he was recruiting talent to dive into the Rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp. They needed more production of skills and items more badly than most people thought. He thought back to the report that described the huge threat that was congregating in one location not far from the Empire, and then focused once more on Hunter in front of him. Noah Osmont, active for around a week and already making waves. These were the types of people he needed. He quickly made a phone call to the contacts stationed in Outer Bankax and gave a message for them to deliver. Noah Osmont. Occupation Hunter. Vitality. 200 plus 40. Focus. Strength. 200 plus 60. Skills. F Fireball 100. F Heal 53. E Arctic Armor 100. D Flames of Torment.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is the end of the chapter. I can talk real quick. Why isn't there a defense step? Vitality is not the same as defense. Vitality is your health and how well, like how well you can resist pain. Or not resist, take pain. Vitality is constitution. We'll go that way. Right? Vitality is constitution. Defense would be like AC. Alright? So maybe like dexterity. Focus is really easy to equate to int and will. Okay? Or wisdom. Int and wisdom. He said strength increases how fast you move. So strength is dex and strength. So where's our defense? There's no charm stat, no charisma stat, so that's fine. But where is our defense? It's nowhere. Are we using our strength as our defense? Are we using vitality as defense? Even though vitality doesn't work for defense. Also, there's no stat for resistances, right? Even though something he got this time was resistance. I don't like it. Moving on. Just stats need to be stats, people. Sorry.
Chapter 23, An Invitation. The night passed by spectacularly as I binged on food and familiarized myself with my fast-expanding array of skills. There were many and I was increasing them at a very fast rate that doesn't seem like it would reduce anytime soon. I went over every single one of the support skills to try and gain a better understanding of just how much they were increasing my damage output with my skills. I would get the chance to possibly observe this change more noticeably today after I used my offensive skills for the first time after adding 8 more new support skills in a day. I left the pristine residency while activating the full extent of stealth, so that I could avoid any unwanted attention as I made my way towards the awakened center. I browsed over the skills once more and as expected, nothing of value was there. I held many rank C skills currently that would make a ton of money if sold, but I was planning on holding on to them for now until I began making my way over to some of the inner cities of the Empire where it was possible to buy rank B skills. The knowledge spread over on hunting platforms mentioned that their prices ranged upwards of 10 million, because of their high demands and very little supply. They were my next goal, as I could only obtain a rank B skill book at a very low chance with the rank C dungeon I was currently clearing. Seeing nothing else catching my eye at the Awakened Center, I left for Soliel's castle right away. When I arrived at the huge monolith, though, there was someone obviously out of place standing near it. It was a curvaceous woman in a tight business suit checking her watch as she waited for something. No hunters were zotes that toured around Soliel's castle, as normal rank 2 hunting squads didn't dare dive into the dungeon, so the only person she could be waiting for here was me. I removed my stealth and appeared a few feet away, startling her from my sudden appearance. A bright smile bloomed on her face as if she had found the huge treasure she was looking for. "Hello, Mr. Osmont. My name is Amelia Ross and I'm here on behalf of Vice Admiral Magner of Star City." Her words started off very normal, but the end was explosive. I was immediately intrigued as Star City was one of the core defense cities in the Empire, with the government spreading its clutches in almost all industries and activities. Also, I had never come across any high titles such as Vice Admiral before. I replied back with a smile, "What can I do for you?" She nodded with a relieved expression and continued, "I won't waste too much of your time, Sir Hunter, so I will give the message I was instructed to for you to read at your leisure." A thin folder with papers appeared on her hands and she handed it to me, finishing her last words as she left hurriedly. "Oh, Mr. Osmont, many of the files in there are confidential, so we are counting on your discretion." I nodded at these words and watched her get in a black sedan that quickly pulled away. "A confidential file, huh? What exactly do you contain?" The first paper was an introduction from the one known as Vice Admiral Magner, and he kept things very much on point. He was hiring rank B hunters or higher to work with the government to raid the rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp. Half the loot would go towards the government as they provided you with money or anything else you wished for that they could provide. If you were patriotic enough and enlisted in the Empire's army, you would be in the first row of hunters who can select skills and items useful to them in their vast armory, while also receiving the full benefits of the military. There were very few papers in the file, and the last one was the even more eye-catching one, with the entire paper only holding 2 sentences that made me very concerned. "This is highly confidential information that only the top hunters have available currently. Please exercise great control. Enemies are heading towards the Blessed Empire and could cause the deaths of billions if we continue to be complacent." Only 2 sentences, but they made me attach a much greater importance to this file. An enemy coming to attack the Empire? My mind's gears were turning as I wrapped my head around this new information and what I should do next. Who could it be? Was it beasts? Or was a war approaching? I was thinking for quite a while, but nothing came to mind. I had too little information currently and needed to learn much more. I made some quick calculations and change of plans and shot a text towards the people I had dived into Soliel's castle with 2 days ago. The original plan was to dive with them once more before I began looking at ways to make them stronger, and then make my way towards the inner cities of the Empire, but that would have to be accelerated. When I finished that, I placed the file with very troubling information that also held a contact number I would be calling by the end of the day in one of my storage rings, and then went into the dungeon. I didn't forget to test the increased effectiveness of my offensive spells after the addition of Sharpen, War Cry, Retaliation, King's Rage, Military Tactics, Unpredictable, and Elemental Damage. The damage of all skills was boosted by quite a bit, with some of the qualities of the skills also improving. Flames of Torment now seemed like it was a coagulation of extremely long and thick heavy flames, the width of it becoming slightly larger. A single explosive rune was now effective to completely cover the huge head of the Titan and cause it to explode right away. As for Smite, the 10 golden blades of light became even larger, their handles even more distinct and edges even sharper. I continued my testing and experimentation of skills for the next 8 hours, clearing the dungeon more than 26 times and coming out around the time I texted the 5 people. It was already evening outside when I left the dungeon with my storage rings full. I was lucky enough to receive another rank B skill, meaning there around a 4% chance for it drop from the rank C Titan of this dungeon, as it was very similar to yesterday. More than 17 rank C skills came out this time around with 6 items. It was 2 pairs of Igneous Sortis, Igneous Armor, and Fiery Boot. Of course, there were also a ton of cores after all the runs. The 5 that I texted were situated outside the monolith as I instructed, with Anderson's old party members reverentially looking towards me and Rachel standing there with the same confident expression. They're some of the top hunters of this city, so when they heard that I was clearing the dungeon alone on the news, they must have had an even better idea of what my level of power was than common hunters. I was already spent from running around the past 8 hours and wanted to make it quick. It doesn't seem like I'm going to be in Outer Bank X for much longer. I paused as I watched their expressions change to shock and concern before continuing. So I'll be making sure that there is still a team that is able to clear this dungeon when I leave. Relieved expressions returned, but they still seemed concerned. I didn't bother explaining and took out the pairs of Igneous Swords, Igneous Armor, Lightning Boots, and Fiery Bootus along with 22 rank C skill after putting aside 2 that I wanted to absorb later. I had received 2 Igneous Armors and 1 sword yesterday, and then 2 more of each today. Removing the one I was wearing myself, there were 4 once you added the one that was taken from Anderson. I lied and said that I found most of the skill books and items in Anderson's storage ring. The 2 knights and Rachel looked at me to make sure I wasn't joking before they went forward and grabbed an armor and sword each. The items weren't of much value to me, and I wanted to leave the city without any bad aftertaste, so I had to do this. This was just one of the consequences for taking down the previous rank 3 hunter of the city. I had Rachel take the Fiery Boots, and Dan grabbed the Lightning Boots, feeling bad for one of mages that was getting anything as there were only 4 armors, but they wouldn't be on the front lines for now. I then laid out the skills for them to choose any that fit them. Everyone was able to gain something this time around, and 15 rank C skills remained after they picked and absorbed the skills in front of me. Once this was done, I took out the rank B skill that dropped today. Enlightened Fervor. Build up the strength inside you and release it with the swing of your weapon. I was thinking how I would set up a system where Soliel's castle could be cleared once I was gone, and the easiest answer would be to have a rank B hunter lead the team to clear it. One of the faster ways to do this was to have a hunter with stats nearing the peak of rank C, and have them learn a rank B skill. I was struggling with myself this entire day while I was farming the dungeon on whether I would be able to let go of a rank B skill if it was something that fit well with my guidelines currently. Luckily, or unluckily, it was a skill on the far spectrum of berserker skills that also required a weapon, so it made the decision much easier. I also understood that it would become even easier for me to gain rank B skills, whether that was by staying here and diving into Soliel's castle daily to get 1 a day, or move towards an area that had a rank B dungeon for me to gain them even faster. So today, I'll be making someone a rank B hunter, and have them dive into the dungeon. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to pref/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free, read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
What are we doing? Right, next page. I'm gonna start it. Then I have to use the bathroom. We've only been recording for about 2 hours now. I'm gonna keep recording until we reach chapter 30. So, actually, probably about 40. We'll go to 40. But then I translate to English. It's already in English.
Of course, the person I was choosing to be the next rank B hunter in Outer Bank X was Rachel, the only person that ever showed a backbone among the hunters I met. She also unflinchingly questioned when she saw something wrong happening, and this was a type of naivety I could trust. She was shocked to receive the skill book and even more shocked when I told her that we'd be entering the dungeon as soon as they finished absorbing some ranks. I had so many of these piled up in the last 2 days that a few tens of millions could be made if I chose to sell them, and they should be more than enough to raise the attributes of these hunters to the peak of rank C. I took a few of the piles of curse out of my storage and had the hunters absorb them. They jumped at them after I gave the go-ahead and soon brought their attributes to 200. I watched the sun go lower and lower while waiting for them to finish. When they were done, I let them know that we would be diving into the dungeon right now for me to just confirm Rachel's capabilities against the boss of the dungeon. They could easily take care of the statues appearing in the rooms of the castle with the equipment and new skills they just obtained. Only the boss remained a mystery. The entire group was soon transferred into the familiar landscape that I had appeared in multiple times today. I led the way into the castle and told them all to conserve their energy for the boss fight, and let me do all the work on the preliminary monsters. After the 10th room, I could already tune out the sounds of amazement as these hunters watched me take down monsters that they would spend a few minutes on in a matter of seconds. I briefly stopped here for 20 minutes with the excuse of recovering my energy, as I didn't want to surprise them too much. I kept using Smite all the way through because of its multiple enemy targeting attribute that took care of the increasing number of statues quickly. I wasn't worried about them seeing me cast the rank C skill repeatedly, as higher-ranking hunters had enough reserves of energy to cast lower-ranking skills multiple times, and at most they would attribute it to some sort of inherent skill that increases my focus. Before we opened the door into the hall where the boss lay, I wasted another 20 minutes with the excuse of recovering my energy just in case something went wrong, and then we entered the boss room. Rachel and the rest of them had been talking up strategies on the way here as they had nothing better to do, and already had a plan that used their new skills the best. The recently buffed-up knights went forward with their huge shield as they blocked the 10 guards that the 2 mages then sniped with colorful lightning. Rachel went forward and stood against the boss, activating Enlightened Fervor, and releasing powerful blasts with every swing of her sword that kept the boss at bay. She was soon reinforced by the hunters that had taken down the guards. As the knights focused on blocking the boss while Rachel and the 2 mages continued to damage it. It very quickly roared and boulders began falling from the ceiling, and the mages were quickly covered by the knights while Rachel actually weaved through the falling stones and built up her power using Enlightened Fervor, releasing a strike that blasted the already damaged head of the Titan away. I was standing on the side watching everything, not even bothered when the boulders were falling as the moment they got in contact with my skin they were repelled away because of the defensive skills that were always activated. I clapped my hands as the team was cheering amongst each other, and gave the new rank B hunter a thumbs up. She rushed over and gave me a tight hug, thanking me for all my help and wishing me well for where I was going. I pushed the rest of them away when they continued giving their heartfelt thanks, and felt a load lifted off my chest. The city I had been living in all this time would continue to be well even after I left it. I wasn't overly attached or anything like that. I just didn't want the place I had grown familiar with to be wiped off by a dungeon break that could have easily been taken care of. With that out of the way, I parted ways with the hunters and I texted the contact number that was included in the file that I would be ready to head out for Star City tomorrow morning. A reply quickly came, "That's great. We'll have a ride ready for you at 10 a.m. Thank you for your service." With this, I was at the end of my road for Outer Bank X City. I was feeling nostalgic as I walked through the busy streets of downtown while watching the throngs of people move about. Some hunters were celebrating successful dungeon dives by getting drinks. Others were mourning the losses of their friends. Those that were unawakened had the same hopeful eyes as I did. Either they were too poor to buy a skill book to awaken, or they were working to save up enough money to do so. You also had the people that were waking up every day hoping to naturally awaken, and they would repeat this process for months. I reached the old dilapidated apartment complex that I was living in and grabbed anything else of value that remained in one of my storage rings. I bought another one because of their high utility and now wore 3 rings on my right hand. I looked at the dilapidated apartment as my emotions rose, and I decided to sleep here for the first time in a while. I didn't have any worries about my life as I always had my defensive skills active, and I doubt anyone in the city would be reckless enough to try something like that. It was a split-second decision made from emotions, but I felt like it was a good one. I went into the kitchen, placed some water in a pot, and put it on high heat as I watched it boil. I then opened one of the creaking cabinets and pulled out a cup of ramen noodles. Mixing the two together, I soon had that familiar smell of food I haven't tried in quite a while wafting in my nose. I didn't wait for it to cool as I took a forkful in my mouth, not feeling the usual scalding pain when I ate it too quickly and only feeling a trace of warmth. I thought back to every event this past week and the extreme change that had occurred from it. I still didn't know why I could do the things I do, but I would solve the mystery in time. The world had become a foreign place the moment dungeons, monsters, and hunters began appearing. Nobody thought such a thing would be possible in the past, neither did I think what happened to me to be remotely possible then. We adapted and survived. I looked out of my apartment into the dark streets outside as I swore to myself that I would continue to grow, and most definitely survive. Noah Osmont. Occupation. Vitality. 200 plus 40. Focus. Strength. 200 plus 60. Skills. F Fireball 100. F Heal 53. E Arctic Armor 100. D Flames of Torment 100. D Safeguard 38. D Danger Sense 100. D Rough Skin 44. D Fleeting 45. C Arcanist Sphere of Protection 100. C Camouflage 91. C Aura of Haste 88. C Explosive Rune 95. C Life Essence 89. C Increased Penetration 85. C Regeneration 38. C Whirlwind 54. C Smite 68. C Gracefulness 42. C Precision 42. C Adamant 42. C Sharpen 19. C War Cry 19. C Retaliation 19. C King's Rage 19. C Military Tactics 19. C Unpredictable 19. C Elemental Damage 19. B Giant Strength 43. B Stealth 17. Equipment. 3x Searing of Storage. C Fiery Boots. C Igneous Armor. C Fiery Helm. End of Volume 1. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next. Chapter 25 Star City. Morning of the next day. I was in the back of a black sedan watching cars rush by as we went down a long road. When we left the roads of Outer Bank X City, we had to pass the only checkpoint for those leaving the city. The checkpoint was near the entrance to an old bridge that was the only road leading towards inner cities. To the left and right of the checkpoint was an expanding wall that circled around the entire city. It was mostly hunters or highly influential people that were able to move around in the empire. The two titles were actually interchangeable as no influential person chose to not awaken. The driver pulled out sparkling military credentials to the hunter guard standing by, and we were soon driving away from the city. We went across the bridge when I looked back for the last time to see the city surrounded by a wall, not knowing if I would ever return. The scenery around us quickly changed to destroyed buildings and architectures as we saw guard posts every tens of miles down the road. I couldn't imagine the job of these people that stood in the barrens for days, only switching their shifts when someone else came to relieve them. The barrens were the empty and destroyed lands that nobody was living in. You would only find roaches or rats, or mutated animals that were hungry enough to attack anything there. The only people who took the post as guards along these long roads leading from cities were people that had nothing in life and were offered an olive branch from the government. They were contracted to work for them after they were given the resources to awaken, and had to follow the contract for a specified time. I felt sad thinking of the people that had no option but to resort to these kinds of work. We drove through the barrens with no complication, passing other cities surrounded by walls throughout the day. The road got cleaner and cleaner as we went further inland and we saw guard posts more frequently, eventually leaving behind the dystopian barrens and becoming exposed to a few green trees. The greenery kept on increasing as the hours passed, and we were soon nearing a huge walled-off city in the distance. This city had a slightly taller wall surrounding it with huge convoys of military trucks moving in and out. It was definitely much more bustling than the cities I've seen on the way here. We were able to get inside after the driver flashed his papers on the guard's face in an annoyed tone as the process was much more thorough this time around. The inside of the city was filled with lights. It had taken the entire day to get here, and after the time it took for us to bypass the gates, night had already arrived. I was able to see the city come to life with countless lights shining into the night. We had arrived at Star City. The streets were so clean with huge buildings pointing to the sky all around us. It was a stark contrast to the destroyed lands we had passed by this morning, as if we were in a completely different world. Masses of people that definitely had happier faces than those I have been used to move around busily. I watched the beauty of the city as if I was back to a time when no dungeons had appeared, as if I had traveled in time to the bustling metropolis I used to know. The scenery constantly changed as we moved further in. I had counted multiple blue monoliths so far, seeing a few rank F, E, and D dungeons based on their size. I was able to see blue monoliths similar in size to Soliel's castle, after we passed another checkpoint to go further into the city, counting more than 5 as time passed. The large city continued on as we passed through roads with hunters dressed in military outfits patrolling, arriving at a huge compound that had a sizable monolith with a light orange hue shimmering around it. This monolith was almost twice as big as a rank C monolith, its pressure coming down on me and taking my breath away. I got out of the car and breathed in the air of the city, feeling it to be much fresher than what I've been used to. The driver led the way as we entered the huge compound that was teeming with movement with a scan of his ID. The military compound had a variety of eye-catching buildings all around, with a ton of armored vehicles going in or out. We arrived at the tallest building and went inside. I found myself waiting for a few minutes while seated onto a very comfortable sofa before an imposing man came out. He had a long scar on his jawline with his tanned face glistening in the bright room. A powerful voice broke out from his smiling face. "Mr. Osmond, I was very glad you could make it." The rough voice rang out clearly as I observed the man in front of me, noticing him to be very different from the people I've come in contact with. I smiled back and said, "It's only right I come for something as important as this." The discussion went well after this as the man introduced himself. He was Vice Admiral Magner, earning my goodwill as the first thing he mentioned after his name was how he wanted to personally come to meet me as soon as I arrived. "Now, I know you must be tired from the trip, so formalities can wait until tomorrow. Commander Kyle will lead you to the resting area, where food and entertainment will be provided." The Vice Admiral finished his introduction and left as I began thinking about the words he had said. Entertainment? Commander Kyle led me away, and we walked to the living quarters, while I thought about how I planned to live in this city. The first thing on my mind was finding out exactly what major threat was quickly approaching, and the second was my capabilities to solo that huge dungeon monolith near this compound. I'm already assuming that the first time I'll dive in it, I'll be accompanied by a team, which is a safe way to play it as I currently have no idea about the increase in difficulty from rank C to B. After we finish the first dive, I'll make my decision then. We passed a few serious faces and I was given a smooth blue ID card that only had a golden letter B on it. Kyle mentioned that this card allowed access for a majority of the facilities in here, and also had access to the room in front of us. I thanked him for taking me around and he saluted and left. I scanned the key card and opened the door, expectant to see the living quarters of rank B hunters that the government provided. The room was slightly bigger than the large rooms in the pristine residency, boasting even more luxurious looks all around it. On the table were a wide array of foods and next to it was a huge bed, where a woman with a statuesque figure was flashing the brightest smile. Oh, visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.
His entertainment for the night was a woman. The fact that this was the first thing that was attempted tells you about the level of people. However, I will say, in apocalypse scenarios, people get horny. Like, people get real horny. But aside from that, we're gonna move on.
'26 The looming threat. So, last night was different to say the least, as I found myself getting some sleep later than usual. The food and everything else hit the spot, taking my mind off the many thoughts constantly clashing in my head. A hunter's stamina was nothing to laugh at. I went out of the room early in the morning to walk around the living quarters and observe the compound a bit more. Even though it was this early, there was already bustling activities with people and trucks moving about. I enjoyed the cool morning air and looked towards the huge monolith a distance away, itching to go towards it and give it a go, but I calmed myself down and walked back to the living quarters. Someone quickly called out my name. It was Commander Kyle, saying that the Vice Admiral was looking for me. I nodded at him to lead the way and found myself going into an office room that had an abundant amount of folders and papers lying around. I apologize for the mess, please have a seat. The imposing Vice Admiral has his usual air of confidence as I sat down opposite him. I didn't waste any time as I asked the thing that was heavily weighing on my mind. Magner paused for a second before pulling out a red folder and laying out multiple photos across the table. These are aerial pictures of the Barrens quite a distance away from the Empire. They were taken over a span of a few weeks. The pictures showed a terrifying sight of small dark dots that were uncountable, and large mass that could clearly be seen in the middle of it all. The large mass had a patterned obsidian shell that covered its entirety, only having a large head with pointed horns coming out in the front. The pictures gave me a shock because these things were probably even bigger than they appeared on there. The rest of the pictures showed a similar scene, making me prompt the general to continue as I didn't grasp everything yet. These pictures were taken at a different location each time. They are moving. The Vice Admiral had a cold expression as he looked at the pictures and said this. My mind was moving to keep up as I took all of this in and asked him, "How long do we have?" Magner looked at me with a difficult expression before saying, "That's the problem, we don't know. It could be in a few weeks or a month, but we cannot correctly track them because of their unpredictability." A few weeks? Possibly a month? Phew, I let out a relieved sigh as I heard and laughed out loud, startling the man before me. I looked towards him and said, "If it is a few weeks, then we have more than enough time to prepare." I knew myself and it was why I said this. Barely a week after I awakened, and I was already standing in a position to hear information that many people had no idea about. If I was given another week or two, I was confident in getting much stronger than where I am right now. The question is, what strength will be enough to contend with the huge beast and the things it was bringing this way? I asked the Vice Admiral whether they were confident in pushing these monsters back, and his reply was less than favorable. adopting a dark expression that contained a trace of anger. He spent the next 2 minutes ranting about how they were not fully prepared, but the people at the top were still hesitant to institute measures to prepare for what was coming. The cities in the outer periphery of the empire had to start the process of migrating soon, or the military needed to increase and institute its main defenses past those cities and prepare for the fight that was coming. Otherwise, a tremendous amount of people would be sacrificed for nothing. I listened to this as my mind went back to all the cities I passed when coming here, and one of the cities at the outermost of the empire, Outer Bank X. My gaze turned cold when I looked back at the Vice Admiral. He saw my eyes and then said, "I've already rallied the relevant people though. Even though there is still some pushback, we have already begun the process of moving supplies and equipment to the front lines of defense in the outer perimeters." He continued when he saw my gaze calming down. "While this will be an ongoing process to fortify our defenses on the border, we also need hunters to lend their help in diving into dungeons and bringing out as many resources as possible. Items, skill books, they will all go towards the awakened soldiers that will be giving up their lives to fight on the front line." He finished with a sad expression as he mentioned the people that would be the first line of contact between us and monsters. I thought about all this and asked how they were doing things currently. "We have 3 teams of 6 rank B hunters alternating like clockwork to clear the rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp. The 3 teams are able to clear the dungeon 3 times a day and have a rest period in between, with other similar teams acting the same manner in nearby cities, but we don't know if it'll be enough." He looked at me as he said the next words. "That's where people like you come in. I haven't met any rank B hunters that have been able to dive alone into a rank C dungeon repeatedly, so your power should be among the highest. I would love your cooperation to hasten this process with one of the teams we have clearing Mangrove Swamp." He said these words carefully while watching my face. I thought over everything and the amount of time we possibly had before nodding my head. "When is the next team diving?" A relieved expression appeared on his face as he told me the next team was going in within an hour. We then discussed how the resources were split up between the hunter teams diving in Mangrove Swamp. The military would pay handsomely for all the items and skills they received while providing for all their needs. If you became a hunter enlisted in the military, you would be given a rank with even more benefits. I thought about everything and decided to go with the plan of seeing the Mangrove Swamp. While diving with the team, I would decide how to move forward from there. The talk with the Vice Admiral finished on a happy note, with him leading me to personally meet the rank B hunting squad I would be joining today. Half the group had already gotten together, and I got the chance to meet the first genuine rank B hunters. Their mannerisms were a notch above other hunters and their bodies seemed packed with power that could explode at any moment. These were rank B hunters that could bring their attributes all the way to 250. When paired up with corresponding skills, it was a deadly force to behold. The first 3 that I met were 2 berserkers, one holding a broadsword that was just as tall as him, and the other holding long blades on either side of him. The third one was a short woman that was about 4 feet 1 inch in height, and she was surprisingly the knight of the team. The power emanating from her in no way matched her stature as a huge tower shield larger than her was strapped to her back. I got acquainted with the 3 while the rest of the team came in. They were all relatively polite with a mild interest in their eyes when we were talking, with the only one different being the short woman who went by the name Lana Stone. She was staring at me with eyes that blazed with fire as she showed much more interest than the others. The remaining team members were 2 mages, a man and a woman dressed in long purple robes with long staffs sparkling with ice elements. The last one was another knight, this one with a round golden shield covering half of his body and a flail on his other hand. More introductions followed and the 6 usual rank B hunters that were about to dive into the Mangrove Swamp were joined by me. Morning everyone, here's today's chapter Nervous Face. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous.
So far, no opinion on the new members. We just met them, so I haven't really gotten to say anything. General seems like a very normal dude, and I do like the fact that they didn't go into any details about the nighttime activity. Just that he did some nighttime activity. And apparently, stamina for days. So, yeah. However, we're going to go on to the next chapter, and we're going to keep going. Yeah, we've barely been at it for 2 hours, so we're already almost at 30
I didn't
here.
like the mangrove swamp. The instant we were transferred in, we appeared in the middle of muddy ground where I could feel my feet sink in a couple of inches. All around us were huge mangrove trees that shot to the sky. The smell was horrendous. From the information the hunters gave me before we came, this land where we were transferred to was the innermost small patch of land surrounded by a muddy swamp. Our enemies would be coming all around us from the innermost ring of the swamp. The swamp was special as it had multiple rings. The first wave of enemies we would be facing would all be from the first ring, and the moment all those enemies were killed, a barrier between the innermost ring and the second wider ring would dissipate. The moment that barrier dissipated, all the monsters from the second ring would rush towards you. There were 5 rings in the entire swamp, with the 5th ring releasing the boss. This really was a killer dungeon. I didn't like the sticky and hard-to-move environment, but my mind couldn't
Sir,
help
what
but
are you
think of the
doing in here?
possibilities of this dungeon with my abilities. To prevent the complete wipeout of the hunting squads, the hunters designated one of the monsters they faced with the title of Princess. They could kill all other monsters besides this princess. She had to be protected at all cost. Otherwise, the moment she dies, the second barrier will break and more enemies will rush in before they could catch their breath. I understood their entire system and soon began to feel the earth trembling beneath my feet. Humongous monsters were coming. The first one entering my eyes was a 4-meter large alligator, its huge jaws wide open as it lunged at our group. I instantly cast Flames of Torment and flung the thick pillar of flames forward as if it were a spear heading directly into the open jaws. SSS. Sounds of meat being burnt rang out, with a burnt smell right after as the inside of the alligator was destroyed by the rotating pillar of flames. I was thankful that this rank D skill had reached 100 proficiency and continued to be enhanced by support skills that allowed it to take down rank B monsters. Haha, good work, newbie. The short tank, Lana Stone, was holding the tower shield twice. Her size shouted as she and the rest of the group members moved to block and attack the other incoming alligators. I'll hold on to the princess. The other tank with a flail and golden shield said as his body glowed blue and withstood the charges of other alligators. The berserker with the broadsword held his sword now enveloped with flames and swiped at the neck of another one, making a clean cut as if there was no resistance from their scaly armor. The other berserker with 2 swords struck out and unleashed a huge cross-shaped sword light that went forward to butcher another set of alligators. The 2 mages weren't lagging behind as they had already cast their spells. The area in front of them quickly became icy and froze all the incoming alligators, which is when the berserkers came in and shattered them with a swing of their swords. The mages then pulled back behind Lana before continuing to cast other spells. I liked their teamwork and began moving seriously myself. 10 golden swords appeared in the air and rushed down to each of the remaining alligators besides the princess, piercing their hard dry scales and nailing them to the ground. I did this repeatedly a few times, taking down tens of alligators before the hunting squad looked at me in surprise after witnessing the enhanced power of Smite, and shouted words of encouragement soon after as they went to reinforce the knight with the golden shield and holding off the princess. Newbie, I knew I felt something special from you. Don't hold back, Lana said as she went to help hold off the one remaining alligator, her small body powerfully moving the large tower shield as if it was weightless. The 2 knights rotated on holding off the princess, until 10 minutes passed when everybody had regained most of their energy. A sword bathed in flames ended its life. A sound was heard as if a bubble had popped, before even more tremors could be heard as more alligators rushed in. The squad members always stayed in a tight-knit formation throughout, with the mages and I in the middle, the knights and berserkers on the outside. Even while being swarmed by tens of alligators, they held them off successfully. I was casting Smite after about every minute thereafter, cleaning off a majority of the alligators without completely overpowering everything and making the short teeth throw me even more fiery gazes. The chosen princess of this round was kept alive for 20 minutes before everyone was good to go once more. We repeated this process until the third and fourth barrier was released, the thrill getting to me as I watched these powerful rank B hunters throw out skills in similar power to mine. The release of the fourth barrier was only done after a princess had been held down for half an hour, the hunter squad regaining their strength at their peak before all of their gazes focused on the male mage. They seemed to come to an understanding as they nodded their heads and told me to not go away from them under any circumstances while we began clearing this next wave. I nodded curiously as I waited to see what surprise they were going to pull off as I watched more than 100 huge alligators desperately clawing their way towards us. The mage held his staff forward as he was protected in a circle and aimed it toward the incoming monsters. 30 seconds passed with nothing happening, and then the heat began to rapidly rise all around us. I was shocked as I looked up and saw balls of thick magma raining from the sky and barreling down to the large groups of alligators making their way here. Boom! Sounds like bombs were constantly going off could be heard whenever the large balls of magma fell down and burned everything around it, turning any that were near into mincemeat. More than half of the alligators were wiped out with this one attack. My eyes shined as I looked at the heavily panting mage that had fallen to the ground. That type of skill. I wanted one. My heart was pounding as I replayed the scene of the raining magma balls from before. This skill, I really did want one badly. If I could grab a skill like this with my abilities, I was imagining how I could easily clear out large groups of monsters in seconds. I was daydreaming too much as someone had to scream to get my attention back to the monsters. Come on, newbie. Don't lay there gaping and let's take care of the remaining beasts. The miniature tank was laughing crazily as she went forward to block the remaining wave that had reached us. I clicked my tongue while bringing back my focus and cast Smite once more. I shaved off a majority of the remaining crocodiles by casting the 10 golden blades every 30 seconds. With the two berserkers butchering with their swords, only a princess soon remained. The moment this remaining alligator was killed, an unimaginably large titan would be coming for us. I was curious to see how they usually handled this boss if their mage chose to cast such a powerful skill just before to avoid being surrounded by hundreds of alligators. Which hunter would come out with another surprise now? Hi everyone, extra chap surprise after this one, because I was able to put in more time yesterday.
I like the team's cohesion. They work real well together. And I don't remember if the crazy shield maiden becomes like a friend. I really don't. But so far, I like it. It's good.
I was expectantly waiting for another surprise from these genuine rank B hunters. One showed an extremely powerful skill that took out tens of rank B monsters in a blink, although it seemed to be at the cost of her entire mana reserves. The knights continued to solidly defend, even when they had tens of monsters surrounding them, never letting a single one pass through to their squad members. I wouldn't be waiting long to see the boss as half an hour quickly passed and the last princess was killed. I waited to hear the furious tremors of a huge titan rushing through the swamp, but instead just felt the entire swamp shake once with everything going silent after. It then shook once more a few seconds after. These were just its steps? I was shocked while feeling the tremors that traveled through the murky waters. The titan was slowly making its way towards us in unhurried steps. This was something that would instill fear into the hearts of hunters, but looking at these veterans that had dived into this dungeon multiple times before, they had determined expressions while waiting for the boss. The berserker holding the huge broadsword spoke to me. Continue casting your golden blades to disrupt its attention when the fight starts. If you can aim them at its eyes, it'll reduce its combat power even if it can still sense us. I nodded and prepared to face off against the huge beast on the horizon. It felt like a big mountain was gradually coming closer as the beast neared. Its scales shining a dark green color, with its eyes shining a terrifying light. It looked at us a distance away as its humongous jaws opened and an unnatural sound came out. Oh! The sound was grating to the ears as the huge alligator's mouth now showed rows and rows of glistening sharp teeth. Its upper jaw was much wider than the lower one, causing its teeth to be completely hidden when its jaws were snapped shut. But now that it was open, the sight was horrible to behold. The man with the flaming sword continued with his directions spread out. Knights, keep it busy and don't get eaten. The two knights nodded as this wasn't the first time, and they took their positions to the left and right of the alligator. The flames on the sword the berserker was holding began to dance wildly before they exploded and went to cover the entire body of the hunter. I was startled at this type of skill as the man in front of me had his body wreathed in flames. A howl escaped from him as he rushed forward to meet the titan head-on. There was a blinding expanse of light as the berserker was flung back right away, looking like a huge fireball. 10 golden blades had quickly appeared and half of them went towards each eye in a straight line. A pained sound rang out as the eyes of the humongous alligator were ruptured with pus leaking out. The berserker with dual blades took this chance to release 2 large sword lights that smacked onto the right side of the alligator, heavily injuring it. It didn't sit still as it turned to the side, and the next thing we knew, a scaly tail twice our size was shining in green light as it whizzed its way towards us. The two knights shouted as their bodies glowed and transparent shields of light appeared in front both of them when the tail struck. Boom! The land shook from the impact, but knights stood their ground and the strike was stopped. Continuing with the momentum, a flaming berserker rushed in once more, spinning in the air as he constantly released fire blades that struck down on the head of the alligator. I cast Smite once again and had the 10 blades aimed towards its open jaws when it was howling in pain, rupturing the softer skin inside. The remaining mage that was silent all this time finally acted. Her glimmering staff pointed forward as an icicle the size of a car came down and pierced the already mangled head of the titan, cutting short its screams as blood and brain matter splattered all around. My blood was boiling as I watched all of these fantastical skills, and couldn't wait to start amassing higher ranked skills of my own. I looked at the corpse of the disfigured titan and promised myself to run this dungeon at least tens of times in the coming days to see what rank B skills would pop out, and of course the rare chance of a rank A skill dropping. The hunting squad members were cheering at the finished raid as a green crystal appeared. Lana came towards me and said, "Not bad, newbie. Those blades of yours allowed us to finish our raid in record time. Our profits are about to increase." The rest of the members laughed as they gathered together and checked to see if anybody was injured. The mage that had cast the amazing-looking skill where magma balls fell from the sky was up on his feet again as they collected the loot and prepared to leave the dungeon. I looked around me at the multitude of alligator corpses, and the even larger one by the side. I knew I could clear this dungeon if I came in alone, but it would take me a lot of time to take down hundreds of alligators in this huge beast, and I loved clearing dungeons as quickly as possible. My highest ranking offensive skill was C, and I felt like I needed a high damage rank B skill similar to these hunters for an even smoother boss run. The face of a chiseled man popped in my head as I thought about what to do next. After the curse and an item that dropped were collected, we placed our hands on the green crystal and were transferred to the outside world once more. Officers that were standing guard near the monolith were surprised and checked their watches when we came out. The dungeon was completed in under 3 hours this time around because of my addition. I took down the contact information of the rank B hunters as they invited me to go with them to celebrate. I thought about it as I recalled I hadn't really associated myself in any social settings for quite a while. Maybe this would be something good to do. The dungeon wasn't going anywhere, and a few hours of new places wouldn't hurt. I told them I'd catch up with them as I already planned to do something else at the moment and went towards the office of the Vice Admiral. Bypassing the many security points, I came back to the office filled with stacks of paper once again. Magna looked at an antique clock on the wall before smiling at me and saying, "Everything went well, I presume?" "Very, and I would love to continue to help, but I'm going to need a favor from you first." The man's eyes perked up as he listened to my words. This time around, I wanted to look through the offensive rank B skills in the hands of the military that I could learn to make my run of the dungeon even smoother. Even if I was good enough to beat it now, being even more prepared was not an issue. I could have jumped into the dungeon and spent some time clearing it for rank B skills, But the drops were random, so I would never know how long I'd be diving before a skill that I actually wanted to use drops. The lower ranking skills were also quickly losing their effectiveness, as the rank F fireball would not dent the scales of rank B monsters and wasn't used even once the entire dungeon dive. Just a single rank B skill? I can make something like that happen. Let me call someone in. I nodded at him and waited by the side. A minute later, a woman dressed in business wear came into the room and greeted the vice admiral. Boss, here's the document you wanted. Magner nodded at her as he grabbed the thick book and handed it to me. This is the inventory of all rank B skills that haven't been distributed yet. Let us know which one fits your taste and we'll take it out of storage for you. Magner looked at the hunter in front of him that was intently looking through the inventory of skill books and smiled at the achievement of recruiting another excellent hunter. Seeing how he almost have the dungeon run, his help would continue to bring in even more resources in the weeks to come. He just hoped this hunter's addition along with everything else they were trying to do would bolster their strength enough to stand against what was coming. What they really needed were more of the peak rank A hunters, but they couldn't be cultivated as quickly. He was also looking favorably at the hunter in front of him as another candidate, as his power had skyrocketed just in the past week. Maybe there were still more surprises from him. Thank you guys once again for your continued support, Nervous Face. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter. The book held a list of many more skills than I expected, making me spend some time deciding my first rank B offensive skill. A disastrous skill caught my eye with its high damage potential, and the fact that it would match extremely well with the mangrove swamp, as huge clusters of alligators that would swarm towards me once I went in alone. I let the Vice Admiral know of my selection and spent a few minutes talking while the assistant went out, coming back 10 minutes later with a suitcase that held a thick book. I received the suitcase and absorbed the skill, Miniature Tornado. For 10 seconds, unleash a rotating column of sharp winds that follow your commands. The skill appeared in my panel without an issue, and I was looking forward to spamming as much of it as I could when hundreds of alligators swarmed me from all sides. I gave my thanks to the Vice Admiral and stepped out of the office. The short tank, Lana Stone, had already sent an address on my phone of where I should be joining them. I'll indulge myself in this bit of socializing before going back to my lone ways of decimating dungeons. I got out of the military sector and got a ride towards the location. The streets of Star City were packed with energy and people, making me rethink whether half the land had really been turned into a desolate wasteland, and people were still fighting for their lives. This being one of the core defense cities of the Empire, there were very few incidents of monsters causing deaths and destruction once things stabilized. The unawakened people thus looked up to the hunters that were diving into dungeons to protect them every day and aspired to be like them. The car neared a grand structure that could be seen from anywhere in the city. It took my breath away as I remembered seeing videos of structures like these that were in multiple inner cities across the Empire. The excited faces of people rushing in through the huge double doors and the shouts and screams could already be heard from here. This was the place where hunters fought and competed for fun. This was the Colosseum. I shot a text to Lana that I was here, and someone approached me a few minutes after to lead me past the lines of people. Booming sounds of boos and cheers were already resounding throughout the huge building as we went in and neared spaces with fewer people. The Colosseum was built similar to those in ancient cultures, a huge oval amphitheater with thousands of seats. The hunting squad had a huge space all to themselves close to the arena floor in the middle where there were already hunters fighting. I joined them and watched the ongoing match, which seemed to be between two rank C hunters. The fights were brutal, as the bloodier they were the more cheers the crowd gave. Drinks and food were already brought in and we began talking when the short tank turned to me and screamed in my ears over the loud cheering. We might be lucky enough to see an amazing show in a few minutes. Apparently Lightning Hand is bored enough once again, and is announcing a competition soon. I listened to her words as I recalled who Lightning Hand was. This was one of the few known rank A hunters of the Empire. I didn't realize he was in Star City. What was someone strong like him about to do? The fight between the two rank C hunters was gradually coming to a close as the mage ran out of mana, and was now being beaten to a pulp by the berserker. The crowd was screaming like they were possessed as a ringing sound was heard and the fight was finished. The cheers reached an even higher pitch when the match was done and a burly man with his body crackling with lightning appeared on the 4 huge screens in the middle of the Colosseum. He was standing in a section close to us surrounded by pretty women when he grabbed a mic and his booming voice could be heard throughout. "Hello, citizens of Star City." The strong voice rang out like a clap of lightning and the cheers from the spectators reached a fevered pitch. "We're in for a great show today, as I will be putting forth a prize that no hunter can say no to." Lightning Hand rose his hand in the air as a thick book appeared between his fingers. "This, my dear citizens, is the Rankus skill book, Flight." The crowd went silent for a second before even louder cheers resounded. My mind received a shock as I looked up at the man on the screen and the glistening skill book he was holding. The hunting squad members got up from their seats as serious expressions rose on their faces. The man whose body had tendrils of lightning dancing on it continued, "For today only, in the next 30 minutes, the winner of a free-for-all fight will get to take this bad boy home." The loud screams continued to increase as hunters from all over the stadiums rose up with greedy faces. This was a Rankus skill, something that rarely dropped in Rank B dungeons, and only ever came out from the dungeons that very few hunters could delve in. This was the dream of many hunters. Even I was expectant to get my hands on something like this. Flight, something that literally allowed you to, well, fly. Now, for all the hunters that want to participate, jump into the ring. The moment his words finished, multiple hunters began jumping from their seats onto the huge circular arena at the center of the Colosseum. Hunters were greedy for skills but were smart enough not to lose their lives. Most of the ones that jumped in were Rank C hunters and a few Rank BS. The members of the hunting squad looked at each other before the short tank said, "Haha. Let's put our restrictions aside and see which person is lucky enough to get this pie falling from the sky." The rest of them nodded at this and also jumped down to join the hunters on the ground. I looked at the outpouring of hunters that were filling the arena and rose up myself. It was already half filled with dense numbers of hunters that were putting their lives on the line. I looked at this and jumped down myself with a sigh. I really couldn't sit out on something like this. Rankus skills were so rare that getting another skill like this would be near impossible unless you farmed the high-ranking dungeon tens or hundreds of times. Even now I was questioning why this Ranka hunter was giving it away on a whim. He continued talking as the hunters continued to fill into the arena. "The rules for the free-for-all are simple. The last man standing wins." The crowd had gone crazy as the build-up to the fight continued, with people standing up hysterically shouting as if they were the ones getting the prize. A few minutes passed by with no other hunters jumping into the ring. Lightning Hand looked around the densely packed arena and raised his arm. Quietness ensued in the huge Colosseum before he brought it down and shouted, "Start!" Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel-free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
I just realized I have not fixed the sign. I'm gonna do that right now. You're on day 8. We'll get there. Effing chat. Sorry. Alright, there we go. Next chapter.
Chapter 30, Free for All. The arena was filled with screams as soon as the fight started, with explosions of skills bouncing from all around. The Rank C hunters were taking each other out without a question, their eyes filled with greed. The lower-ranked hunters here were those whose greed had surpassed their common sense, as the sane ones stayed on their seats to keep on watching the moment they realized the people competing for this would mostly be Rank B. I watched the scene of chaos unfolding in front of me as I smiled and activated both stealth and camouflage. I disappeared from the sights of all the hunters and watched the scene while fully protected with multiple defensive skills that brushed off any spell that accidentally came my way. The audience was screaming in a frenzy as they watched the bloody fight below, calling for more blood anytime someone fell. Rank B hunters gradually began to move in full force, devastating skills beginning to fly out. The squad I had dived into mangrove swamp with were all far apart fighting their own battles, but one of the mages was already knocked out cold. At the center of attention was a hunter holding 2 round shields with his body bathed in golden light. This knight pushed back all attacks and hunters that neared him with explosive blasts of white light the moment they neared. Multiple hunters were falling just from him alone. Opposite on the other side was a woman holding a bow that was shooting flaming arrows and heavily wounding the hunters that were struck. I
Oh,
watched all of this while evading any hunters rushing about and absorbing the stray attacks without the notice from any hunters. The bloody fight continued until most of the rank C hunters were knocked out, leaving 9 rank B hunters on the floor of the arena intently staring at each other. Ah! One of them couldn't hold on any longer and let out a battle cry while rushing to another hunter nearest to him. Another brawl ensued, with the hunter holding the 2 round shields continuing to push away any skills and attack with explosive blasts of white light. From the hunting squad I knew, only the berserker with the flaming sword continued, his entire body wreathed in flames once more as he took on 2 other hunters by himself. The rest of the team members were knocked out cold or sitting out injured. I found a relatively far place in the arena away from the fight that had a ton of rank C hunters either knocked out or struggling painfully, and sat down while continuing to observe the fight. My aim was to do very little work and defeat the last hunter standing that should be exhausted to obtain this rank as skill easily. The hard fight continued as it came down to 2 hunters facing off in the arena. The hunter bathed in a golden light that was holding 2 shields and the hunter with a bow that shot scalding hot flames. Their standoff was building up the anticipation among the audience as the cheers continued. I was looking forward to doing very little work and win when I felt the air change. Instead of heading towards each other, 2 hunters turned towards my location at the same time. Well, shit. I stood up and got ready for the fight early as it seemed the hunters saw through my stealth and camouflage. Did they have a skill that helped in detection or something else? Oh well, it doesn't matter anyway. A bright smile bloomed on my face as I watched the woman draw her bow and shoot multiple flaming arrows towards me, and the shining knight rushed forward. I would at least get a chance to test the destructive force of the newly gained skill against 2 rank B hunters that seemed to be standing at the peak of this rank. Miniature Tornado was cast for the first time. A swirling mass of sharp winds appeared in front of me that dispersed the flame arrows that were rushing towards me and pushed back the glowing knight. I felt the winds move my dark hair around as I commanded the skill to go towards the nearest hunter. The body of the glowing knight expanded? Wow, his body actually expanded as the blinding light shooting out of him increased, withstanding the heavy and sharp winds until the skill faded a few seconds after as it had a 10-second duration. His body came back to normal size while he was roughly breathing, seeming proud of being able to withstand the attack. I gave a light laugh as I shook my head and cast another miniature tornado. The knight's face turned ashen as he saw another coming right at him and used the 2 shields to try and withstand the rotating winds to no avail, being blown away with cuts all over his body a second after. The remaining hunter on the field that was shooting arrows had moved a further distance away from me while continuing to shoot. I wouldn't let her have her way as I used Whirlwind to close the distance and cast another miniature tornado at her position. The rapidly rotating wind swiped the hunter off her feet, inflicting heavy damage on the armor and skin beneath it, the force ultimately blasting her onto the walls of the arena. Silence followed after as I stood in a field of hunters that were either knocked out or crying painfully, with a few missing some limbs. Wow! The crowd's cries reached another decibel higher as they saw the end of the fight, and the booming voice of the ranker hunter could be heard. Haha, good, good, good. The man repeated the same words 3 times before he leaped up from the area he was in and fell down towards the arena like a strike of lightning. He looked me up and down and laughed once more before pulling out a glistening book from his storage ring. Calm yet careful, smart, and also powerful. Haha, this skill book isn't wasted on you. It was supposed to go to the rank B hunter with the highest achievements in the city, but I'm impulsive and I believe in opportunity and luck. This is your fortune. The skill book was carried by a thin layer of sparkling electricity and drifted towards me. I was marveling at the skills of a rank A hunter, while looking at this monster of a man in front of me. His body seemed like a volcano ready to erupt and smash anything standing on its way. I knew I wasn't ready to face someone like this yet. My attributes had only just broke through to rank B because of some support skills, and I needed to put in a lot more work if I wanted to catch up to people at this stage before everything crumbled. Thank you for the opportunity. I grabbed the skill book, absorbing it right then and there without wasting a single second as I thanked the man surrounded by lightning. Use it wisely and try to reach for higher places. He nodded as his body lifted off the ground effortlessly, leaving behind a few words before shooting up the skies and being gone in a flash of light. I could barely follow the speed of that lightning as it went away, making me even more excited to go back to my lone ways of dungeon diving and quickly gain that level of strength. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to press / next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free read books online and free.
So, new guy enters the fray. This, lightning fist, or whatever he's called. Off the cuff, he seems a little arrogant, but he is an A rank hunter, so kind of goes with the territory. And I kind of like him a little bit because of that. It's like, yeah, fuck what they wanted me to do. Whoever wins gets this piece of shit. Yeah. There you go. Let the chaos reign.
Chapter 31. Gradually moving forward. I watched the flash of lightning disappear on the horizon and went around the arena to look for the hunting squad members. Some were knocked out cold, but they all had only minor injuries. With the strength of a rank B hunter, wounds like that would heal after a long night's sleep or a few healing spells. The crowd was calming down as the defeated hunters got up and left the arena. I said my goodbyes to the hunters that were already up and moving and left, all my attention on getting stronger by farming dungeons until the strength of rank A wasn't far away from me. I passed by the overcrowded exit with people rushing about and walked out of the Colosseum, making my way back to the military complex. After passing through all the checkpoints, I didn't go back to the living quarters and went straight toward the mangrove swamp. Strength was respected in this city. I didn't plan on hiding in the shadows for too long. I'll show them a glimpse of what I can do, while still hiding a major part of my strength to account for any unknowns. Because of the incoming threats of beasts though, there would be no use hiding my strength as it would gradually be shown in time. I thought about turning on stealth and disappearing from everyone's eyes when I first entered the dungeon alone, but decided otherwise. Unless a peak rank B hunter similar to the ones I found in the Colosseum coincidentally happened to pass by when I activated the skill, I should be able to control the information of how frequently I enter this dungeon by choosing when to turn stealth on and off to be purposefully seen. I will go in the first time without hiding, and turn on stealth when I inevitably beat the dungeon in record time. I'll keep myself hidden during these times so that my impossible clear time will be kept under wraps. I showed my ID to the confused guards patrolling around the dungeon as they watched me with increasingly shocked expressions go towards the dungeon and disappear from their sight. What? He went in by himself. Magner abruptly stood up while listening to the report that just came in. The gears in his mind were turning as he asked himself if he had struck gold with this hunter while seeing this show of confidence, or if he had miscalculated entirely and wasted some resources. His impassive look came back to his face as he thought, only time will tell. At another location in one of the luxurious hotels in Star City, a man was fuming from a phone call he just received. He was a veteran rank B hunter that was halfway through becoming rank A. He was already holding 2 rank A skills, and needed just one more to fully be considered a legitimate ranker that could dive into the highest dungeons known. A book that had dropped recently, and was in the possession of Lightning Hand, was supposed to go to the next rank B hunter on a list. His name was at the top of that list, yet Lightning Hand had played around with the book, and gifted it to some random rank B by making up a competition in the middle of the day. He couldn't even look at the direction of the rank A hunter that recklessly gave the skill away, but he could definitely go after that rank B hunter who received it. He thought of this as he pulled out his phone to dial another number. In the unfortunate event that the hunter dies, he will still get his hands on that rank A skill. I appeared on that same patch of land surrounded by murky green waters all around me. The rushing of alligators could already be felt the moment I entered. This time around, there would not be any games of keeping one alive to rest or relax. I let out a cheeky smile as I prepared to get started. This will be a constant and relentless fight all the way through without a second wasted. The first order of business was checking out flight. My body slowly began lifting off the ground when the skill was activated, following my thoughts while slowly rising. If I thought about moving up, I moved up. Any direction I wanted, and I could do it in a heartbeat. I hovered a few meters in the air and enjoyed the feeling when the alligators reached the small patch of land and jumped up with their wide jaws open. I looked at these fumbling alligators below me and decided to get started. This time around, I won't be stopping. I'll bulldoze through everything with as much power as I can without worrying too much. I didn't even start off like usual by casting the skills gradually while watching these monsters die. A miniature tornado appeared at the center of the alligators, and then another two appeared to their left and right, and they kept on increasing. The rotating forces of the miniature tornado shredded the hard scales of the alligators as if they were paper and turned them to mincemeat, very quickly turning the scene below into a mixture of blood and gore. The first barrier was released and more alligators were rushing where I was, but I would not wait for them. I commanded my body to fly forward, testing the speed of the skill for the first time. The result? Fast. How fast I didn't know, as I didn't even know how to measure myself, but I was able to get to the point where the first barrier disappeared in a few seconds just as the new alligators were rushing in. If I could put it into words, then just as fast as a car speeding down a highway, if not faster. Miniature tornado was cast once again, as multiple swirling vortexes appeared and shredded everything on sight. The next minutes passed like this, with me flying around the mangrove swamp, casting miniature tornado on every beast that I saw. It wasn't long before the last barrier was broken and the huge slumbering titan rose up. What met it were constantly replenishing miniature tornado, where a new one would appear the moment one disappeared. Roar! The large rank B beast that required multiple rank B hunters to hunt. It could put up no defenses or cast any skills on the face of multiple and never-ending disastrous tornadoes, quickly letting out a roar before dying. I breathed out loudly as I controlled my breathing to calm down. This was how I would start to do things from now on. I won't care too much about the thoughts of others and their reactions, not if I continue with such rapid progress. This whole dungeon took me, 30 minutes or slightly more. I wouldn't let it go this time around. I had already been collecting the rank because as the monsters fell, and I did the same when the huge titan was shredded and dropped more of them in a rank B skill book. I recalled how Soliel's castle had a chance to drop a higher rank skill even though it was a rank C dungeon, and wondered how many times I had to complete the rank B dungeon Mangrove Swamp before a rank A skill book dropped. My eyes shined with excitement as I looked forward to this while I stayed in the air and absorbed the rank B cores right away. The skill book drop this time around was Curse of Slowness, a curse type skill I haven't come across before that majorly slowed down the speed of the enemy it hit. I didn't know when I would use this, but I absorbed it anyway. I would take in all that I can and think later. As soon as the cores dropped in the dungeon were absorbed, I reached out to the green crystal that had risen and was transferred outside the monolith with stealth still active. The cores from one dungeon run were nowhere enough to have me reach the peak of rank B vitality and strength attribute without diving a few times, even if I was doing it solo. The higher you rose, the more cores of equivalent rank you needed to raise your attributes. The focus cores that weren't useful to me would all be sold later. I went towards one of the square doors of the monolith as I disappeared inside once again. This time, I will continue to dive into this dungeon, even after the sun sets. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly.
Now, I don't know why he isn't casting multiple Romans, but I'm guessing it has like a cooldown where you can't activate it while another one is active. But if you can just continually spam Like, just continually cast it while another one's active. Do that. Just 500 tornadoes destroying the world. Right? Oh, right. I forgot to start the story.
Chapter 32: A Challenge. My dungeon diving that was filled with vigor continued for the next few hours. On the 10th dungeon run, I had maxed out my vitality and strength attributes by absorbing all of the cores that dropped, bringing me to the peak of rank B. I only dived 3 more times after that before calling it a night. I was lucky enough to receive an item or skill book on every single one of those 13 runs, with all of them being rank B. Even though everything randomly dropped, I was able to pick up one defensive skill similar to Arcanist's Sphere of Protection that was called Golden Halo, which when cast would form a halo of light around my body that rejected any attacks directed at it. One was an offensive mage skill called Doom Bolt, which called forth a dark red lightning bolt that had even higher damage than Miniature Tornado, as it could stun the Titan of Mangrove Swamp with one hit. The only downside was that it was a single target skill. There were 3 skills that required specific weapons to be cast, so they would be left out to be exchanged later. And the remaining 5 skills were support skills that buffed me in all sorts of ways. Lightfoot and Windride both collectively increased my speed by 100%, increasing how quickly I moved and flew to an insane degree. Rigorous increased the effects of all defensive skills by 50%, and Shadow Veil was another skill similar to Stealth and Camouflage that I was confident once I had this activated, only rank A hunters would have a chance of noticing me. The last skill that came out in these first 13 runs, Wild Heart, was my favorite as it increased the damage all my skills dealt by 50%, continuing to make the damage of my skills even deadlier and causing rank D skills to still be somewhat usable even at this point. Not a single rank A skill was in sight even after these 13 dives, disappointing me but also making me even more expectant for when one actually drops. There were 3 items that dropped along with the skills, 2 of them being Scale Armor and Fang Sword. Scale Armor was a rank B item that had vastly better defenses than the rank C Igneous Armor, so I changed those right away. Noah Osmont. Occupation Hunter. Vitality 250 plus 40. Focus.
I want to put a little note here that at this time, they start like shrinking the categories because he's got so many skills, which is fine. That is fine. But we also don't get all of his skills. Like, we don't know what some of these skills do. Which is, it's whatever. But I would I would love to have that information. I don't know how many more defense skills I'm missing. And we got our first real defense stat, which is defense plus 50%. I know there was another one that had another 50% increase to defense skills. So I'm going to put that one down too. It wasn't just solely defense, though. It was defense and something else. So, we currently have defense plus 100%. Whatever that defense value is, plus 100%. And we have a movement skill, like a real movement skill of flight. Just think about that. I can get above you and just throw shit down at you until you die. How you feel about that? That's the bullshit. Yes, it is. I'm going to continue, but we don't.
Focus. Strength. 250.
I'm going to skip
My
ahead a
panel
little
looked
bit.
vastly different from a few days ago, and something I hadn't focused on caught my eye. Without my knowledge, my strength attribute had already exceeded the common standard of rank A. The curse dropping from rank A dungeons could bring your attributes all the way to 300. Because I always kept a few skills that added attributes active, I gained a bonus that most people have temporarily and made it permanent. Because of this, my vitality attribute already neared the 300 cap in strength. Already passed it with 310 even before I absorbed any rank A. Just the thought of this was thrilling, as I was already catching up to the rank A hunters, even if I barely had any rank A skills and items. The disappointment of not gaining any rank A skills from the first day of rushing through the dungeon lifted as I felt the increased force and strength of my body. I transferred out of the dungeon for the third time today while not hidden, and received a standing ovation from soldiers that had begun gathering the moment I cleared it alone and came out 2 hours later. It was a big deal to the army, as these were things only those standing as rank A hunters could attempt, and they had just effectively sided with such a person. Vice Admiral Magner came out from the throngs of soldiers and looked at me with a hard-to-read expression and then said, "I underestimated you, I apologize." I laughed off the Vice Admiral's apology and pulled out the extra scale armor and fang sword. Along with one of the rank B skill books I didn't use that dropped in the dungeon. I was unlucky enough to receive loot that didn't fit me at all in these 3 dungeon runs. I kept the lie going and was planning on selling these to the military, or better yet exchange them for skills that I wanted from their inventory. The Vice Admiral looked at the items and skill with a thankful expression before his face turned dark. "I'm thankful that you came to our city and are already contributing to the cause as much as you can, but it seems we might have just brought trouble to you." I was surprised at the Vice Admiral's words and asked, "What happened?" He looked at me briefly before sighing and continuing, "A death match has been issued and confirmed between you and Hunter Andrei Nikolaev. Tomorrow is the set date for the match." What? This was a complete surprise, as this was something I had never thought to find myself associated with. Death matches were set up between high-ranked hunters that had irreconcilable differences. The Empire didn't want it to be a habit for its peak hunters to kill one another. So death matches were instituted if 2 hunters found themselves at a point where the only way to solve their issues was to fight. The matter was to be taken seriously, though. So before the match could be issued, both the hunters had to agree to put their lives on the line. Only then would the match be confirmed. So why the hell was a match involving me that I had no idea about confirmed? Seeing my angry expression, the Vice Admiral seemed to have confirmed something. "I heard what happened at the Colosseum today. The issue seems to have arisen from there." Andrei, the son of the Blessed Empire's Admiral Chekhov, was next in line to be receiving the rank as skill that Lightning Hand was transferring. Things quickly began clicking after hearing all of this. I was still irked and asked, "So because he's the son of an admiral, he can target someone else entirely, call for a match, and just get to bypass the rules of death matches?" The general looked down with an apologetic tone as he continued, "They cannot touch Lightning Hand for his actions unless they want to cause a fight between the peak powers of the Empire, so targeting you was the easiest thing for them. This is why I have to apologize to you. Me bringing you to Star City indirectly put you in the middle of this." I thought about this new situation and then asked, "So what happens if I attend that death match tomorrow, and the other guy ends up dead?" I was fairly confident in my strength and didn't plan on losing to someone who should have yet to be rank A. What I was worried about were the repercussions from it. There was a difficult expression on the Vice Admiral's face as he said nothing. I looked at this and at the soldiers around me that were listening in and saw the anger and resignation on their faces. To them, I was a strong hunter that just began clearing mangrove swamp by himself multiple times a day. This meant there would be more resources flowing into their department. Yet, this hunter was now about to be taken away. Nobody had to say what would happen if the son of the Admiral of the Empire were to be killed in broad daylight, even if it was in an arena match. None of them saw a way for me to come out of this. The Vice Admiral's voice rang out again. "I've made multiple calls to friends and higher-ups, but nothing worked. Admiral Chekhov has many people among the higher-ups and his pull is strong. The match cannot be rescinded. The one who doesn't show up will also be blacklisted. I nodded at this and laughed to ease the tension. Haha, there's no need for all that gloominess. We still don't know who will still be.
So, we have a boy with privilege, choosing to say, hey, you, I will set this up and you can't stop me. Another guy going, cool. I'm gonna turn you into a puddle. You're gonna be juiced. You're gonna be ketchup on a wall. You're gonna be a smoothie. There we go. Well, you're gonna be a smoothie. Yup.
Son of one of the Empire's admirals.
Nope. Hold on.
Chapter 33 An approaching disaster. The Vice Admiral dispersed the gathering of soldiers and took me back to his office to continue discussing the matter. Andrei Nikolaev was the son of one of the Empire's admirals. He was following his father's footsteps and near rank A in power, having 2 rank S skills and needing just one more to be qualified and listed as rank A. So the ticket he was expecting to receive to become one of the peak powers of the world was given to someone else, and now he was using his connections to get it back. I had no qualms fighting and even taking the guy out, as this would even mean I get to receive one of his rank S skills when he goes down, but I couldn't stop thinking of the consequences thereafter. I looked to the frowning general that seemed to be using every last brain cell to think and asked, what are the possible fallouts in the case that Andrei Nikolaev dies tomorrow? His head shot up as he heard this question from me and said, the full rage of Admiral Chekhov, who has thousands of soldiers under him, and he himself is a rank A hunter. I listened to this and asked again, as we need to be conserving our strength and increase our battle power with the threat of beasts coming down on us, the strength of rank A hunters is important and there cannot be a confrontation between them. I nodded my head as I heard this and replied with a smile, then it isn't a problem. As long as I have power rivaling rank A, I can take care of anything that comes my way. I looked to the Vice Admiral in front of me as his eyes glowed when he heard this. He seemed to think before replying. If that's the case, then there's another call I can make that can handle the fallout happening tomorrow. With the discussion being over, I left the office holding a folder that held more information on Andrei Nikolaev as I made my way to the living quarters. There was only food for me to enjoy this time around, as I had to focus on understanding the skills I just gained today and prepare for something momentous tomorrow. I wasn't fearful of what would happen when the son of an admiral died. This thought passed in my mind, making me realize just how far I had grown in such a short span of time. Admirals were at the top of the food chain in the Empire, and now I was in a position where I could be facing one sometime soon. I was eating the exemplary food on the table as I ran simulations in my head for the battle to come. Because of keeping skills that drained a huge amount of energy but gave a great momentary boost in power active all the time, my attributes already met those in the A rank category. That wasn't to mention all the skills that increased.
What skills that increase your defense? Oh, shit.
Increased my overall defense, speed, casting and attack speed, evasion, and overall damage by huge percentages. These skills layered on top of active defense skills like Arcanist Field Protection and the recently acquired Golden Halo made me realize just how strong I currently was. Even though nothing was tested, I doubt a single rank B could get through my defenses, and maybe I would be injured from the attacks of a rank A hunter. The classification of having 3 rank A skills before being coined a genuine rank A hunter was to satisfy the high pedestal that rank signified. Only those that were truly strong could be considered in that rank, and having the versatility of using 3 rank A skills affirmed that. Possible plans continued forming in my head as to how this whole thing would end, and soon I felt confident enough to face whatever came at me these next few days. I wouldn't sacrifice my sleep because of it though, and wrapped myself up in the silk bed sheets and fell asleep. In the skies above the Empire, A dashing woman with golden hair was comfortably lying on top of a huge flying beast. She held a bewitching smile on her face as words dripping with honey left her lips. Little Magner is redeeming his one favor from a rising hunter. Just who could you be to catch the eyes of one of the few sane men in the Empire? She was a veteran rank A hunter that was just below the renowned Steel Mikhail. Her flowing golden hair and the huge beast she flew on would cause mischief anywhere she went. She was now heading to Star City. Morning of the next day. News had spread all over Star City of a main event deathmatch that would be occurring in the Coliseum during the day. The two hunters participating each held rank as skills, making them on the cusp of breaking through to the exclusive position of a rank A hunter. The one coming out of it alive would most likely be the newly born rank A hunter to
I didn't know a clock did that. It tells me the time. I did not know a clock did that. Fun fact, I've never held a clock. Ever. So this is news to me. Sorry. There we go.
to appear in Star City. The excitement was palpitating as all the seats had already been reserved and taken in a few hours, packing the Coliseum to its limits. Those who couldn't watch were left with turning on their TVs and watching the commentators describe the two figures that would be fighting as the main event. One was a known hunter in the Empire, the son of one of its admirals and a peak hunter that was bound to be given the rank of title in no time, Andrei Nikolaev. The other was a rising rookie with an empty track record, becoming known just recently by winning a free-for-all match against other rank B hunters, Noah Osma. New information came in that this character is able to dive and complete rank B dungeons alone, but this news was not yet verified. There were a few friends watching the live feed of the packed arena and listening to the commentators when one spoke with a bored expression. Why are you guys even looking at this match as something exciting? This is obviously just another show of power from those assholes at the top, bullying that rising hunter to get what they want. Friend number one. Hey, you didn't get to see the free-for-all match yesterday. That new guy blew away the golden tank and the flaming witch as if it was nothing. Friend number two. Haha. No way a random nobody will even touch a hair on Andre. We're just gonna watch another bloody fight today. I just hope he lasts long enough and the match isn't cut short. Friend number three. The bored friend listened to this as he shook his head despondently while thinking, nothing has changed at all since the advent of the apocalypse. The fight was set to be happening in a few hours. Figures were alerted around the Empire of this impending match. Some didn't care. Others were angry at the loss of a potential rank A hunter that would be happening for no reason. Others were just carefully waiting to see what new waves would be made from this fight. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prep/next chapter. Novel Live reading novel free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
A lot of food here. Wait, hang on. Ooh, I gotta pee. Doing so good. Alright. So far, so good. It is about 11 o'clock, so maybe one more hour to get to chapter 40. And if I'm still feeling fine, we can keep going after that for a while until I feel like I'm about to pass out, I guess. So, let me go ahead and start this one up for you while I go hit the bathroom. Hey, before I do that, I'd like you to leave a comment. Would you rather have the story be the main attraction, or would you rather have the game be the main attraction? Flip where their positions are. The game in the bottom corner instead of the book in the bottom corner. Because if you're all interested in the book more, I can make the book bigger. Let you guys be able to read it along with, well, with me, I guess. Or I can leave it as it is and concentrate more on the Minecraft. Either way, I'd like to hear from you. Leave a like and subscribe while you're at it. You know, feed the algorithm gods.
Chapter 34 Show of Strength. Morning of the next day, Vice Admiral Magner had put up an entire regiment together to escort me to the Colosseum. It wasn't as much for protection as a show of support as we rode from the military sector towards the grandiose amphitheater. I was touched with the support Magner was showing, whether it was purely coming from him as a person or because he knew I would give back to them even more after this ordeal was past. The streets were busier than usual, and military trucks rolling through them didn't help it. We arrived at the Colosseum that seemed to be impossibly even louder than the day before, with people screaming to get in and hunters almost becoming overwhelmed. Most of the members of the regiment were stationed outside while me, a few key figures and Magner went through another door to an expansive room that overlooked the arena below. There was a fight going on currently where two Rank C hunters were working as a team against a Rank B opponent, the fight going fairly well with the use of their teamwork. Drinks and food were quickly brought in as many of the people packing the arena today were waiting for the preliminary matches to finish and for the main event to begin. Magner and I were discussing the hunter I was going to face today in detail. From the known information, he held two Rank A skills. One of them was a defensive skill that made him nearly impenetrable to damage when it was activated, but only lasted for a minute and he had to wait for 10 more before initiating the skill again. The other was a Rank A skill that there wasn't a lot of knowledge on, but it was known to be an area of attack skill with a high mana cost that dealt significant damage. Even after knowing these things, I wasn't too worried. I will definitely be careful and watch what he does, but I was that confident in the multiple skills I was layering on myself and the fact that my attributes most likely surpass his because of some of my skills. The only thing I was remotely worried about was the casting of the Rank A skill, as none of these skills are a joke. With my percentage-boosted defenses and skills, I was predicting the most the Rank A offensive skill would do is injure me. I would have the regeneration skill ready to cast in case I took damage from the skill head-on. The hour was quickly approaching as the crowd cheered when one match ended and another began as we enjoyed the food in the reserved space. Magner continued to have a worried look on his face as he seemed to be looking to the sky every now and then, as if waiting for something. The cheers of the crowd reached its peak when an announcer's voice rang out in the Colosseum. People of Star City, are you ready for the biggest match of your lives? The announcer's voice was drowned out as soon as his word finished as the crowd screamed, "Yeah." The announcer continued with a calmer tone. Then without further ado, I give you the contestants of this death match, Andrei Nikolaev and Noah Osmont. The cheers continued as a burly man jumped down from another location in the Colosseum. The man had a cold expression on his face. His body was wrapped with a purple robe and he held a frozen staff with his right hand. This was Andrei Nikolaev. He was the first hugely built mage I had seen, standing there with an imposing gaze that looked ahead. I rose from my seat and slowly drifted down towards the arena, levitating slightly above 2 meters from the arena floor as I looked down towards Andrei. His imposing gaze became fierce as he saw this, and I laughed while flying towards the podium where the announcer was at. The crowd was already screaming at their peak as they saw this. My voice rang out loud and clear towards the announcer. I just want to confirm something with everyone as witnesses. What is the outcome of a death match? The announcer heard this and fervently replied, his voice ringing out through the Colosseum once more. The match ends in death. With death, the feud is over, and the possessions of the other party are all yours. Yeah. The crowd continued screaming as the announcer said this. I nodded my head and landed on the arena floor, watching the enraged mage standing opposite to me who couldn't wait to rip my face off. Match start. The fight began with cheers as Andre moved first, pointing his staff towards me and casting a skill that formed 5 spinning dark orbs that flew towards me. I used flight to evade the balls coming after me, my speed being fast enough to watch them as they whizzed by me and smashed onto the high walls, exploding into a mass of darkness. I wanted to test the guy out as I cast my newly gained Doom Bolt. A large streak of red lightning quickly formed and crashed down towards Andre, his expression quickly changing as his body was enveloped with wind elements and he rapidly disappeared from his location. Boom! The lightning bolt was abnormally powerful as it blasted apart the grounds of the arena. This was a rank B skill boosted by many active support skills, its power becoming more terrifying. Andre appeared at another location in the arena, his face turning abnormally serious as he looked towards me. I returned the stare back and said, "Don't get scared now, I'm just getting started." I wanted to enrage this man as much as I could. The angrier he got, the more mistakes he would make and the easier I can take him down. The main challenge was what would be happening after he fell. His serious face became red as he seemed to have made up his mind. I smiled at this and cast a miniature tornado towards him while also casting Doombolt to descend on him once again. He watched these deadly skills coming towards him as his body began shining in a golden light, his skin rapidly adopting a color and sheen similar to a statue. Rank A skill Regal Armament was cast. The golden skin shone in the light as the Doombolt struck down and the sharp winds of miniature tornado neared. Cheers rang out in the arena as these iridescent colors appeared on the arena floor. Boom! Another loud explosion resounded in the arena, and when the dust cleared, a golden man was still standing there matchless. I looked at this and prepared all my attention. If he has already cast his defensive skill that only lasts a minute, he should then be planning to let out the deadliest attacks in this 1 minute. I didn't seem to be wrong as his staff began glowing hazy white, and the danger sense, that hasn't activated in a while, dimly began ringing. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter.
I do love that it's only at this time it starts to ring. Remember that his danger sense didn't even have a little blip when he fought the bully. Not even a little one. And it's only having a blip now when he's about to use a skill. Probably the strongest in his arsenal.
Chapter 35, A Show of Strength 2. Andre looked at the confident face of the man in front of him as a swirling mass of winds were coming and another red lightning bolt was crushing down. He wanted this man who had taken something that should have been his to die as quickly as possible, but his power seemed to be greater than anticipated. He wouldn't back down though, as his father was watching this fight. He had to prove to himself and to his father that he deserved the title of Rank A. He deserved to join those standing at the peak. He just needed to take the skill back from this man. The rage inside him calmed a bit when he thought back to the lessons from his past and acted, casting Regal Armament right away. The skills struck him, and he only felt a stinging pain on his skin as they disappeared. This was the power of Rank A skills, something no normal hunter would be able to get their hands on. Andre came out unharmed and moved quickly before the timer of the skill ran out. He barely had half of his mana remaining, which might be enough to cast the next rank a skill that would obliterate the confident hunter in front of him into nothing once or twice. He raised his staff, and Frigid Impermanence was aimed towards the area with the hunter at its center. Boom! An explosion of ice erupted out from the location where Noah was, utterly destroying 1/4 of the arena floor, and sending nearby spectators screaming from the impact and shock waves thereafter. This was the terror of Ranka's skills. Their damage was unmatched. Andre breathed heavily as he looked at the epicenter of the explosion where the hunter was nowhere to be seen. Had he done it? Had he finally grabbed the chance to reach the peak? He looked for the hunter's body before he sensed danger and looked up, seeing the man floating in the air. There was some blood gushing out from his right thigh that was rapidly closing up at high speed. Seeing the man was still alive, Andre moved to cast the Ranka skill one last time before Noah recollected his wits. He only had a few seconds remaining with regal armament, and already felt another 2 red lightning bolts smash into his skin seconds after he saw Noah floating in the air. Just how many of these can you cast? Boom! 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 Andre was trying to get the position of the man that was rapidly moving in the air as more lightning bolts crashed down on him, not giving him a moment of rest as the stinging pain gradually became unbearable. Feeling that he had only a few seconds left before the skill's time ran out, he cast Wind Escape, once more moving his body to another location where he got the chance to aim at Noah again, and cast the skill once more using all his remaining mana. Frigid Impermanence. Boom! Another resounding explosion filled with ice elements rang out, causing the screams of those who were near and the cheers of those that were far. The blast this time occurred in the air, sending shockwaves that damaged the eardrums of hundreds of people in the audience. Andre rapidly moved his eyes while roughly breathing and holding onto his staff as support. Was he finally dead? Despair slowly filled his face as he saw the same man back down in the arena floor. His armor tattered, and it seemed like he received minor cuts that were already healing. How? I'm sure the skill hit you head on. He was rapidly thinking about what to do now that all his energy reserves were gone, and the golden skin he had on was rapidly fading. He looked to the man with the same confident face that was now flying towards him as he finally became scared for his life and unwillingly looked towards a certain area in the audience stands. Father! His voice rang out loud and clear, as if it was his last resort. A booming voice then rang out that drowned the cheers of the audience. Spare him! The voice was calm, and yet resounded in the ears of every single person in the Colosseum. A red streak of lightning had already formed and was heading down towards Andre when it stopped. He breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw Noah come to a stop and look towards where his father was. He sighed in relief and disappointment at not being able to take this hunter down, but at least his father was here to make sure he won't lose his life. He wanted to get up and go, but still felt the bolt of lightning not too far from him still hanging in the air. The voice from the stands rang out again. The match is over. A heavily built man with a low fade had risen up from the stadium, staring down at Noah, who was holding his hand in the air, as if that was the only thing keeping the red lightning from striking down. Andre regained his calm as he saw the figure of his dad coming out and rose up. He would be... What? A deep sense of dread and fear arose in him as he felt his scalp tingling and then began burning. The red streak of lightning had struck down. Boom! Silence. There was a shock to all the people that were watching the match, whether it be in the arena or those watching at home, because they knew the figure of the man that had risen up. That was Admiral Chekhov. Why was he in Star City? What just happened? The hunter Noah finished the death match, but what made him so bold to defy the words of an admiral? What would happen now? The silence remained as the body of Vice Admiral Magner began shining and he began to move. Noah looked towards the location where a pile of burnt flesh lay and flew in, reaching for the glowing skill book that appeared and the staff that was in the hands of the dead Andrei Nikolaev. A bubbling power was rising in the stands that made people begin to scream and rush out of their seats for the exit. Those watching at home were shocked at the turn of events and appearance of an admiral that should not be in Star City. He was normally stationed in the capital of the empire, and rarely came back to visit his hometown. The powerhouses that were coincidentally watching quickly began making calls to people that were near the city. A catastrophe was about to break out. Vice Admiral Magner was still looking towards the clear sky as he looked for something that wasn't yet there and shook his head, preparing to see if talking would work. He wasn't able to get near the arena before a pained scream rang out as mad power exploded from the stands. You beast! Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.
Hold on. You have challenged people to death matches. And you think you can just wish it away by simply saying, spare him. How many people has he killed in his rise to power? How many times have you done this pony dance and show? How many times more will you do it simply because he's your son? No, I would be right there doing the same thing. Dead. You can't ask, you can't demand a death match, expecting to win, or to spare your own life should you happen to fail to overcome the other opponent. You requested this death match by requesting it and forcing it. You sign your own warrant. You do not get to argue, you do not get to complain. You didn't have to have this death match. You could have waited for the next A-rank skill book. You could have waited, been patient, been smart. Hey, this guy's up and coming. He just won an A-rank skill. He's gonna be A-rank sooner or later. Tell you what, I'll wait for the next one. We need all the hunters we can have. I don't need to challenge him. I don't need to force this match. But no. You don't get to argue. You don't get that. Because you forced this on him. By your own choice. You have forfeited your life.
Chapter 36 Collision. Vice Admiral Magner watched the next events unfold in shocking fashion as Admiral Chekhov seemed to have forgotten everything around him as he erupted with power that launched him towards Noah as if he was a missile. The body of Admiral Chekhov was leaking purple light as his fist reached Noah, the impact smashing him down into the arena floor. The more surprising thing was seeing Noah fly out a second after. His equipment tattered but his body seeming perfectly fine. The purple light surrounding the Admiral formed into a purple disk that he stood in the air with. Feeling the strength of that blow and the power emanating in the field, Magner stopped going forward as he knew he would only lose his life if he came by. He only had rank B strength after all. What he didn't understand was how much he had underestimated Noah. How was he able to stand against the strikes of multiple rank S skills and still be able to stand against an A ranker? The surprises this man kept bringing out were too numerous. But if he had already reached this level, it was a great thing for the future of the Empire. This fight had to be stopped. He was about to look at the masses of people scrambling to get away from the Colosseum when Chekhov moved once again, this time the purple light forming into a spiked fist that rushed toward Noah. Vice Admiral Magner looked at this as he wished the person he called to get here as soon as possible. Whiz! The huge spiked purple fist rushed through the air with a grating sound as 3 red lightning bolts smashed into it, dissipating its form. Noah didn't seem to be done as three more rapidly rotating tornadoes rushed where the Admiral was. Chekhov looked at the incoming mini-tornadoes and waved his hand, a purple blade forming which split the rotating winds apart as if they were paper. The field calmed down after this trading of attacks. Chekhov was still bubbling with anger and grief but was gradually calming down. More purple swords were forming beside him as he spoke. Yes, he was in the wrong, but he didn't deserve death. His rage seemed to have been reignited as he finished his words and the purple swords around him began to vibrate. Noah watched and then pulled out the new skill book he had obtained before the purple fist came crashing down on him. The glistening book was on his hand for only a second, before he brought it near his body and it was dissolved in colorful lights that went inside. Admiral Chekhov looked at this happening and became even angrier, screaming out while commanding his large vibrating swords to rush forward. If you had shown your level of power, none of this would have happened. My son would not have called for a death match, he would have simply waited another week for the next skill book and moved on. This is your fault. His rage was palpitating as his purple sword neared Noah's position. Boom! A resounding explosion rang out after, the purple swords being destroyed by the explosion, leaving behind a wide area where ice elements were still fluctuating. Frigid impermanence was cast once again, but this time from the hands of someone else. Magner looked at this sight with incredulousness, questioning the mana reserves of the man that kept on throwing spells left and right. Calmness seemed to have returned on Admiral Chekhov's face as his mind seemed to be made up, numerous purple spiked fists and swords beginning to appear around him. At this time, though, a sultry voice rang out in the destroyed Colosseum. Haha, Chekhov, you're actually planning on going all out in the middle of a city? Unknown to everyone, a huge black eagle that was boasting more than 5 meters in size was suspended in the sky. A woman with flowing golden hair sat atop this eagle. Magner soon felt elated at this person's arrival that signified the end to the mess today. He saw Admiral Chekhov's expression change to that of annoyance in the midst of anger and pain as he spoke. Why are you here? The woman laughed mischievously as her eagle neared the floating Noah in the sky. She looked at this foreign hunter before speaking. Now where has someone like you been hiding all this time? The woman atop the eagle pulled her eyes from Noah and observed the destroyed arena while continuing. Now with a stern tone, I came to resolve any issues from the peak powerhouses of the Empire that should not be fighting amongst themselves during this time of crisis. Chekhov didn't seem to mind as the woman ignored him, and he looked towards the man that stood calmly in the air. He knew that he would not be getting anything resolved. The man before him had risen to a position no lower than him, and seemed like he was only getting started. The thing that caused him even more pain was the utter stupidity of the entire affair. None of the things that occurred were necessary. If only his son had just swallowed his anger and waited. If only he knew about the person he set up a match with. If only. He was a smart man and knew not to go down the path of destruction. There were many more people depending on him. This conflict will end here. The damage done now was already too much, and he didn't want it to continue further. He gave a tired sigh as the purple disk below his legs moved towards the destroyed arena. He tenderly looked at the remains of his son and bent down to pick up what remained, and quietly flew away. I observed the woman in the air with great interest as she stood on the menacing black eagle. I had recognized that huge eagle from clips I had seen in the past. My heart was still pounding from the battles that had just finished while watching the sad figure of Admiral Chekhov move away. I wasn't remotely sorry for the death of Andrei. He came after me, knowing full well the death match would result in death. He was okay with this, his people were okay with this, and those that cleared and issued the death match were okay with this. They just got wrong which person would be dying. The thrill of withstanding the destructive damage of frigid impermanence, unstable and destructive ice elements erupt in a specified 5-meter area, and then gaining the skill myself was hard to describe. The fact that this skill dropped and not the one that turned his body golden meant it was at a higher level than the usual Rankis skills. Back then, I was even skeptical of being able to withstand the power of the admiral that had decided to come to the city to watch his son. Did he really think I would stop in the middle of the match just because he said so? If it was me from a few days back who still held a few rank C skills, maybe I would have stood down. But I knew my power would near if not rival a rank A with all the boosts I was receiving from skills, and had also received many rank B skills that emboldened me to make the gamble of obtaining another rank S skill by taking out Andre. And it worked. The Admiral's attacks were ferocious and damaged the scale armor. And after bypassing Arcanist's Sphere of Protection and Golden Halo, they could barely just leave cuts and bruises on my body, similar to the devastating damage of Frigid Impermanence. I was curious about the skill that allowed the Admiral to form those spiked fists and swords, but that would have to wait as I watched the woman turn her attention to me. She spoke in that melodious voice of hers that demanded attention. I'll be the first to congratulate the newest rank A hunter of the Blessed Empire, Mr. Noah Osmond. I'm known as Elizabeth, but you can call me Liz. I tried not to get taken in by her cadence as I smiled and said, "Thanks for stepping in, I wasn't sure I could hold on any longer." Her figure shook as she let out another laugh and said, "Really? You seemed inexhaustible, like you could go on for an entire day." I shook my head at these words and looked at the coming Vice Admiral that was shouting directions to members of the regiment to help those who were injured and calm the chaos around the arena. "Oh, you have little Magner to thank for my appearance here today. He called in a favor from long ago and used it for you," she said as she watched him come over. I looked towards Magner. I was actually very thankful for the continued help from this Vice Admiral, and was planning on doing my best to bolster his forces in the coming days. I flew down as the huge eagle also descended to meet the Vice Admiral that was looking towards us with a delighted expression. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter.
I'm really
Next
bad at
chapter.
keeping my days.
Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to press.
Yeah, no. Again, I've seen this before, right? Somebody challenges the protagonist to a deathmatch, doesn't give him a choice in the matter, and he goes, "Okay, cool, dead." And then somebody stronger is like, "That was my son. I will kill you for killing my son who was going to kill you." Fuck you. That's not how this works. Your bitch ass son forced the challenge on me. It is well within my right to kill him because he was going to kill me, and you okayed it. Now, sure, the city needs more fighters. They don't need fighters who are just going to cry out for help whenever they're in danger. It's like, oh yeah, okay. So you're a pussy. I don't want you holding my back when we go into a fight.
Chapter 37 Calmness. Magner was happy that he had gained someone with rank A battle power as his ally, and couldn't hide it as he talked to me and the rank A hunter with the huge beast that had stepped in to end the fight. If the fight had continued, I was pretty confident of coming out on top, but it would have taken quite some time. I could keep on casting my newly gained rank A skill until the Admiral was tired out, but the chance was gone. I also wasn't planning on going around and making it a habit taking down famous hunters everywhere I go. I knew there was a grudge between me and the Admiral now, but I wouldn't go out of my way to kill him for it. He was a peak powerhouse of the Empire, and would be needed for the battles of the future with these unknown enemies. Unless I could become strong enough to be able to do everything by myself, I won't go around snuffing out others with similar power to me. If he ever comes for me again though, that is a whole different matter. The rank A hunter Elizabeth left after we spoke for a few minutes, saying she now had to go deal with other matters that popped up because of this. come by when she was free. My gaze lingered on her slightly as she flew away on the Black Eagle. It was now nearing the evening, and more soldiers and hunter medics were on the scene helping those that were injured from the aftermath of the battle. I wasn't sure when the Colosseum would be open for business after this. After giving out orders and leaving someone else in charge, I left with Magner in tow back to the military sector. I was planning on spending the remaining hours of the day diving in Mangrove Swamp, feeling more pressed to clear the dungeon and luckily obtain other rank as skills. Going to the highest ranked dungeon at the Empire's capital, Blessed City, wasn't an option as a team of rankers led by Steel Mikhail was clearing it. Unless I rapidly increased my power to be able to rival multiple rank A hunters, I wouldn't touch that dungeon alone as of now. Farming rank B dungeons for the possibility of a rank A skill dropping was the safest and most efficient way, as I would also pay back Magner by giving him the items and skills I wouldn't need while grabbing some from their inventory. This was also what some of the rank A hunters spent their day doing, clearing rank B dungeons repeatedly in the Empire's capital and other core defense cities. Every now and then a rank A skill would drop, and this was the case for the flight skill that Lightning Hand was holding on to. Why he did what he did by giving it away still eluded me, but I would find out in time now that my power was matching his. Whether it was with malicious intent or out of the goodness of his heart, didn't matter now that it allowed me to get another one so fast with the rapid progression of events. The events these past few days played in my head as I asked myself if there was actually a conspiracy, or just unintended effects from one man's actions. The Vice Admiral went to handle communications for the incident today, and I went into Mangrove Swamp once again. My speed at clearing the dungeon had increased even more with the advent of Frigid Impermanence, as it cleared droves of alligators the moment it was cast. This area of effect skill exploded with a destructive blast of ice elements that completely destroyed anything in their range. Something that was noteworthy of mentioning was the Adept Staff that I took from Andre, as it slightly boosted the damage of skills when it was equipped. After using Frigid Impermanence for a while, my mind was filled with ideas on how to improve its damage even more after I recalled some rank B skill books I had seen in the military inventory that I read through before. The idea floating in my mind was to find support skills that were providing boosts specific to the skill type to further increase the damage. An example was a lightning penetration skill I had seen before that amplified damage dealt by lightning type skills. If I could absorb and keep active cold type support skills, it wouldn't be too far of a dream for the Frigid Impermanence skills power to exceed rank A. As for the rank beyond A, well, nobody knew of this as of right now. I was able to clear the dungeon rapidly, making the number of times I've dived into it 18 times in the last 6 hours. It was nearing midnight, so I was planning on calling it a night. The rate at which I was clearing the dungeon was still kept hidden as I only turned off Shadow Veil, Stealth, and Camouflage after every hour, making it seem as if I had cleared the dungeon only 6 times. This was still an unbelievable clear rate that every time I visibly transferred in and out, the soldiers standing guard would cheer. I gained a variety of items and a ton of cris, but I wasn't lucky enough to get anything of higher rank from the dungeon. The useful skills I could learn reduced, as many were either weapon-specific for knights or berserkers. Some support skills like Giant Strength and Windrider had even dropped again, giving me duplicate skills that I couldn't absorb. Only 2 usable rank B support skills came out of these 18 runs, one being Emboldened Ferocity, an imposing presence emanates from you, granting increased damage to affected foes, and Eagle Eyes focus your eyes to view as far a mile around you. The remaining were rank B items that fully upgraded me from the lower ranked items I had been wearing. Noah Osmont. Occupation Hunter. Vitality. 250 plus 40. Focus. Strength. 250 plus 60. Skills. F. D. Flames of Torment. 100. D. Safeguard 57. D. Danger Sense 100. D. Rough Skin 100. D. Fleeting 100. C. Arcanist Sphere of Protection 100. C. Camouflage 100. C. Aura of Haste 100. C. Explosive Rune 100. C. Life Essence 100. C. Increased Penetration 100. C. Regeneration 100. C. Whirlwind 95. C. Smite 98. C. Gracefulness 100. C. Precision 100. C. Adamant 100. C. Sharpen 100. C. War Cry 100. C. Retaliation 100. C. King's Rage 100. C. Military Tactics 100, C. Unpredictable 100, C. Elemental. Damage 100, B. Giant Strength 88, B. Stealth 77, B. Miniature Tornado 45, B. Golden Halo 33, B. Doom Bolt 37, B. Lightfoot 23, B. Windrider 23, B. Rigorous 22, B. Shadow Veil 22, B. Wild Heart 21, B. Emboldened Ferocity 3, asterisk, Beagle Eye 3, asterisk, Flight 11, A. Frigid Impermanence 5, asterisk. Equipment, 3x Searing of Storage, B. Scale Armor, B. Adept Staff, asterisk, B. Dual Coated Boots, asterisk, B. Striking Cap, asterisk. The addition of items besides the staff was a helm that was in the form of a baseball cap and heavy boots that shone a dark green color. Both provided increased defenses and protection. I carried the rest of the items and skill books in my storage rings and went to the Vice Admiral's castle. I thought about everything he had done for me before deciding to trust him a little bit more about my strength. When the door of the office was locked and it was just me and him, I took out more than 20 things that were filling up the space in my rings along with a glistening pile of stones. These were a collection of items, cores, and skills from today's dives and yesterday's. The Vice Admiral looked at the items in shock as he gave me a questioning look. I clear the dungeon much faster than what I am currently showing. I continue to want to keep the extent of my strength a secret though, so I will be counting on your discretion as we go forward. This is also my way of thanking you and giving back for what you've been doing for me recently. Magner looked at me with an unreadable expression before he got up and bowed his head towards me. I reached out to stop him as he began talking. You are somebody that has already surpassed someone of my rank. Thank you for treating me the same way even now. He kept his head down as he continued. Just the resources you have taken out right now surpass what our department usually gets in a week. This may not seem like much to you, but it is a tremendous help to us and will enable us to raise multiple rank B hunters. Confidentiality is a must, so you can be sure that nothing about this will come to light, and everything will be distributed discreetly. I listened to the older man that was bowing in front of me before I pulled him up. I smiled and said to the Vice Admiral, "We're all in this together. We'll face the approaching enemies together, and make sure lives are not senselessly lost like when all of this began." I was saying this more to myself as I was reminded of the deaths of my parents, and many more people at the hands of these beasts. I reminded myself once more that I was doing all this to never experience the feeling of cowardice and powerlessness again. If continuing to grow my strength was the way to do that, then I will continue rising until I reach an unshakable position. Magner gave me a light smile as his sight turned to the many things I had taken out, shaking his head in an amazed expression as he laughed and said, "It's been a tiring day for you, go ahead and relax. I'll order for even more food and other delicacies for you to enjoy back in your quarters." I shook my head with a smile as I heard this and said, "I'll also need your help acquiring specific skills that may still be in your inventory." I let him know of the skills I saw before that I wanted to grab now, and also told him to keep a lookout for any other cold-type support skills that other hunters brought in. He nodded boisterously that he would have everything for me tomorrow morning, and for me to go take a break for now. I left the Vice Admiral's office and went to relax after a very long day. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/.
I like the fact that the Vice Admiral is humble enough, Magnar is humble enough to go, yo, so, you're stronger than me. I'm gonna respect your wishes. Because, yeah, you're stronger than me. It's like, it's not even just strength, really, right? It's respect. It's acknowledgement. It's putting the needs of the many before the needs of the one. Anyway.
The colors and boosts of multiple The night was a hazy blur and passed by in a blink. I woke up the next morning feeling invigorated, as I saw the sight in front of me, while feeling the colors and boosts of multiple activated skills that seemed to fill my body with inexhaustible power. If I didn't have stealth and Shadow Veil activated at all times, people would just see a mass of colors and defensive layers surrounding me at all times. I freshened up and left the living quarters to start this day early, planning to be holed up in the mangrove swamp for the remainder of the day to see exactly how many times I could clear it before a rank skill would show itself. I flew through the clear skies and arrived at the huge monolith, which seemed to have turned to a shade of light blue after I cleared it so many times. That day, I spent my entire time diving and I was able to clear the dungeon more than 40 times. 40. That number did not seem realistic, and something like this had never occurred in the past. Nobody had the unending stamina to do what I did repeatedly for an entire day. One good thing came out of it, as I was finally able to receive a rank skill from this dungeon. My next rank skill was Guardian Light, a light that cures injuries, ailments, and diseases descends down. It wasn't a defensive or movement skill that I was thinking about, but it was an amazing skill nonetheless. Its usefulness would be even more apparent whenever the time comes where I get injured again. Also, besides my original 3-rank Ring of Storage, I was able to get an additional drop of these rare rings, this one even being rank B and holding a much larger space that was now holding a ton of items and skill book as from the past 40 dungeon runs. I was leaving the dungeon for the last time today to sift through the useful skill books, and those that I would be giving away. Most of the items that dropped were duplicates of scale armor, or the other items that dropped in this dungeon before. I placed my hand on the green crystal and transferred to the outside world once more. I nodded to the guards and was about to head towards the Vice Admiral's office when I felt the ground start shaking. The tremors were emanating behind me and I turned back to see the huge dungeon monolith that was now a light fade of blue, had cracks spreading out from the middle. Oh shit. The cracks expanded as the tremors got even stronger, and the huge monolith began trembling before an explosion ran out. Boom! A huge blast was sent out as I was flung away, and any hunter soldiers that were near were heavily injured. I had watched the huge monolith of the mangrove swamp expand with cracks and then implode. When the dust cleared, there was an empty space where the monolith used to be, only a small shimmering crystal lying at the center. I looked at this with my mouth wide open. What the hell did I do now? I was trying to calm my emotions as I went forward to observe the shimmering crystal that remained from the monolith when I was suddenly met with a searing headache. Ah! I screamed out loud as I clutched my head and felt this pain that threatened to make my head explode. In my agony, a few faint words rose up in my mind that I could barely make out. Move faster. An hour after, tumultuous waves were spreading throughout the empire. News had just been transmitted to all the leaders and governments of various cities of an incident where a dungeon had completely disappeared. This was the first ever change to occur since they first began appearing. New dungeons could appear at any time, but there was never a case of them ever disappearing unless a dungeon break occurred. The more shocking news that was coming out was that a hunter was involved in causing this. Leaders from all over were scrambling to find the authenticity of these news. If any of this was true, if any of this could be replicated, higher-ups who understood the current world were trembling in anticipation for the possible future. In a grand palace at the center of Blessed City, there was a large hall lined with guards wearing golden armors. At the forefront was a striking throne that shone with a purple light. A person was sitting on this throne looking at the admirals kneeling down below the steps. A feminine voice rang out in the large hall. I want a thorough report about all the events surrounding that dungeon. By the end of the day, I expect to be briefed with all the information about that hunter as well. The voice paused after this was heard before continuing. Treat the hunter very carefully. He might just be what we have been waiting for. On the throne was a figure fully covered from head to toe. A royal mask was hiding the face and an exquisitely defined crown lay atop their head. man whose body was crackling with lightning was just transferring out of a rank B dungeon when his phone began blowing up. He pulled the phone out in annoyance as he read to see just who would dare to bother him so much. There were multiple texts and missed calls from people he didn't want to talk to all, but the things he was reading were giving him a shock. Get back to base soon, Admiral X. What is your connection to the rising hunter of Star City? Admiral XX. Call me back. Now. Admiral Triple X. Nothing he was reading from the text was making sense. A name kept popping up that he didn't recognize, Noah Osmont. He was busy clearing dungeons and didn't even get the news of the death match he inadvertently caused this same day. After reading some more and seeing a lot of the questions were revolving about the event a few days ago where he handed the winner of an impromptu match a rank is skill, the name and person came together. The lightning was sparking out in an unstable manner the more he read on about what had just occurred. He was in shock as he thought my impulsiveness actually led to something good? An incident had occurred that caused shockwaves to spread not just throughout the empire.
I'm sorry. I have to put a little 2 cents in here because that's very funny to me. uh, wait. I did something good? How? What? Just the ultimate confusion. That must be on his face. What? I'm sorry.
Empire, but to the many allied countries in the United Federation. The news leaked out the moment it began spreading, other countries soon learning of this momentous affair. Delegates were assembled and tensions rose. The excitement was palpitating. Everyone could feel it. A change was coming. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to press.
Alright, so, our boy destroyed a dungeon. Cool, good on you. Awesome. A mysterious voice contacted him. Who? We don't know. What time is it? It's about 11 o'clock now. How long have I been recording? Why do I have 35 notifications? Oh. No, those are important. Alright, so, anyway, I've been recording about 4 hours now. What chapter am I on? What chapter am I on? Ah, 38. So close. You know what? We are going to do 34. Ooh, maybe I don't want to shop at 34. Ooh. Sorry, wait. Did I say 34? I'm going cuckoo. I'm at 40. We're at 39 now. So it shouldn't take too long to go through the next chapter. Or this chapter. So that being said, would you guys want me to do about 20 chapters a day? Or 20 chapters a recording? Or do you just want me to keep going until I feel the need to stop? Because I could do that as well. Mind you, I usually keep the story on when I'm doing chores or dishes. So, it is what it is. You guys let me know in the comments what you want, and I'll try to accomplish that. All right. In the meantime,
I was looking at a glowing crystal after finishing the talk with an excited Vice Admiral over what had just occurred. After the implosion of the dungeon monolith, there were many hunter soldiers that were badly injured, and I was able to see the versatility of my recently learned skill, Guardian's Light. When I directed this skill to the injured soldiers, whether it was a light scratch or deep wounds, they all began to heal in a few seconds before becoming as good as new. A few guards that were near death were also stabilized and brought back to health in a few seconds. The next hour after that was the most tiring time I had gone through these past few days. The first point was the only thing that was left behind as the dungeon disappeared. Information about its name was the only thing I could observe. Everything else was unreadable. Plain crystal, *_ and plus, email protected, at +%. Plain crystal. What are you and how can you be used? I had tried putting in energy, crushing it, absorbing it, nothing had changed. Something even more pressing along with this.
this happens every once in a while. This piece here. Uh, it's supposed to symbolize that it is unable to give the information. Like a blackout, right? Redacted, redacted. And so every time this weirdness comes up, just think to yourself, redacted. Or information not available. That is all. Carry on.
This was the episode where I had an excruciating headache, and whether I was hallucinating or not, I clearly saw the words move faster. I gave some thought to these new developments as I realized I might be in the middle of something much greater than what I knew. When I spent the hour discussing with Vice Admiral Magner about everything that had occurred, this was the only thing on my mind. I told Magner I needed some time to think, and here I was staring at this crystal while thinking about those words. Among the many possible hypotheses I had, one of the more likely ones was that there was a correlation between what I have become able to do, the blank focus, and now all of that was somehow weaved into whatever sent me that message while my head was splitting apart the moment I caused a dungeon to disappear. When the cracks spread throughout, it wasn't the normal dungeon break where monsters broke out. The entire monolith was just completely gone. My mind had already ascertained that it was around 40 times I had cleared the dungeon before the light blue color became thinner and thinner, eventually exploding after. This meant as long as dungeons were cleared a specific number of times under a very short duration, there was a possibility of breaking them. I knew something like this was huge, as it would put me in the middle of this taking a leading role for the time to come. Nobody could clear dungeons as many times as me without tiring out. Unless many hunters formed tens of teams to target one dungeon, they wouldn't be able to match my rate. I was questioning why lower-ranked dungeons had not disappeared like this before, and came to the conclusion that different ranks of dungeons would require to be cleared a different number of times rapidly before the monolith would implode. There were 3 rank B dungeons in Star City, and they were being cleared maybe 3 or 4 times a day by teams of hunters. Lower-ranked dungeons in core defense cities like this one would be cleared in faster rates, with rank C being approximately 10 to 20 times, rank D 30 plus times, rank E 40 plus, and rank F more than 50 times each day as there were more and more hunters each level down. These numbers were only normal for core defense cities, and would be even lower for the cities in the outer perimeter of the Empire that had very few dungeons. An example was how Outer Bank X City only had its rank C dungeon cleared once every few days. But none of these lower ranked dungeons had disappeared, meaning they required to be cleared even more times in a day before a case similar to Mangrove Swamp could repeat itself. This was only a theory and had to be tested. I had cleared this rank B dungeon so rapidly that it could not keep standing. Many questions came after that which made my head buzz. I took a deep breath as I stopped thinking for a bit. I would understand everything in time. What I needed to focus on now was simply what the words in my head said. Move faster. I already thought my rapid progress was monstrous, but I had to move at a much faster rate. I was planning how to start testing some of my thoughts when a light knock was heard. Sigh, didn't I tell them not to bother me for now? I stayed quiet and kept on thinking, but I soon heard the door clicking open and footsteps coming inside. You all really couldn't wait? I was about to berate the figure that was intruding in my living quarters but was stunned when I saw who it was. A sweet voice rang out mischievously as a woman wearing a red dress with a head full of golden hair came in. You really are full of surprises, aren't you? Elizabeth was trotting in like she owned the place, which might not be too far off as whatever access she had allowed her to enter my room with no problems. I looked at her calmly and replied, I don't even know what happened myself. These words weren't completely false as there was a lot I didn't know. The hunter that seemed to be in her late 20s or early 30s smiled and looked around the room as she said, I would love to get a better idea about what happened. May I accompany you for a discussion tonight? I looked at the woman whose every word she spoke seemed to have multiple meanings. I looked at the tight red dress she was wearing and the head full of golden hair. I continued to be alert so that I wouldn't be taken in by her pace and smiled. Sure, I'll bite. Magner was not able to get a wink of sleep the entire night. He had spent a majority of it deflecting powerhouses from getting near a certain man and being grilled with questions. He wasn't fully successful though, as someone had still slid through. He thought of a certain hunter as he shook his head and thought about all the collection of hunters that were staying in his base. He had been excited just like everyone else at the new development and was waiting to see how things would play out from here. Dungeons could be permanently erased. This was naturally good news, but it prompted another question that he didn't want to think about. Should they all be permanently erased? Should only some be erased and a manageable few left behind? Magner was thinking of all the resources that came out of dungeons as these ideas clashed in his mind. Things got even more hectic as people from Blessed City appeared, making him feel like he was walking on eggshells. He tried putting all of this aside as he neared the quarters of a now famous man and knocked. A moment passed before the door opened and a half-dressed man looked out. His upper body seemed packed with muscles as the abdominal muscles were so pronounced that it almost seemed they were fake. In the room, slender long legs of someone could be made out. Dr. Epadet over the bed. Magner looked at this and gave a smile, choosing his next words carefully. Sir, we'll be holding a forum with representatives from major cities to discuss the new developments and how to move forward from here. He couldn't bring himself to talk to the man the same way he had been doing before. He was doing too many inconceivable things. The man seemed to shake his head before he spoke. I'll be out in a moment. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to pref/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free, read books online and free novels.
Brother was like, give me 5 to get dressed. She can stay where she is. I don't feel like ending just yet. I want to get more done on Minecraft. I want to get further in the book. What time should I stop? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is my end time. I'm setting an alarm. Yeah. As soon as I can find my phone. That's my phone. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get this next chapter started. I just love how funny it is.
Chapter 40, How to Destroy a Dungeon. I was standing at the front of a room where a long oval table was situated, with many new faces sitting and expectantly waiting. Nobody in the room spoke when I walked in, and even now more people were taking their seats in a hushed manner. The Vice Admiral led me to a chair to the front of the room and stood behind me. I could see some familiar faces in the crowd that I recognized, one of them being the man that inadvertently propelled the sequence of actions these past few days, Lightning Hand. When he met my gaze, he gave me that same boisterous smile and laughed. The moment it seemed like everyone was there. Buzzing voices rang out as the discussions began. The whole process took an entire hour and was filled with many boring arguments and discussions, but the core things to take out were the same. Much of the discussion revolved around the repeatability of erasing a dungeon, and whether we should be actively erasing them at all. Sparks began to fly when these comments rose. As for some, it was common sense to destroy the dungeons that could release monsters anytime if they weren't regularly cleared. I didn't speak fully about my power, but people could make inferences about it after knowing the process that was required to completely destroy the Rank B dungeon. I recalled the words that were urging me to move faster before I rose up from my seat, quieting the many voices in the room. I looked around me as I said, "I'll be moving to confirm everything with another Rank B dungeon. Once the process is clear, we will know how to proceed from here on out." I wanted to take a more active role in the world around me after seeing everything that was happening. My first step in doing that was to replicate what I did yesterday. There was still an army of monsters approaching from the Barrens, and who knows what else is lurking out there. I didn't know how much time I had before I was thrown into something else, so I was going to move fast. I left the conference room to start acting on my plans as soon as everything wrapped up. Elizabeth was already up and moving, making it clear she wanted to come along. Having this Rank A hunter with me would not be a bad idea, as it would provide another cover for how expansive my strength that allowed me to clear a Rank B dungeon more than 40 times in a day was. The next target was one of the 2 remaining Rank B dungeons in Star City, Lion's Den. Magner and other officials moved to watch the development outside the monolith as we dived. Lightning Hand and other Rank A hunters that had arrived in Star City were going to test the same thing by forming multiple teams to clear the 3rd dungeon in the city, Bullish Arena. Multiple Rank A hunters formed more than 10 teams that were filled with Rank Bs in the city, and the groups moved in on the dungeons. The ones heading to Lion's Den would be me, Elizabeth, and a few other teams, while the rest would go towards Bullish Arena. The goal was to meet the number of times I cleared the now extinct mangrove swamp, and see if it was applicable to the rest of Rank B dungeons. After this was understood, the tests would be expanded for the other ranks of dungeons. I was able to see the power of another Rank A hunter firsthand as Liz summoned the humongous eagle the moment we were transferred into Lion's Den. The eagle had flawlessly shining dark feathers that were as sharp as knives and piercing claws that brought fear onto the monsters that began appearing. We were located in a bleak grassland environment where multiple large lions were circling us. The eagle's imposing air was holding some of them back as the woman atop the eagle laughed in that alluring tone and commanded the eagle to move forward, its outspread wings acting as sharp blades that decimated everything in sight. I wasn't going to be left behind as my figure flew to the other groups of lions that were soon blasted away with an even stronger, frigid impermanence, that was now boosted by 2 new cold-specific support skills I obtained from the military inventory. Greater cold penetration ignore the enemy's resistance as cold skills deal increased damage, and cold fire cold type skills attach freezing flames onto the enemy, made the already damaging skill even more destructive as any beast in its range of attack would be turned into meat and bones, with the cold spreading into the surroundings and attaching onto nearby beasts. Blue flames could be seen spreading to any beasts that were in the blast area as they screamed out painfully before their bodies were frozen cold. Lion's Den was an expansive space of shrubs and grassland with dens on lions here and there. We had to fly around for more than 30 minutes blasting away hordes of lions before we were faced with the impossibly large titan that had a glorious lion's mane flowing in the wind. Liz looked at me as her lips twisted up in a mischievous smile and said, "He's all yours, let's see how fast you can take it down." She seemed to be enjoying herself as she gave me a thumbs up while lying on her stomach atop the flying eagle to watch the show. I looked at this figure as I recalled memories from last night before I quickly shook myself out of it and focused on the matter at hand. The lion instinctively felt the danger when I neared and moved back, barely evading the epicenter of the casted, frigid impermanence, as the freezing flames in the periphery jumped on its body. It stopped to let out a roar of pain, but it would be the last time the huge jaws opened as another, frigid impermanence bloomed explosively from its head, cutting short the roar and blasting chunks of meat and brain matter into the ground. I ignored the cheerful sounds of clapping behind me as I picked up the clean item, that dropped from the boss. We repeated this dungeon multiple times until a few hours later, on our 28th dungeon run, something occurred. Throughout the runs, Liz had done nothing but summon the huge eagle that did all the work in dismembering the monsters that I began looking favorably to getting a powerful summoning skill of my own in the future so I could just sit back and watch someone else do the work for me. Her eagle would have been out of commission after the first few dungeon runs as its body was littered with injuries. If it wasn't for me casting Guardian's Light after every dive thereafter, the huge eagle would have had to be desummoned and summoned again to be back in top shape. That summoning process took more than half of all energy reserves Elizabeth had, so she would usually dive into rank B dungeons a few times a day before calling it quits. She stopped being surprised at my constant casting of spells after the first few dungeon runs as her cheerful expression became more complicated. I wasn't too worried at showing some level of my power as I was confident in myself to withstand many of the things that could come at me, and I had to stop hiding if I wanted to move further into the future. The change that was occurring currently on our 28th dungeon run was our surroundings literally cracking as if they were glass. The lions in the den in front of us were disappearing as if they were dust as a green light spread out to cover the eagle and us as we disappeared from the dungeon halfway through. We were transferred to the outside world where we could see the imposing monolith with cracks all over. Anyone that was remotely close to the monolith moved back, as many people got the chance to witness the destruction of another dungeon for the first time in history. It looks like the other teams were doing well enough to clear the dungeon more than 12 times after my team was on our 28th run. The team that finished the dungeon for the 40th time was the trigger that caused the instability where any remaining teams in the dungeon were ejected out, and the eventual destruction we just witnessed. This was working proof that the theory was correct. Dungeons could be destroyed. I listened to the triumphant sounds around me as I turned my head to the woman beside me. We were both standing on top of her black eagle as the monolith exploded. I was surprised to find tears dropping from her crystal clear eyes as she watched the sight. She turned to me and talked in a serious expression for the first time since I met her. "You didn't expect to see me cry so soon?" She was wiping away the tears that kept on falling as she continued. "I don't know if you understand the full significance of what we are doing, but for many of us it is liberation." She looked forward at the sight of hunters hugging one another and said, "I have watched countless people die before me as I was forced to keep on going into these dungeons day in and day out. I felt like I would go crazy if I had to keep on doing this for the years to come. The only way I could cope without breaking down was to put on a happy face and keep on going." She looked back at me as she said the next words. "So thank you for making something like this happen. Thank you, and please do not stop." I watched the sight of the sorrowful girl in front of me as she tried to form a smile on her sad face before I let out a sigh and brought her head to my chest, making sure to remove the rough scale armor and place it into one of the storage rings beforehand. I didn't particularly have strong feelings of attachment towards this person as I had only met her for a few days now. Even the one night we spent together, I attributed it to just a fling from the growing interest around me. She was much more alluring than many of the women I had come across recently, but I always felt like she was putting up a face, so I kept my emotions out of it. Her words repeated in my head as she sobbed. Liberation? I already made up my mind long ago for what I was doing. There were too many things I didn't know, and much more that I didn't understand. Even without her reminder, I would not be stopping anytime soon. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter.
Honestly, if I really wanted to, I could just keep mining as I'm doing. But thought occurs to me that while I am going sideways relatively well, I should be going down.
Chapter 41. Entering a new phase. With the destruction of Lion's Den, a new chapter was opening
Not supposed to do today.
for humans and hunters that had been playing a game of catch-up with constantly increasing dungeons. Magner and a few of the officials that watched the implosion of the dungeon firsthand were broadcasting what they were watching to someplace, and others were making phone calls. After Elizabeth had collected herself, I went to the center of the destroyed monolith and picked up another crystal that looked exactly the same as the one I already had, even to the unreadable mess of words. In the 27 successful times we dived in Lionsden, we received many rank BS, but there was no luck in anything rank or dropping. I was able to find another useful skill to add to my collection while busily running around that was called Critical Strike when active. Skills cast thereafter have a chance to deal double the damage. I didn't know the percentage chance of a critical strike occurring while this was active, but I was looking forward to seeing just how much I could continue to increase my damage output. I was going to look through the rest of the skills when we had some time later and choose the ones to exchange with the military. After completely destroying another rank B dungeon, there was only one more left in Star City. We went toward this last dungeon called Bullish Arena, where even more squads led by rank A hunters were repeatedly diving in. When we arrived, we were met with another empty space where a monolith used to stand, with hunters cheering in the clearing. My mind grew calm at this sight. It seemed like we were finally heading in the right direction. Things would get better from here. In an unknown location, a being Dr. Ifaded in black was overlooking multiple transparent screens that showed complex data. The being had a sharp horn protruding from the center of its head, giving its humanoid appearance an imposing look. It noticed a change on one of the screens that quickly grabbed its attention, making a motion to the underling sitting right behind the screen using a glistening three-point tipped weapon. What happened there? The aide behind the screen shot to attention and replied, "We began losing some of the major connections that were already established on Planet 90X in close succession." The sharp-horned being looked at the screen as his eyes flashed with a piercing light as he read the data on this target and asked the aide, "How many pieces do we have on standby?" There was a ruffling of some mints before a reply came. "We currently have the optimum volume ready for the descent on the next planned target." A second passed as the sharp-horned man seemed to think, before a decisive command came out. "Divert the entire volume towards Planet 90X. A shocked expression rose on the aide's face when it heard this, and asked to make sure. "Sir, is that necessary? We will be extremely restricted in our actions towards that target should anything change in the future, and redirecting this much traffic would use a lot of essence." There was a momentary silence as the screens of data in the room fluctuated, before the commanding voice came out once again. "It is abnormal to start losing connections at this stage, and in rapid succession at that. Abnormalities have to be fully eliminated. I do not want any possibility of hope for those backward natives. Do it while also accelerating the release process." A serious nod came from the aide as they adjusted parameters and redirected the coordinates. Directions were soon passed down as pieces moved into their respective positions. At another location not too far from them, there was a huge field that held beasts of all shapes and sizes as far as the eyes could see. There was an eerie quietness at the sight of these countless beasts as multiple small crystals in the field began emanating light barriers that sectioned them off into multiple groups. In a short period of time, everything was assembled and ready to go. With a nod from the aide, the sharp-horned man crossed his legs and sat down while closing his eyes, seemingly putting in all his focus for what was about to happen. I was watching the cheerful hunters when I suddenly felt a change. Even though I was still high in the sky, it felt as if the earth was vibrating. The vibrations only increased as seconds passed and everyone caught on and looked around them. The earth was shaking, the air was shaking, and a strange energy filled the surroundings. An old memory resurfaced in my mind as my face began to drain of all color. This was what happened a year ago. Extreme unease began settling in as I recalled what I felt back then and what I was feeling now. It felt much stronger. The faces of hunters soon turned into despair as they saw a familiar light cover the entirety of their sight, and explosions followed right after. Boom, boom, boom. As if nails were being hammered onto a board, multiple monoliths smashed into the ground and took root. Noises and screams began to be heard as multiple impacts were felt around the city, with a huge one very near to where we are. I opened my eyes in shock to find another dungeon monolith more than 2 times bigger than the ones I had been clearing smashed down onto the area of the dungeon that the hunter squads just destroyed. Some hunters that were still standing nearby were crushed, not even getting a second to let out dying screams. The impact blasted away those that were near as the new dungeon monolith stood erect and proud. Shock soon turned into despair when hunters got their bearings and saw the bloody sight in front of them, as well as the continuous screams that began resounding from the city. The most terrifying thing of all was the fact that the huge monolith that had just struck down was blinking red. Elizabeth had slumped down on top of the Black Eagle, her eyes showing pits of despair as she looked at the monolith ahead of us. My heart was about to lurch out of my chest as I looked at this monolith and observed the area around me. I was flying high up and had a good view of the city, but I couldn't believe what I saw. Monoliths that seemed to represent rank B dungeons had increased by more than 6, and besides this much larger monolith that appeared near us, there was another one just like it on the periphery of the city. Thoughts began to churn in my head as I didn't even know where to move to. The blinking red monolith near us began vibrating, not even giving a second of rest. I snapped out of my stupor and rushed towards the monolith with my right hand outstretched, hoping to make it in time before what was about to happen. My speed increased as I passed the hunters that were despondently looking forward on the ground as my arms neared the monolith. Boom! I was knocked back by a huge impact while I watched with shock as the monolith in front of me began to bloom like a flower. Terrifying beasts soon began to fill the surroundings as one even larger grew out. Roar! A gruntle roar resounded out as a beast shining in white fur popped out. It had the general outline of a gorilla, yet its size defied normal conventions. Its piercing eyes opened and looked around as its mouth curled upwards and sharp teeth could be seen. There were hundreds of beasts all around that looked toward this white gorilla that held a devilish smile on its face. Its smart eyes darted around as it looked at the hunters surrounded by beasts and roared out once more. This roar acted like a signal as the beasts jumped to the nearest hunter they could find. My eyes felt like they were seeing blood as I found my body to already be rushing towards the huge titan. Its dark eyes met mine, and its figure soon disappeared from the ground. Danger sense began ringing as I turned my direction to the sky, only to be met with the newly appeared titan smashing its huge palm towards me. Ha! Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live reading novel free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Where is it coming from? The music's off, which means there's a jukebox playing the song somewhere. Wait. That's right, there's a jukebox.
Chapter 42 Death and Destruction. It felt like I couldn't breathe as my figure was forced down to the ground like a missile. Boom! The impact stole the air from my lungs as I felt multiple parts of my body ache in excruciating pain. I had no time to think as I saw the gorilla now diving down with a fist outstretched. My body was covered in a golden glow as I cast Guardian's Light and pulled away from the deep pit, the fist smashing down, missing me by a second. I wasted no time as I retaliated, casting Frigid Impermanence multiple times towards the huge beast. It seemed to instinctively evade the 5-meter cold blasts as the first two hit air, with only the third catching it while it was dodging and making contact. Roar! It called out with a furious expression as its left hand had deep red gashes with a blue freezing flame dancing on it. Fury took control of me as I kept on hearing the screams around me as more and more Frigid Impermanence was cast towards the huge gorilla. It was able to evade less and less after the first hit, the cold flames permeating in its bones as more of the skills smashed onto its body. The fur and skin that seemed to provide it tremendous defense were tattered and bleeding, its smiling expression completely gone as it looked at me in fear. My only response was more freezing blasts that smashed its body further down into the ground. I only watched as its body become more and more mangled, and soon enough there was no sound coming from the beast. The area around it was still decimated from the cold explosions, but as it cleared I saw a shining skill book and glistening on the ground. I dived down to grab what I saw as I began turning my attention to the hunters fighting the slightly smaller beasts in the background. I checked the information on the skill book as I began casting Doombolt multiple times towards the monsters clashing with the hunters. It was a Rankus skill called Instant Transfer. Move to any location you can see in an instant. It was a very straightforward skill that I learned right away while furiously flying across the skies and continuing to shoot down red lighting to any monsters I saw. I couldn't cast Frigid Impermanence, as they would destroy the surrounding hunters too, and could only strike down with the highest damage single target skill I held. Elizabeth was already on the move along with other rank A hunters that had been clearing the rank B dungeon. They had been taking down the monsters while saving as many lower-level hunters and soldiers they could. I saw a hunter about to be eaten at a far-off distance where I definitely wouldn't make it there by flying. Instant transfer was used for the first time as my body disappeared and reappeared next to the man about to have his head devoured. My defense skills knocked the monster back as another red streak of lightning struck its chest and blew it away. The hunter thanked me while roughly breathing, and I disappeared once more for another location, moving across the battlefield and taking down as many of the beasts as I could. There were mixtures of gorillas, apes, and orangutans that were 3 meters in size running around the field. Their numbers quickly dwindled as they were taken down by rank A hunters, with rank B hunters putting up a fight as well. The area was soon coming to a standstill as mostly hunters remained, many injured and dead as they looked around them in fear and anguish. Friends they were talking to just a moment ago lay dead in their surroundings. After blasting remaining monsters with Doombolt, I flew around casting Guardian's Light to all the hunters that were badly injured and still breathing. All reservations were out the window. I cast as many skills as I could, minimizing much of the damage. I already saw the looks of hope and wonder from the gazes of high-ranked hunters as I finished healing the people in the surrounding. I took a second to stop in the air as I looked into the city where smoke could be seen and explosions continued to resound. The battle was still going on there, and even more casualties were occurring. I looked at the hunters below me that were either almost out of energy or looking towards the city in anger. I was already flying towards the center of the city as my voice rang out powerfully while using War Cry. Snap out of it and stick together. Save as many as you can. My words trailed behind me as I rushed towards the city even faster, with my brain quickly churning and giving me the idea to use Eagle Eye in conjunction with instant transfer. My eyes focused and moved to a position a bit over a mile away in the city where hunters were about to be overwhelmed by monsters, and my figure quickly disappeared from my current position as instant transfer was used. Magner was looking at the sight in front of him with fear and trepidation. Just minutes after they watched the complete breakdown of the monolith that used to be Lion's Den, the world began shaking, and it happened again. The same as before, dungeons appeared. The newly appeared dungeons quickly flashed red and a dungeon break occurred. Monsters rushed out and he was now fighting on the front lines while trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Pull back. He was screaming commands towards his soldiers as he saw them being overwhelmed. A large number of rank B monsters were running amok, with a huge titan up front being held back by a rank A hunter that stayed behind. Apprehension continued to grow in his heart as he saw more and more soldiers fall. His own power wasn't enough to protect those he cared for. Screams continued to ring out as blood and gore followed from the claws or teeth of the beasts. His breathing got rougher as he felt the low energy that remained in his body. He spent the majority of his time in the office, never exerting himself this much before. He looked at the despondent faces of his soldiers that were pushed far back, trying their best to hold on. No, he wouldn't let it end like this. Find a chance to break through. He screamed out another command as he moved to the front of the defense line, and his body blazed in a colorful light. He absorbed the blows of 2 monsters as he grabbed a soldier and threw them to the back. He would save as many as he could with the strength he had left. Thug. He then felt a deep impact as something heavy pierced the armor wrapping his chest, and a metallic taste filled his lips. His soldiers screamed and tried to move in, but could come no closer as his body was surrounded by monsters. The defense line pushed further back. Magner looked at the distorted face of the beast that had its arm in his chest as memories of a different time flashed through his mind. He felt his body slump onto the ground as the beast pulled out the hand piercing his chest and formed it into a fist before smashing down again. Memories and expectations of hope for the powerful hunter that had gone towards the other side of the city some time back were repeating in his head as his clear eyes began closing. The fist rushing down was abruptly stopped as golden swords, red lightning, and a golden light began descending from the skies. His eyes that were about to shut opened a bit more for the last time as he saw the hazy figure of a man materializing above them. Relief passed through him as he hoped this wasn't an illusion, and his eyes snapped shut. The lightning and sword struck down to meet the monsters, and the light went towards him. The golden light began descending on his body, but his eyes stayed shut. A second, a third, a fourth light descended down, but his eyes remained closed. The destructive lightning and golden swords had reached their target on time, but the golden light did not. A frenzied howl rang out in the surrounding as more golden swords and lightning flew at the bounteous groups of monsters that still surrounded the hunters. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel-free read books online and free novels online. Contact Sitemap Pro.
And so a good man was lost on a day to be remembered.
Chapter 43 Dissolution. In the capital of the Blessed Empire, a fast-paced battle was taking place between a burly man holding a sharp spear and a large armadillo-like beast that moved at a speed not matching its body size. Around them lay shattered buildings in flames, with a huge mansion standing majestically in the background. Beasts of all shapes and sizes were abundant in the surroundings as they fought with hunters to their last breath. The ferocity of the fights around the burly hunter and armadillo was at another level. The sharp spear in the man's hand shone a white light as it expanded to 5 meters and struck down on the hard armor of the beast. Crack! A horrid sound was heard as the hard shell broke and meat flew out. The attacks weren't over as the man rose up before bringing his shining spear down once more, nailing the armadillo to the ground. An instant later, an exquisite battle armor along with Chris appeared beside the huge beast. The man bent down and grabbed the battle armor, fitting it on his body as if it were meant for him. He stood proud with an impassive expression as he looked at the battles happening around him. The grand building behind him had been protected, and would stay that way until his last breath. There were too many important people bunkered down in that place. His figure vibrated as the muscles wrapping all over his body like steel cables constricted. Only a flash could be seen as he moved and cut down any monsters that neared. He was the most famous hunter known around the world. He was Steel Mikhail. In one of the allied countries of the United Federation, a man with glistening dark hair had his katana stabbed into the skull of a beast. All around him was a bloody mess of bodies and bones. The hunters that survived the dungeon breaks were looking at this man fearfully as he yawned and pulled the katana up. He looked to the distance and saw another titan that was rampaging. A dark light shone from his body as he suddenly began to grow larger, until reaching 5 meters in height. He pushed on the ground with a disinterested expression as he flew towards the titan with the katana in hand.
But it says Lucky Block.
His large figure was wrapped in the dark light as it streaked across the sky. This was the most powerful rank A hunter in all the countries of the United Federation, the dark sword Kazuhiko. Rage was bubbling throughout every inch of my body as doom bolts continued to be repeatedly cast. Light upon light of my greatest rank, a healing skill went down towards the body of a person I had grown familiar with these past few days, and yet nothing changed. I looked at the relieved expression apparent on Magnur's face as I shook my head in sadness and disappointment. Just a second longer and I rose up with complex feelings as the soldiers that were freed from the beast's relentless attacks circled Magnur's body. There was sorrow in the air as people collected themselves, but I didn't have the time to stay. I tried to put the matter behind me for now and keep on moving. Even seconds were precious, and I couldn't waste them wallowing. There were many more scenes in the city repeating just like this. My body disappeared from this location and I continued scouring throughout the city, helping other hunters that were about to be overwhelmed, and saving as many normal humans as I could.
I really don't like
With the advent of explosions and destruction, most people had stayed in their buildings or gone underground to fearfully hide, hoping all the monsters would be gone when they came out. Some were lucky, others were killed as buildings collapsed from the beasts. Because many of the monoliths that appeared and had dungeon breaks were rank B, their bosses weren't too much of a hassle for me to take down. In a few minutes, I was transferring in and out all over the city, following explosions and screams as I took down the bosses and smaller beasts, giving hunters defending the city some breathing room. All they saw was a figure flash by, red lightning and golden swords descending, as well as a golden light that healed those badly injured. A moment later that figure was gone. This process carried on for another half an hour, with hunters more effectively working together to move people away from the battlefield while protecting themselves from beasts. With a majority of the rank B bosses taken down, I rose high above the city to check what was happening and which areas needed the most support. On the south side of the city, the huge wall erected to protect it was broken down and I could see droves of beasts rushing out, with a huge titan standing beside the path where the monsters were leaving from. Danger sense was letting me know that this beast was of the same caliber as the huge white gorilla. I defeated one, and I can definitely defeat another. My mind was still blazing with anger as I continued to use instant transfer with eagle eyes, and moved closer and closer to where the monsters were leaving the city. Sharp eyes seemed to have noticed me as the titan looked up and their body grew to become even larger. It had the shape of something that had long gone extinct and could only be learned about in history. It had large strong legs and tiny arms that were still multiple times bigger than me, while boasting a gargantuan head that held rows of sharp teeth. It seemed to resemble very closely the archaic Tyrannosaurus rex. An intelligent light flashed through its eyes as its large legs acted like a spring, pushing it off the ground and its open jaws nearing me in an instant. Instant transfer was quickly cast as I escaped before the jaws could snap down. I reappeared where its body used to be as I began spamming frigid impermanence. The large body wasn't able to dodge in the air, and 2 blasts hit it before it reached the ground. Roar! It moved at extreme speeds as it ignored the freezing flames on its body and zigzagged towards me, evading the skills as if it knew where they would land before they were cast. The moment it neared me again, I disappeared into the sky, its terrifying teeth biting nothing but air. It let out another frustrated roar as it didn't jump this time around, its large jaws opening as a red light began to condense and palpitate in the center of its mouth. OFUCKU. I didn't let it complete its skill as another cold blast smashed onto its face, interrupting whatever it was trying to do and causing a huge explosion. The beasts that continued to leave through the broken wall in the city were not looking back, as if they were possessed or heeding a command. The huge Tyrannosaurus rex had its gigantic head mangled, a few of its teeth shattered on the ground. It would get no respite from me as Doom Boltus and Frigid Impermanence smashed onto its injured body. Each strike of red lighting left deep gashes and each explosive cold blast left freezing flames with entire areas of its body missing. Its tremendous life force could not continue supporting it as it slumped down and was finally killed. Chris and another rank a skill book dropped, the skill being Infernal Purge. Searing flames descend from the skies in an area of 5 meters. I learned the skill without a thought and looked to the monsters completely ignoring me and rushing out of the city. There was much less noise and explosions as hunters continued to bring order to the city with the deaths of the titans, the only beasts roaming free being stranglers left behind. I tested Infernal Purge for the first time towards the tens of monsters still rushing out the city. Dark red flames manifested in the skies and rushed down, melting anything they came in contact with. I didn't care who was commanding the monsters to leave the city, I would just kill as many as I could. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next.
It's a shame that he couldn't protect the one he wanted to protect, but it happens sometimes.
Chapter 44 Reverence. I floated in the middle of the broken wall, leading to the desolate barrens that the monsters continued to rush to. Infernal Purge and Frigid Impermanence continued to fall onto them, but not a single one turned around to face me as they escaped with all their might. Things began settling down until only 1 or 2 could be observed running here and there, with most of them already deep in the barrens. I couldn't leave the city now as I didn't know what else would occur, and there were still rank B dungeons that were red and nearing another dungeon break. Movements could be heard behind me as hunters began appearing, the first one being Elizabeth. She stood on her injured eagle that was licking the wounds all over its body as she looked at me with a complicated expression. Elizabeth approached from behind as she said, "The city is gradually being stabilized, with some teams already clearing the dungeons in the high-risk category that haven't had a dungeon break." She was looking at me differently and speaking in a much more reserved tone than usual. I nodded as she continued, "We're trying to get in contact with other cities of the Empire, but we don't have an estimate of deaths and which cities are still standing." She held back the pain as she said this, and I thought about her new tone towards me and the looks I had been receiving. Ever since I had begun moving around the city destroying the monsters relentlessly, people began looking at me differently. This was even more so for the rank A hunters and higher-ups that saw my power firsthand when I handled the Titan and its minions from the rank A dungeon break. I took the change with a calm mind as there were too many things to think about for me to worry about what other people were thinking. We waited at the portion of the destroyed wall until more hunters came and were stationed to rebuild and protect the hole leading out into the Barrens, and we went back into the city. In the military sector, there was significant damage done to many areas, but there was still functionality as people in their respective positions got things going again. I knew nothing besides being a hunter, so I continued to fly over the city while using eagle eyes to catch anything I missed. For rank B dungeon monoliths were now in the city, with 2 in the high-risk category shining red, and 2 shining orange. There were already teams set up and clearing the 2 that were high risk, but they were still red. I thought for a bit and chose to quickly clear them a few times, so that another dungeon break doesn't occur if the clear rate was too slow. In the next 2 hours, I dived into each of the 2 high-risk category dungeons 3 times before their color changed to light orange, gaining more curses. Nothing disastrous had happened while I was going in and out of the dungeon. Once there were no dungeons that would have any immediate dungeon breaks, I went back to the military sector where there would be a debriefing. I ignored the thankful and reverent looks from the soldiers and hunters that I had either healed or saved and went into a huge conference room, finding the only open seat at the front center of the room, with everyone else waiting. I sighed and sat down as the debriefing began. The discussion was somber this time around. We had lost much of the connections with surrounding cities and were not able to get in touch even with Blessed City. The consensus was that this occurred throughout the world, and we didn't know the extent of the damage yet. But one thing was clear: there were now many more monsters roaming the desolate Barrens. It would be much more dangerous to pass through from one city to another, with not much hope for the people stationed on guard posts along the roads leading to and from the cities. The next step was what we would do from here. When we got to this point, the room quieted and many people turned in my direction. This was what I was thinking about how to deal with before coming here. In the cities, those who held the most power would be the ones in high positions and have a large influence on the direction and lives of all the people living in it. Currently, they had seen with their own eyes that I was the strongest, and by a large gap at that, so more influence was pushed onto me. I knew my strengths and weaknesses though, and leading people was not something I was confident in. I thought for a bit and said, "All I can do is hunt down the beasts, so I will rely on the help and ideas from everyone else on matters I am not knowledgeable on." The hunters in the conference room nodded as they waited for my opinion about what we would do from now on. I continued, "The first thing is information. We need to find out which cities are still with us, and which cities still need a helping hand that haven't already been overwhelmed." The officials in the room nodded as they began moving around busily. The issues after that were logistics about the city, its people, food and water, and many more things I didn't know or have an ounce of knowledge on that I left to the relevant departments to take care of. After the direction was decided and the officials began to act, I went towards the melancholic Elizabeth who was standing in the corner of the conference room. I looked at the sight of this person that I didn't know how to feel about and said, "Are you doing all right?" She looked at me and put a smile on her face as she replied, "Yeah, I just thought we were close to being done, but it looks like things are just beginning." I looked at the tired woman that seemed to be trying her best. She had lost another friend today, someone she knew much longer than I did. Magner's face flashed in my thoughts as I observed the sad expression on her face and replied, "Get some rest, it'll be a new day tomorrow." She nodded her head as she looked around the room and went towards the living quarters. No other thoughts passed through my mind as I went out of the building and flew to the skies of the city once more. I looked to the destroyed buildings and people that were moving about and mourning for the losses of those they knew. My thoughts moved to something I didn't want to imagine right now, which was the people of Outer Bank X, with the highest ranker there being rank B. I shuddered as I thought at the possible number of deaths that had occurred there and in other similar cities. I continued to fly higher and higher up until the buildings seemed tiny and the outline of the city could be viewed fully by me. I would wait for the information to come out after what remains of the military acts to move their drones and other things to obtain intel, but I could still move myself and be ready for whatever might occur. The immediate surrounding of the city's walls were clear, and I couldn't see much else in the darkness this high up even with eagle eyes. But I instinctively felt that there was something in that darkness. I stayed in the air, watching and waiting for dawn to break to see what was waiting for us in this darkness. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to press.
I'm still not tired yet.
I floated in the night sky as thoughts continued to churn in my mind. Hours went by as nothing out of the ordinary happened. When the light began to appear on the horizon, I had made a monumental decision for my actions from here on out. The cover of the night was pulled away as the walled city and desolate barrens revealed themselves to me. Far from the city, there were many moving dots that made for a terrifying sight. At the forefront of these dots were three large titans that moved around menacingly. More and more beasts were coming from all around to join this larger crowd as the dots kept on increasing. The scene reminded me of the pictures of the horde of beasts with the large turtle in the middle that were also making its way towards the Empire, albeit the sight in front was at a smaller scale. The monumental decision I had made while I was floating in the night sky this past night was to start moving independently. As great as it was to mix around with others, it was also limiting me. I was planning on going all over the Empire to clear out the dungeons and beasts that have popped out, before going ahead and facing the incoming horde of enemies after. This was me moving faster. I would start with the collection of beasts amassing themselves around this city first. My eyes were on the three moving titans whose figures became even clearer with the sun breaking through the horizon. One was a large bear with claws drenched in black. Another was an Arctic fox with white flowing fur, and the last was a white panda hoisting a sizable tree trunk on its back. I began acting while staying in the skies, starting off with multiple casts of Infernal Purge. The dark red flames that were terrifyingly hot rushed down towards the gathering of beasts below. Elizabeth was watching an alarming image of collections of monsters outside the city. What alarmed her the most was the droves of flames that were now falling down and burning everything on sight. She had not been able to get a wink of sleep last night, and she doubted anyone would have. They had received signals about the gathering of beasts outside the city a few hours ago, and were already moving the tired hunters to fight as soon as dawn broke. She came to the forefront at the destroyed portion of the wall, only for the sight in front of her to present itself. The dark flames were the first thing she saw. When she looked to where they were coming from, she saw the hazy figure of a man she soon recognized in the sky. Her mind was much calmer as she saw this, and she thought about the incomprehensible power that Noah seemed to have. She had thought he was a better than average rank A and chose to let loose with him for a night just to forget about the grimness she had been dealing with all this while. It was a great time, but she felt like she really couldn't approach this man that same way again. He just seemed too strong and intimidating currently, becoming a different person overnight. She also knew herself and she didn't think she was the type of woman that deserved someone like him. Looking at the destruction he was bringing down on beasts that they would have to spend hours fighting, she knew someone like him wouldn't stay in one place for too long. A person of his caliber deserved somebody that wasn't damaged and was meant for much greater things. A sad expression passed by her face as she depreciatingly thought about this. She thought of the attack yesterday as she watched the monsters outside the city howl as flames kept on falling onto them and melting their ranks clean through. That attack had occurred the moment they began destroying dungeons. Anger rose in her as she thought about this. That attack was deliberate. Their enemy was much stronger than they were, and they knew nothing about them. She looked to the skies once more as she hoped. She just hoped they now had someone just as strong that would stand by their side. She was planning on staying in Star City for quite a while to take care of things that might fall apart because of the absence of a great friend of hers. He had saved her once in the past and owed a great deal to him, and yet she wasn't even there when he died. Her wrathful heart was getting some relief as she watched 3 titans angrily rushing around the other beasts avoiding flames. They had tried jumping to reach the target in the sky, but this resulted in even more gruesome injuries as patches of their body were melted from the continued rushing flames. Elizabeth looked at this ridiculous sight of 3 Ranka bosses that effectively could not do a single thing to the man in the skies and thought maybe, just maybe, they would be alright. The monsters began dispersing as they couldn't deal with the attacks coming down. And this was when another attack was introduced. Circular explosive blasts of cold elements wrecked the area where the monsters were in, blowing them to smithereens and only leaving behind blue flames. With the combination of flames and these cold blasts, a majority of the beasts were destroyed or sent running. The 3 titans did not make it out alive as their bodies lay burnt and frozen in the chaotic barrens. She, along with the other hunters placed on the broken walls, looked up to the figure in the sky in reverence and fear. He hadn't come down even once, but the horde of beasts lay dead around him. After watching the unbelievable show of the decimation of beasts, hope rose in the hearts of many as they looked to the future. Communications were properly established and they were able to get a better grasp of the situation around them. The Empire's capital was damaged, but still standing because of the strength of Steel Mikhail. Other cities that had rank A hunters and a multitude of rank Bs were able to bring things under control, but the deaths were in the millions in many cities, with others completely destroyed. News from the United Federation was just as grim, with some countries destroyed and others turning lawless. People from all sides were living in fear as this scene from some time ago repeated itself. Something even more disastrous was a new threat that had just appeared. Besides the large horde of beasts coming towards the Empire, another had formed and was targeting the United Federation. This horde had something that made many people tremble in fear. It was a mythical beast they hadn't seen before, a dragon. News from those that saw this beast and were still alive said it had come out of a monolith larger than any of the currently meant ones, and that it spelled destruction for the entire world. When the images were first seen, the officials did not want to believe it. The dragon was not carrying out indiscriminate destruction, but occupied a few countries and declared himself king. Any hunters that dared to defy him would be killed without question. Something even more startling was that this was the first beast that was able to communicate with the humans, making commands and reformations that the occupied countries had to follow. This threat was something they did not know how they could possibly deal with. Leaders were panicking with no options in sight as at this sudden development. Were their lands about to be taken over by foreign invaders? Amidst all of this, a new hero was rising above the destruction to bring a semblance of hope towards the people. Because of him, one particular city in the Empire faced the lowest number of casualties. He was a versatile mage that fought in the front lines, tirelessly casting skill after skill with boundless energy. He was the peak rank A hunter known as Noah Osmont. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next.
I didn't see shit. I saw nothing.
Chapter 46 Unshackled. I observed the burning lands beneath me as the screams of beasts rang out. Whatever plans the 3 titans had to besiege the city were out of the window as every beast in their ranks fell, and eventually they themselves met their end. My defenses were a notch below these Ranka bosses, as can be seen by how the first one I took down yesterday broke a few bones with a slap. My offensive skills could not be matched though, as as the damage of Ranka's skills that were further boosted by support skills ravaged their defenses after just one attack. I floated down to the burning ground to pick up the similar to yesterday. Many of them were Ranka cores as the beasts came from a Ranka dungeon break. I left lower-level cores aside when I was flying through the city yesterday, only grabbing and absorbing the higher-ranked ones when I stood guard in the sky the last few hours. With the death of many beasts here, as well as the large piles of cores I could see besides the 3 dead titans, I should be able to absorb enough until I reach the cap of 300 for my attributes. With the skills that provided additional attributes, mine had already broken through to the next rank after A. What was this rank? Maybe I'd be the pioneer to find out. Besides the cores, I found 2 Ranka skills and an item from the 3 bosses, the 2 skills being Spear of Destiny Dark Energy manifests in the form of a spear that aims at the hearts of your enemies, and Ultra Regeneration. As long as your heart beats and your brain is still functioning, you will not meet death. The item was a purple armor that looked extremely sturdy called Armament of the Commander. I learned the skills and equipped the armor, enjoying the new feeling of safety after the hard material covered the entirety of my body. I went back towards the city after that and met many hunters that were prepared for a fight that was finished. I nodded at Elizabeth and went back with her into the military sector to listen to the updates they had received so far. The news was grim, with many deaths in some cities that couldn't be reached. A monster that exceeded rank A had taken over countries in the United Federation, and the threat of the horde of beasts with the terrifyingly large turtle that was most likely of the same rank as the one appearing in the United Federation had its horde increased in size and was accelerating towards the Empire. I listened to all of these pieces of information and knew what I would be doing from now on. There was no time to waste, so I used my newly formed influence in the city to get many things in order. The first thing was to procure more storage rings, and I was able to find 2 more rank B and 3 rank C rings from the military inventory, bringing my total collection of storage rings to 5 rank C and 3 rank B. Half of these rings would be filled with food and daily necessities as I was planning to leave the city, roam the barrens, and give aid to any other existing cities while going towards the monster horde heading towards us. Specialized hunters from the Empire would be doing this within the next few days, but I would move out first. This responsibility did not feel that heavy on me, as the strength I had more than made up for it. I knew that my focus was blank for a reason, and it wasn't to waste it away just clearing dungeons in cities and being entertained. I made this clear to the rankers that were standing atop this city, and their expressions turned somber as they heard. Elizabeth looked at me and spoke. "We will reinforce and meet you at the outer perimeters of the Empire as things are being settled. The information shows that the horde will reach the outer perimeters in around a week." She spoke with conviction, looking straight into my eyes for the first time in a while. I nodded at her and moved along to secure other matters before I began moving. I knew the remaining hunters wouldn't sit still as their empire faced this enemy. But I also didn't want to see more deaths. They would make their own choices though, and I couldn't change that. They would focus on stabilizing the surrounding cities and making sure no more dungeon breaks occur. The consensus seemed to be that destroying dungeons completely was good, but it was to be regulated. They were horrific designs that brought them much death and pain, but they also allowed for more people to grow stronger when they were repeatedly cleared. Some would be destroyed, while others that can be comfortably cleared would be left behind. It took an entire 3 hours after this until I was ready to leave. During that time I had chosen more rank B skills from the military inventory, and the ones that had dropped that I hadn't learned yet. The newly gained skills mostly augmented my damage and defense further. They were Greater Flame Penetration, Burning Soul, and Elementalist that respectively reduced the flame resistance of enemies, seared their core with flames and caused more damage when using element-based skills. Hard Body, Diamond Skin, and Elemental Mirror all boosted my defenses even further, making my body seem out of this world with the colors and textures if I had not been keeping active skills like Stealth and Shadow Veil that hid all the iridescent colors and effects. The remaining time was spent stuffing the storage rings with all sorts of meals that I had prepared. From the steaks I liked to non-perishable foods that could last me more than 2 weeks. After that was the somber military burial for the death of many soldiers and vice admirals across the city that put their lives on the line. One particular soldier being honored was Vice Admiral Magner, his death causing a large gap that would not be filled anytime soon. Once all of this was done and I was ready to go, I was met with a row of soldiers and hunters sending me off. I would meet them all again soon enough when they begin moving towards the beast horde, and didn't know who would be lucky to come out alive from that fight. Elizabeth stood at the forefront while I flew away, only telling me to be safe and wait for them before facing off against the enemy. I couldn't begin to understand what she was thinking, and I myself didn't have the luxury of getting emotionally sidetracked right now. Who knows, maybe after everything was over I would put in the time. I flew away from Star City and went towards the desolate barrens where monsters roamed free. Dungeons didn't only appear in cities, and they would be all over the land. The ones appearing outside of cities would have dungeon breaks and allow monsters to roam free. There were specialized hunter squads made to regularly
Yes.
hunt down monsters in the barrens before they made their way to the walled-off cities. I would be acting as a one-man squad this time around and take down anything I come across. The ultimate goal at the end of this journey was the death and loot from the ridiculously huge turtle in the middle of hundreds of thousands of beasts. All I had with me were Rankus skills that were boosted multiple times with support skills being kept active at all times. Would they be enough to take down something a level higher? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live reading novel free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Okay, I didn't put any chests away. That was I love that at this point he's not even bothering to hide his strength. I mean, there will be a point in the future where he tries to. I guess, believe it or not, there will be a point in the future where he's not the strongest being out there. Oh, my ear. Ah, yeah. Sorry. Cleaning my ear out. It was itchy. Sorry about that. Let's get the next chapter started.
Chapter 47 A Terrible Beast. Hunters all over the Empire were bracing themselves for a fight that determined their future. A horde of beasts was on their way, and admirals scrambled to get their regiments in order after the latest attack that left many dead and injured. Enough hunters had to be moved to face the oncoming threat, while also leaving enough behind to clear the newly appeared dungeons around the cities. There were enemies all around with not enough people on hand. Higher-ups of the Empire had slightly less despondent thoughts as intel regarding a particularly powerful hunter made its way to the top. The hunter had faced crowds of monsters that were about to besiege Star City, and took them all down single-handedly. With the addition of top hunters like Steel Mikhail, they felt like they could still come out of this predicament in one piece. Commands were quickly given as pieces began being moved. They were tired and fearful, but they would not give in. They would fight until their last breath if they had to. Cities gradually became stabilized as hunters began moving to the periphery of the empire to meet the coming enemy. The United Federation was in a dire state after the recent attacks. 3 of its countries had already fallen into the hands of a powerful black dragon that killed anyone that defied it. The terror of this dragon was just beginning as it began making movements. It had many underlings beneath it that looked like a mixture of humans and lizards, as well as smaller reptiles that looked similar to it but had no wings. The black dragon's first movement made many despair, as it commanded the human hunters that healed under its strength to form into a force that attacked the surrounding countries. It had many beasts under its command to use, but it was mostly using humans to fight other humans for its dominion. Scenes of hunters facing each other in battles had already started, causing a sense of defeat from any parties that came out alive in these battles. Both were fighting to defend the lives of the people in their countries, with one side trying to protect the millions that were already subjugated under the Black Dragon's forces. Any dissent from them could cause the death of millions of people with just a word from the terrible beast. Leaders in the Blessed Empire were observing this situation while providing support to the United Federation for the first time in a while. Resources were spread thin as hunters had to be sent towards an impending horde to the south, others to remain to protect the empire itself, and some to be sent towards the United Federation.
Oh, my battery's low. Alright, so what's that mean? Not much, really. I'm going to put on a different pair of headphones and charge this one. That's what that means. Alright. I don't believe I have this set. So, I'm gonna need to take a second to set this up. Don't mind me. Let's see. This is a JBL. Is that this one? Speakers. Headphones. Perfect. Yeah. Shut that real quick. See if adjustments need to be made. If not, then this will be fine. If so, well, we'll fix it. There we go.
Federation. If the countries there all fell under the command of the Black Dragon.
Ooh, no, hold on. I messed that up. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry about that.
Dragon, the Empire would be next.
Right.
The Dark Sword, Kazuhiko, was feeling a different emotion for the first time in a while. It wasn't the usual apathy and disinterest that he felt even after the apocalypse occurred. He had naturally awakened and risen to become the most powerful hunter of the United Federation as time passed. He had cleared dungeons, faced Ranka Titans, and done everything his teenage mind had ever dreamed of. But he was quickly bored again. Even after dungeons appeared en masse again, the Ranka bosses from the dungeon breaks quickly fell under his sword. But now, something different was occurring. His blood boiled as he saw the images of the huge black dragon that was making its way to the center of the United Federation. He felt like this huge beast would be a sufficient opponent for him, but he also knew his limitations. Even though he was a battle junkie, he still wanted to keep his life. The beast they were going against was a rank above his, with thousands of beasts surrounding it. This was why he was leading the hunters of the Federation that would be standing against the Black Dragon and his forces. He looked down on the humans that submitted to the beast's power. Where was their pride for them to stand down so easily? A man should fight to their last breath. Even if the entire team he was leading was to be overpowered, he would not submit under the rule of beasts. He didn't want that possibility though, as he wanted to live longer and fight many more grand battles, so he was waiting. He waited for the hunters around the nation to gather and band together. He waited for the reinforcements from the neighboring empire. He waited for all the pieces to be moved in place before he faced off against the huge beast and its army. His heart was pounding as he stared at the image of the dragon. He couldn't wait for the battle to start. Steel Mikhail laid his trusted spear down as he absorbed the information he was receiving. Their blessed empire had born another powerful hunter called Noah Osmont. The information put him on top of the charts just from the exploits he had done so far. He thought about the described scene where this hunter stood against droves of beasts and took down 3 Ranka bosses all by himself. Would he be able to do something similar? He required the help of other hunters stationed in the capital to take down the Ranke bosses that had appeared because of multiple dungeon breaks. He had mages healing him and other hunters contributing to keep them busy while he dealt killing blows. Yet Noah seemed to be doing the work of multiple hunters all by himself. He withstood the attacks of a titan and came out alive, used highly offensive spells to take it down while also healing injured hunters he came across. He was truly powerful. Mikhail wasn't feeling any form of jealousy or envy from his title, as the strongest hunter of the empire going to someone else. He loved the land he was in and would do anything for it. Having stronger hunters was naturally a good thing. They had already received news that Noah was making his way towards the monster horde south of the empire. This showed the man's confidence in his strength. The empire was also continuing to send its forces and resources to the outer perimeters to meet the beasts and reinforce this hunter. A majority of the high-ranking hunters would either be going in the same direction as Noah or towards the United Federation to help with the newly risen threat that would point itself towards the empire the moment it was left to run rampant. He would stay in the capital as its protector. He and a few other hunters would clear the Ranka dungeon here, and the newly appeared ones in surrounding cities so that no dungeon breaks would continue occurring. He would be the last line of defense for the millions of people living in the empire. That was his role. He was the protector. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live reading novel free read books online and free novels online. Contacts sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Okay, so there's a couple of ways to make string. That's good. Because I need me some string. Oh. I also need me to make the thing I was gonna make. I'm still not tired yet, so we'll just keep going till I'm tired.
Scenes of something you wished were only in your nightmares were making themselves prevalent as I flew across the skies of the desolate barrens. A semblance of society lay destroyed on the ground, with patches of monsters roaming free. Many of these monsters were either being led by a titan, or you could occasionally find a few traveling alone. Many of them were cleared after the appearance of dungeons the first time, with the occasional teams being sent whenever a dungeon appeared and a dungeon break occurred in the barren lands. After the stabilization of the cities, more hunting squads that handled these monsters would have to be sent out so that they don't form into larger groups and begin targeting the walled-off cities. I had passed by 2 cities so far, cities that I had seen while driving to Star City not too long ago. Their serene atmosphere was broken as you could see destroyed buildings and smoke, but they were still standing. There were significantly more casualties in other cities that were not lucky enough to have strong hunters stationed. I was forcing myself to not prioritize a city that I couldn't keep out of my mind, as there were more cities near me where I could save more people and time. I would move at the fastest pace towards the place I awakened in, Outer Bank X. The 2 cities I passed were still trying to clear any monsters running around inside, with a few patches of monsters slowly getting together outside the city walls. I began with the inside of the cities and sniped the monsters with Doom Bolt. Hunters would be chasing the beasts only to see of a flash of lightning and a charred corpse right after, looking to the skies to see my figure flashing away with instant transfer to my next target. When I was met with any titans grouping monsters together, I cast Spear of Destiny towards them. A dark palpitating spear more than twice my size would form and strike down towards these large beasts, nailing them to the ground. Rank B bosses required 2 or 3 hits of this spear that always aimed at their chest before a bloody hole appeared, where their hearts used to be ruptured. Rank A bosses required well over multiple casts of Spear of Destiny, as they instinctively felt the deadly spear's headings towards them and either tried to evade or block. After their arms became a mess of flesh and bones and their mobility was reduced, the dark spears dug through the tight chest muscles until they reached their hearts. I only came across 2 other Rank A bosses, adding to my collection another Rank A skill and item. The skill was Arc Lightning, a terrifying lightning that chains onto other nearby enemies strikes down. And the item was Fairy's Wings. This was the first item I found that wasn't a generic armor or weapon, but its effectiveness was low when it came to me. When equipped, it looked like white glowing wings of light spread out from my back. The wings allowed you to float as long as mana was supplied, and having them on increased your maneuverability and speed in the air. I didn't need the floating function because of flight, but I would have them on for the boost they provide while I was flying. My speed became even faster, allowing me to reach the 3rd city today before night fell. This city was even more desolate than the last 2, with the majority of it in ruins and hunters still holding off monsters. I tried Arc Lightning for the first time here and watched a streak of blue lightning pierce into one monster, and then it continued flying and chaining towards multiple others. In larger groups of monsters, the skill was able to chain more than 8 times to take down multiple beasts. I flew around this city and cast Guardian's Light towards the injured. My figure that was flying through the skies releasing golden lights while having glowing wings outstretched behind only made me stand out even more. The city and its surrounding area was cleared of monsters in no time, and I chose to spend the night here as I realized I couldn't hunt effectively at night with the low visibility. When I took the journey to Star City last time, it had taken us the entire day from Outer Bank X to get there. Yet now, I was only halfway through to Outer Bank X as I worked to take down groups of monsters and aid the struggling cities I came across. At the same time, I was clearing any dungeons that were high risk, so that another dungeon break didn't occur. After seeing the state of most hunters in the city, I also gave out the many Rank B skill books, items, and cores I didn't have need of to raise multiple Rank B hunters in the past 3 cities that could effectively handle the new dungeons that arose. I would reach Outer Bank X tomorrow, but my head was aching from what I might see when I get there. More than a day had passed since dungeons appeared en masse again. If a city was faced with strong monsters, its outcome would already be decided by now. I hoped for the best, but I prepared myself for the more than likely scenario of destruction that I might see tomorrow. I wanted to keep to myself tonight, so after flying around this 3rd city and healing any that were badly injured, I found a destroyed building to get into to sleep for the night. I went into a high-rise building that was badly damaged and found an enclosed room to stay in where I took out some of the food in my storage rings and finally ate something today while thinking about the future. Early in the morning when dawn broke, I rose from the destroyed building and continued my way towards Outer Bank X. There was a long distance with only the barrens to look at before I reached the next city. The Tours of monsters were becoming more frequent as I went further out of the Empire, leaving me with a heavy heart as more of my conjectures were turning out to be true. The groups of beasts in the barrens were only met with death as dark flames, explosive cold blasts, or chaining lightning decimated their ranks. I was releasing all of my anger onto them, but it seemed to be ever so increasing. I passed through another city that I recalled was right before Outer Bank X, and the sight did not bode well for what I would be seeing from now on. All around me was carnage, with beasts running rampant and very few survivors in sight. I looked at the city below me in anger and sadness as the bloody sight laid itself bare. Lightning rained down as it chained from beast to beast, destroying anything it came across as my rage continued to build up. I was angry at the beasts, but I was also angry at myself and many others in the Empire. The most powerful hunters were stationed and concentrated in the cities further inland. It seemed only natural as they held higher-ranked dungeons, and they were required to clear them. Even I left Outer Bank X to go to a core defense city that held higher-ranking dungeons. But this natural thing meant there were very few powerful hunters in the outer cities of the Empire. Nobody had ever expected dungeons to appear en masse again, but they did. With these cities having a few rank B hunters and many more lower-ranking ones, how could they handle it if a ranked dungeon appeared and a dungeon break occurred? Unless they were lucky enough for more powerful hunters to naturally awaken and take the lead in defending them, some cities faced complete destruction. Similar to the first advent of the apocalypse, many deaths will occur throughout the world until those truly powerful begin to fully mobilize. The only sliver of hope was people hiding in underground bunkers as the monsters roamed above them, only left to wait for a chance of survival. I looked at the destroyed city while taking down the beasts in the most excruciating ways possible, hoping many people were able to hide themselves and bunker down in some of the purposefully created shelters. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Chapter 49 Rage Against an Unknown Enemy. The process didn't take too long as extremely terrifying rank skills rained down on the beasts, until all that was left was charred or mangled bodies. I repeatedly used War Cry, while flying across the skies to see if there were any people lucky enough to evade the rampage of the beasts. I already observed some underground structures broken through and the people huddled inside killed, but expected some to be luckier in such a large city. A few hunters and people began rising out minutes after I began using War Cry, fear and despair on their faces as they looked at the city they used to know. The city was very large and widespread with collections of people far apart, so I gave them all a singular message. The path towards the inner cities of the Empire was cleared, and they should start making their way there. I continued to increase the number of skill books and items from the many bosses I had been taking down on the way here, so I used my gut and chose people and hunters that seemed to hold another emotion besides fear for the beasts that did this to them. I looked for any people with rage on their faces and handed out many of the cores, skills, and items that were useless to me. This would strengthen them and make them strive to do even more. I spent a few hours in this city, trying to quickly wrap up the rescue and strengthen process so I could head towards Outer Bankax. I flew with apprehension towards the old city I used to live in as I knew I would be subjected to a similar scene. I reached the broken walls of Outer Bankax after another hour of killing groups of beasts roaming the barrens, and even though I was prepared for the scenes of destruction, I still felt a pain in my chest. Similar to the city before, monsters roamed free with many people brutally dead across the city. My heart felt the growing rage that I had nowhere to aim to besides the mindless beasts that continued their destruction. I wanted to find those responsible for this. I wanted to find the enemy that continued to play with us and the lives of billions. But they were nowhere to be found, only mindless beasts continuing their destruction. I repeated what I did in the previous city with a heavy heart as the monsters fell to a variety of my destructive skills as I looked for any survivors in the city. The process repeated itself similarly, with thousands of people being lucky enough to hide in underground bunkers all over the city and not be found by the pursuing beasts. None of the hunters I knew in this city were anywhere to be found. The confident face of the female hunter that spoke without regard passed through my mind. She was nowhere to be found. I flew around the city as I located the destroyed structure of the dilapidated apartment I used to live in. The building was half destroyed with no signs of life. Where my lodging used to be was now just air, with rubble on the ground being all that was left of it. Emptiness that I didn't think I could feel pervaded my body as I took my time and watched this scene. I had watched so many of these scenes of death and misery that I thought I couldn't get any more enraged, but I was wrong. I reined in my emotions as I passed out skill books, items, and cores to the many people remaining alive in the city while telling a similar message as before, for them to head towards the standing cities of the Empire. I rose to the skies and looked at the destroyed Outer Bankax for the last time as I moved even faster, making it my goal to comb through the periphery of the Empire and destroy as many groups of beasts as I could. Another day passed and I was able to pass by a few hunter groups led by rank A hunters that were carrying out a similar mission to mine. It took a few days for the hunters to stabilize their cities and start sending out more squads to purge the beasts populating the barrens and give aid to other cities. I could also see regiments of soldiers in huge lines of trucks carrying supplies heading straight to the defense line where the collision with the horde of monsters would soon occur. I helped any hunters and people that required aid while giving out skill books to awaken even more hunters that still had the will to fight. I was killing so many monsters of lower ranks that the many rings I had were nearly filling up, making me very generous in giving away the resources I held. I would give more than half away whenever I came across regiments of soldiers led by vice admirals or admirals. They would be putting their lives on the line soon enough, strengthening their ranks before this fight would still be beneficial. The Blessed Empire was large, with many cities populating it, but I wasn't moving alone in the empire. The cities and people that could be saved were saved in the next few days, with more and more hunters congregating to the last defense line getting ready for the brutal fight. I was able to take down 5 more rank A bosses while moving these past few days, providing me with an abundance of cores that brought my attributes all the way to 300 for vitality and strength even without putting the attributes from the support skills into account. The rank A focus attributes were given to the military as I still had no use for them, the blank attribute not changing the slightest no matter how many I absorbed. 3 skills and 2 items also dropped from these rank A bosses, the skills being Void/cut the area in front of you with the swing of your sword, Expansion burn your energy to expand your body to its limits, and Pain resistance, the perception of pain in your body is dulled. I learned the expansion and pain resistance in a blink and put away Void/ that I wouldn't be using for now. I could use both of the items, one being a rank A storage ring and the other was Emperor's Boots, granting me a boost in speed that further enhanced my already fast flight. The time was quickly approaching as the horde neared the Empire, and I went towards the defense line to meet the coming enemies head-on while trying to minimize the deaths of hunters as much as possible. They had erected a wall and trenches that stretched for miles left and right where many hunter soldiers were stationed. The Empire was preparing for this horde for a while now, and the sudden appearance of new dungeons and beasts had only damaged parts of the defense line that were repaired as soon as the hunters took back control. I placed the colorful fairy's wings into my ring as I flew towards one of the command centers. My figure put the already tense hunters on high alert, but ecstatic expressions rose on their faces as soon as they saw it was me. I had been moving across the Empire rapidly these past few days, becoming widely known as more and more of the hunters I saved moved around. I had also met with the military regiments multiple times and provided them with the loot that was filling my rings, making many of the hunters in the military excited when I neared. I landed on top of the wall lined up with soldiers as I looked out to the wide expanse of barrens before us. A horde of hundreds of thousands of beasts would soon be upon us from this quiet stretch of land. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys.
It's a shame that his home was destroyed. Sorry. A right bloody shame.
Chapter 50 Collision between opposing forces. As hunters prepared to face the monsters with the moving landmass of a turtle at the lead in the Blessed Empire, other hunters were banding together to stand against the tyranny of the Black Dragon in the United Federation. With the continued aid from the Empire, a coalition of forces was created consisting of hunters from each of the nearby countries and the Empire. The person leading this coalition of hunters was the Dark Sword, Kazuhiko. His power was renowned in the United Federation, and he was among the strongest hunters to take the lead against the terror of the dragon. The Black Dragon continued to propagate its forces, increasing its influence towards the surrounding countries in the span of the week. The hunters from the overtaken countries had no choice but to listen to the commands of the beast that held the lives of their loved ones in its hands. The beast would not act a majority of the time, staying behind the ranks of its crowds of monsters, and only stepping in whenever a powerful hunter was making a stand. Its power was destructive and nobody could stand against it. The combination of the Dark Sword, along with other peak rank A hunters, was what the forces were hoping to stand against the power of the dragon. Only time will tell, as the two forces neared one another. A collision between the coalition of hunters and beasts was imminent. On the defense line at the outer periphery of the empire, a hunter was holding a long staff as he looked at the scene around him. To his left and right were rows of hunters holding mage staffs similar to his, and even more holding exquisite bows in their hands. Below him were even more hunters holding a variety of shields, swords, and other close combat weapons. They were ready to put their lives on the line for the beasts that were coming. His hand that was holding the staff was trembling as he began to feel the ground beneath him to do the same. Dust was quickly rising on the horizon, signaling the coming of the monsters. The trembling hunter turned his head towards one of the command centers where he could see the powerful hunters of the Empire congregating. Standing on the lead of these hunters was a man with dark hair and a radiant fair complexion. His body donned an ethereal purple armor that vaunted strength. He stood at the forefront, overlooking the walls and the people with an expression that seemed to give off conviction. The trembling weapon in the hunter's hand settled just a little at this scene. He knew this hunter that assured the fears of many of the people here. His regiment was about to be overtaken by a pack of beasts led by a Ranka Titan on their way here, and this man appeared out of nowhere with powerful skills that took care of the beasts that were about to take their lives as if it was nothing. It was this strength that gave many hunters hope of seeing the next day in one piece. The dust on the horizon continued to grow larger as more small dots could be seen with the NAKA. As time passed, the small dots could be seen getting larger and larger at every step. The hunters were prepared, those with long-ranged weapons and spells protected on top of the makeshift walls, with hunters hoisting large shields and broadswords moving forward to meet the incoming enemy. The horde of beasts was becoming clear in the eyes of the hunters as a conglomeration of all types of beasts became apparent. From apes to lions, all the way to extremely oversized poisonous toads. They were all rushing towards them with eyes filled with bloodal visati. Their hearts became firm as they prepared to clash with the waves of monsters. Noah Osmont, the hunter that many people were placing their hopes on, rose in the air as the beasts neared. Other hunters with flying summons also filled the skies as a huge black eagle could be seen not too far away. A famous hunter was also seen with their signature white Pegasus, and even more hunters with bats or other winged beasts appeared. Skills were prepared as everybody felt their energy bubbling at full capacity. Much of the horde was now visible, and to the far back was a hideously misshapen turtle that had green pulsating spikes poking out of its hard shell. Its size seemed larger than 20 meters as it took world-shaking steps towards the crowd of humans in front of it, each of its steps shaking the land. Noah acted first as a cry rang out from him, invigorating the hunters all around and easing their fears. His hand rose to the skies as a long staff appeared pointing forward. Multiple 5-meter circles came to light in the air, dark red flames spurting out towards the incoming beasts as Infernal Purge was cast. The circles increased exponentially as time passed, making the skies above the beasts look hellish as the flames flew down towards them. Hunters saw this destructive power coming from their side and cheered. Their spirits lifted as they prepared skills of their own. Boom! 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 Chaos had begun as the flames reached down and burnt everything they touched. At the same time, blue streaks of lightning were shooting down, traveling through ranks of monsters as if they were connected by a rope. Arc lightning was also being continuously cast towards the coming beasts as they began falling in droves from the skills of just one hunter. Roar! A thundering sound was heard as the titan of a turtle spread its wide jaws open, and a green pillar of energy shot out towards the hunter, causing such destruction. Zoom! The green pillar of energy hit the air as hunters scrambled to move aside, Noah's figure disappearing from where it was and appearing even closer to the horde of beasts as other skills were cast. Immense dark spears began to form around him as Spear of Destiny was also used, when a drastic change occurred. An alarmed expression rose from Noah's face, as people began to feel another source of power that wasn't coming from the turtle come to light. Something shot through the skies at extreme speeds towards the figure of Noah, smashing into him in less than a second. Boom! It felt like the skies had cracked as multiple defense skills were destroyed. Noah's body was knocked quite a distance back as it came to stabilize in the air. A grisly wound was on his body as only a mass of wriggling flesh could be seen protruding from his right shoulder. His entire right arm was gone. A pained expression rose from him as multiple golden lights began to descend and Ultra Regeneration was cast multiple times. The beast that had appeared in front of Noah had a humanoid appearance, but with wings and a stinger that shone in a piercing light coming from its body. It seemed like a grotesque mixture of a humanoid mosquito as it raised its sharp stinger upwards in an unnatural manner and licked the blood and flesh coming off of it. It was only 2 meters in size, but its power felt no less than the turtle moving on the ground. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel-free read books online and free novels online. Contacts sitemap privacy and terms of use.
I need to pee again. Oh dear. Let's see. What are we doing? We're doing okay. I'm I'm really not tired. See, I don't know anything about diamond skin, hard body, or really even golden halo. Oh, that stinks. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this one started. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back shortly. I don't think I need to poop, so it shouldn't be a long period. I think my heater's off now, so let's even better. Alright. Right.
I felt such an intense level of pain that I would have blacked out if I didn't have pain resistance activated. While I was targeting the enormous moving landmass of a beast below, something else that was moving in the dark almost took my life. Were it not for the many defense skills like Diamond Skin, Hard Body, Golden Halo, and many more that layered my body at all times, it might not be only an arm I was missing.
Ooh.
The pain was increasing as Ultra Regeneration and Guardian's Light continued to fall onto my body and regenerate my arm at a quick pace. The formation of bones and muscle was excruciating, and I could only focus on flying and using instant transfer against the beast that began moving towards me again. The hunters with flying beasts on our side had met with their opponents in the skies, and there was nobody else to lend a hand as everyone had their hands full. I kept my eyes on this grotesque mosquito that moved at quick speeds, dodging the stinger coming towards me by a hair's breadth each time as I waited to move my focus from the regenerating arm and retaliate with my own skills. Boom! Boom! I was under huge pressure as green beams of light continued to come out of the wide jaws of the turtle and decimate the area around me. It had focused its attacks on me and continued throwing them out as the stinger of the mosquito continued to try and pierce me once more. Frigid Impermanence was not hitting the target in front of me as it moved too fast. The moment the skill was casted, it would be at another position. My arm finally finished regenerating as I felt the movements of my fingers again, and my full focus was placed on the fast-moving enemy, while evading the poisonous green blasts coming from below. Multiple dark spears surrounded me as I casted Spear of Destiny multiple times, and miniature tornadoes appeared all around me to reduce the movements of this beast. The rough winds affected its flight as it relentlessly tried to get near me, and the game of cat-mouse while dodging poisonous lasers resumed in the skies. Lightning Hand was putting his entire focus onto the enemies around him as he faced 2 Rank B Titans. He was swinging a large war hammer that danced with lightning, each swing causing tendrils of blue electricity to smash onto nearby enemies and push them back. He swung his hammer onto the head of one of the 2 Titans as his face looked to the skies where a deadly battle was taking place. The forces of the beast horde on the ground was in all-out war with hunters, with admirals and those in high positions screaming out commands for the hunters every second. Large groups of hunters holding tower shields were holding back the onslaught of beasts, while powerful skills were casted towards them. Balls of fire, sharp wind blades, and flaming rocks flew towards the ranks of monsters trying to break through the defenses. The rank A hunters were in charge of holding back any titans that appeared so the defense line does not get broken through. Their job was crucial as even one position that was lost would cause tons of casualties. He swung his war hammer to the remaining titan near him as its head burst in the shock of lightning, and he moved towards an even bigger boss that was making its way to the defense line. A huge black eagle got to this large beast first, its sharp talons shredding the defenses of the beast as it used its feathers as sharp swords to wound it. A roar came out of Lightning Hand's mouth as Herald of Lightning was casted, his hammer emanating wild power as balls of lightning flew forward with his swing, smashing onto the chest of the titan and knocking it back. The black eagle swooped in with its wide wings and dealt the killing blow, decapitating the head of the injured beast. Lightning Hand breathed roughly as he nodded at the figure of the golden-haired woman on this eagle as they both moved towards other locations on the battlefield, their eyes occasionally looking up to the terrifying sight of tornadoes, beams of green light, and dark spears that were being thrown around in the skies. Their fights were dangerous, but nothing as brutal as what the man in the center of attacks of two beasts higher than rank A was facing. Steel Mikhail was about to enter a bright orange monolith that represented a rank A dungeon in a neighboring city near the Empire's capital. His team was waiting for him when he turned around and looked to the south. There were only clear blue skies, but he felt that something of great significance had begun over there. His heart began pounding when he thought of the beast surpassing rank A that hunters might now be facing. He wanted to be at the center himself, but his strength was better suited to prevent dungeon breaks across the Empire. This dungeon was already their third one today that they were called to. If they weren't here, then they didn't have to wait for the beasts to come from the outside to reap the lives of their people. He reaffirmed his belief as he wished the best of the fight occurring in the south as he and his team placed their hands on the glowing monolith and disappeared. The game of chase continued in the air as the grotesque mosquito continued to dodge the rushing spears and explosive blasts of cold elements as it maneuvered around the rapidly rotating winds of miniature tornado. I had to evade and dodge the strikes of the enemy in the air, while also avoiding the poisonous blasts from the titan of a beast on the ground. My energy was still just as boundless though, my spells continuing to be thrown out while the speed the grotesque mosquito was slowing down. Percent at hashtag and hashtag. It let out a grating howl as its frustration reached the peak, and its body began glowing in a green light. My skills continued to rain down on the beast to prevent whatever it was trying to do. The green light surrounding its body became denser as it became faster, and came at me with much more vigor. I thought about how I could get an attack to hit this beast as I watched it speed towards me. The only time it stopped moving even for an instant was when it attacked my body for the first time. My heart raced as a wild idea spread and I recklessly implemented it as I saw the stinger come towards me again. Time seemed to slow down as I shifted my body sideways but did not dodge completely, the stinger piercing through the right side of my stomach as my hands reached out to grab a hold of the beast which had its needle-like appendage lodged in my body briefly. 3 dark pulsating spears penetrated the body of the insect in front of me as a destructive blast of ice elements bloomed between us and blew both of us apart. Boom! I was prepared for the shock, Guardian's Light, and Ultra Regeneration, already being casted multiple times as I looked at the injured insect that leaked green pus all over its body. It was wobbling in the air as it began to pull itself down towards the humongous spiked turtle below, which seemed to have become enraged as more than 3 blasts of poisonous green beams were shot towards me. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D. To prev/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel-free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
I can do that. Hey, keep going.
Kazuhiko looked at the opposing hunters before him as his katana thirsted for more blood. The inherent skill that gave him the strength to be where he was today, Swordmaster, seemed to be calling out for more bloodshed. Yet, he saw the faces of terrified hunters that were putting their lives on the line and hesitated. These were the hunters whose countries fell under the tyranny of the Black Dragon, and were forced to fight on the front lines of the war that continued to be waged. He looked down on the weak wills of these hunters and wanted to go back to the simpler times when he would cut down monsters without batting an eye. But it was human beings standing opposite him this time, making his blade hesitate. He didn't like this feeling. He understood their reasons, but that still wouldn't stop him from looking down on them. He was frustrated as he thought about what he should do while he watched the messy fight playing out, and the reptiles standing on 2 feet in the far back of the battlefield. They looked like a mixture of humans and lizards, having the humanoid figure with scaly skin and a thick tail coming out from behind. They held jagged blades on their hands as they struck down deserters and any hunters standing against them. The excited smile returned to Kazuhiko's face as he looked at these monsters that looked strong, especially the larger Dragonman hybrid commanding them in the back. His katana was pulsating, ready to go, and he made his choice. He would strike down anything that stood against him, but he'll be softer on the enemies from the same species as him. He would try his best not to make critical strikes that would take their lives, and at most incapacitate them. But as for those beasts, his mouth curved up delightfully as his blade vibrated and he disappeared. A nearby hunter was knocked out cold and fell down with a thump, and a lizard man's head flew off as blade dance was activated. This was a Ranke skill he had come across months back and was one that he loved using the most. His figure moved across the battlefield as he carried out a dance between a man and a sword. He felt the rush as his body moved in an elegant fashion while serrating the necks of his enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed. The lizard men only saw a flash before their heads left their bodies, and the hunters felt a deep impact that knocked them out cold. In the chaotic battlefield, a surprising scene unfolded where an entire field of more than 10 meters went silent. Blood was gushing in the air as only a single man stood in the middle, rejoicing as the blade dance finished. The unexpected emptiness caught the eyes of one of the beast's commander, a huge lizard that looked closer to a Komodo dragon as it moved across. A long forked tongue slid out of its mouth as it sensed everything around it, its blazing eyes honing in on the only human smiling joyfully where his brethren lay dead. Someone dared to stand against them. Its thick legs smacked the ground as the jaws that could tear the skies snapped towards Kazuhiko. Kazuhiko looked at this large figure barreling down on him as his blood pumped. Yes, yes, yes. This was what he wanted. This was a fight. Dark light enveloped him as his body expanded more than twice his size, the katana he was holding now looking more like a knife. With a wicked smile, Dominator's sword wave was casted as his katana became enveloped in a dark light, and he collided with the large beast. Swish! An uncomfortable sound reverberated throughout the battlefield as Kazuhiko appeared behind the sizable beast, and his figure began reducing to normal. The beast wasn't making a sound as its body was separated cleanly in half, all that it left behind being a corpse, so the stutters of sparkling cores and a skill book. The ecstatic hunter put the loot away as he found himself the center of attention in the huge battlefield, where forces of the United Federation were going against the army of the Black Dragon and its subjugated hunters. With the reinforcement of forces from the Blessed Empire, they pushed back the opposing hunters and made the beasts, their true enemies, join the fight. The consensus among the hunters in the battlefield was to target the beasts and not each other, as they were all fighting for the same thing. One side didn't want the deaths of their countrymen that were under the rule of the Black Dragon. The others wanted to save their people from the terror of the same beast. Yet there were no good options. Unless the Black Dragon was killed, they had to fight. But who can take down such a terrifying beast? Kazuhiko wasn't fazed by the attention, and wanted more of it, in fact, from the upper ranks of these beasts. He looked to the infuriated lizards that were rushing towards him as he thought, "Just how many of your kin do I have to kill before you come out?" He wanted to face off against the beast that hunters found themselves hopeless against. He wanted a fight with that winged lizard that kept on flaunting its authority. He might meet his death, but so what? A man has to live a thrilling life. The reckless Kazuhiko continued his onslaught of the beasts, only wishing for the main event to come sooner. The war continued on multiple fronts. In the chaotic battlefield with the horde of beasts led by not just one, but two monsters surpassing rank A deadly fight continued. A retreating and heavily injured beast was rushing from the skies and heading to a lower altitude while trying to evade the onslaught of dark spears and lightning. Its wings had taken injuries that affected its speed, causing more attacks to land on its body. The problem was these attacks were endless. The oversized mosquito looked at the terrifying man above it as it grew enraged at the state it was in. She was a queen that had many subjects bowing their heads to. She was someone that held tremendous power and ruled over millions. Now she was forced to come down to some unknown world and be thrashed around like this. She had no time to think as she continued evading the damaging attacks and focused on regaining her mobility. She went down towards the stupid mephitic turtle to gain some respite from the enemy's attacks, but she didn't know if she would make it there in time. She hated the situation she was in. She hated those bastards that were forcing her to do this. As for this human, just how could someone this powerful exist in such a small world? Her fear reached an all-time high as she saw the enemy continue to evade the venomous blasts and rush towards her with endlessly dangerous attacks. She gritted her maxillae as her innate power activated once again, and she rushed towards the coming enemy. It will either be my death or yours. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel live.
I mean, if it was anybody else, you wouldn't be wrong. However, this is Noah, motherfucking Osmond, the protagonist of our story. And you aren't even the toughest opponent he's fought today. The only reason why you even got a strike in on him was because he wasn't paying attention. And you still managed to hit a non-vital area. Yeah, his arm came off, and then he grew it right back. I pity you, madam. You don't know when you're outclassed.
The air around me trembled from the amount of skills that continued to rush down towards the retreating beast. Dark spears filled the air and arcs of lightning were dancing about, just waiting to jump on the figure of the grotesque mosquito the moment it faltered. Its injuries increased as more and more attacks were able to land, and it screamed indignantly before stopping its retreat and coming towards me, its body emanating a dangerous light. Good come. I accounted for many possibilities as I continued to cast Spear of Destiny and arc lightning towards the beast. The moment the impact was about to occur, I activated Instant Transfer and disappeared from its sight, materializing right behind it where I released multiple Frigid Impermanence casts. Boom! Boom! The impact rocked the skies as I continued to cast more skills towards the insect. Not a second was given though, as I felt the full impact of the poisonous green light smash into me, dyeing my entire body a dark shade of green as blisters began to form on my skin. The turtle had aimed for the moment I let out killer blows against the insect to throw its poisonous attacks. My rapidly decaying skin started to become normal again as Guardian's Light and Ultra Regeneration were activated multiple times. I continued to dodge the remaining incoming killers of poison as I looked at the body of the insect. Only a thin exoskeleton was left, but it was still hanging on. I let out a furious howl at this immense vitality of the beast and rained more dark spears down on it. The spears rushed into the emaciated figure and stabbed in every possible position, turning the insect into a porcupine. I finished it all off with a frigid impermanence that blasted apart any muscle or bone still holding its body together, causing an explosion of cores and a golden glowing skill book to appear in the skies. The cores quickly disappeared into one of my storage rings as I grabbed the skill book and brought it to my chest. The attacks from below had increased in frequency and took all of my attention in order not to get blasted again. The skill book, whose name I couldn't even get a chance to read, transformed into particles of light that flew inside.
Unfortunate timing.
Inside my body, something new appearing among the skills in the panel. Roar! The huge beast below was fully enraged after seeing the death of its compatriot, and let out a thundering roar that stopped the movements of the many beasts in the battlefield. The beasts, whether grounded or on the skies, all turned their eyes in my location with heavy bloodletty apparent. The flying beasts abandoned any hunters they were fighting
Bloodlust.
against and swooped towards me in the skies. Some hunters got a brief respite and looked at my figure worryingly, but could not even get near me unless they wanted to be blasted to death by the never-ending pillars of green light still flying toward me. I could see an injured black eagle heading towards my direction that I sternly shook my head to. I had countless spells I could continue casting and was nowhere close to being done. The addition of a few hundred beasts around me would only delay the death of this remaining titan. I looked to the enormous green turtle in the distance while evading the attacks it sent my way and used instant transfer to a position right above it. The transfer gave me a few seconds where I checked my panel to see what the new skill entailed. Noah Osmont. Occupation Hunter. Vitality. 300 plus 30. Focus. Strength. 300 plus 40. Skills. F. D. C. Arcanist Sphere of Protection 100. C. Camouflage 100. C. Aura of Haste 100. C. Explosive Rune 100. C. Life Essence 100. C. Increased Penetration 100. C. Regeneration 100. C. Whirlwind 95. C. Smite 100. C. Gracefulness 100. C. Precision 100. C. Adamant 100. C. Sharpen 100. C. War Cry 100. C. Retaliation 100. C. King's Rage 100. C. Military Tactics 100. S. Volcanic Eruption 1. Equipment. 6x Searing. S. Rank. I looked at the details of the terrifying skill as my heart palpitated at the thought of it. My figure evaded the venomous blasts that had found my position once more as I looked at the beast below me. Its large figure soon absconded my sight as crowds of flying beasts neared me. I looked to the darkening skies of the beasts as a devilish smile couldn't help but appear on my face. You all are FV. A worrying scene was carrying itself out in the eyes of Elizabeth. A single man was moving through the skies, dodging dangerous.
I'm sorry. Does that say fuckied? I believe that says fuckied. I know what they're going for. They're going for fucked. But this is the first time I've ever noticed that particular mistake. Okay, moving on. Quickly and thusly.
Dangerous blasts of green light while thousands of beasts flocked towards him. White wings of light were outstretched from his back as he stood in the air, the picture imprinting itself on the minds of all the people here for years to come. An eccentric painter could spend a lifetime making a piece of art that wouldn't be able to describe what they were seeing. The picture of the converging beasts in the air, and the noxious turtle blasting attacks from the ground was coming to a standstill as the man rose his hands and winds of erratic energy began to leak out. The whole world seemed like it was shaking as a gruttle voice rang out of the battlefield. Volcanic eruption. It felt like the skies had shattered, and a thundering sound boomed out as a transparent outline of a large mountain appeared in the skies. The peak of the mountain that should have been pointing up was facing down towards the beasts below, thick smoke coming out of it as it began to rumble and shake the air around it. Childish laughter rang out from Noah as the rumbling heightened, and a wondrous eruption occurred. Boom! As if the end of the world was here. Here, the translucent mountain in the sky spit out volleys of apocalyptic magma and flames. The rupture lets out molten masses of earth that spread out to cover all the beasts surrounding Noah. If the magma did not melt them away, hot gases and ferocious flames jumped out to grab their lives. Elizabeth stood atop her eagle with her mouth wide open as she watched this scene. All the winged beasts that were anywhere near Noah when he casted the skill below him were decimated. The overflowing magma spiraled down from the sky and washed over the beasts on the ground below, wails and shrieks ringing out as if a scene from hell was playing itself out. The humongous turtle's shell shined a dense green light as the molten rocks and extremely scorching gases and flames reached it. Its large head and limbs quickly retracted into its body as the attack thundered down. Boom! The green blinding light pervaded the surroundings as the beast withstood the skill with its extreme defenses, but great damage could be seen on its bubbling hard shell as the scene calmed down. It roared indignantly in the air as its limbs and head flailed out, having taken a pink color after being subjugated to the thermogenic earth and flames. The area around it was completely laid to waste with no other beast but it left standing. The hunters that were fighting for their lives looked at this scene in stupefaction. The beasts they were fighting against trembled in fear, as they saw droves of others like them wiped out in a blink. No words could be said as silence reigned supreme in the battlefield. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter.
So he just got his first S-rating skill. And it's a doozy. Volcanic eruption. Man summoned a volcano, turned it upside down, and went, "Screw you in particular." And we think this is his ultimate attack. For those of you currently with me, I am shaking my head very subtly, just a little bit. Because this is not his ultimate attack. I mean, at this time, yes, this is his strongest attack. However,
amidst all the chaos and war occurring all over the world, there was a small piece of land in a dense forest not too far from the Empire and the United Federation. In this piece of land existed a small village of less than 100 people. The village seemed full of life as plots of lands were glowing a vibrant green and a few animals could be seen being herded into a farm. A clear spring was flowing through the village providing clean water for the happily playing children. A game of tag was currently happening, and the giggles in the area came to a stop when one of the children fell down and survived their knee. The boy had small tears forming in his eyes as he bit his lips and tried keeping his mouth closed. A sweet laughter rang out as a young woman walked from the distance and bent down towards the boy, her hands releasing a white light as they neared the survived knee. In a few seconds the survived disappeared and the boy rose up full of energy once more, completely forgetting what just happened as he went running again. "Thank you, Sister Sophia." The boy left his thanks as he went back to his groups of friends, leaving the young woman to pick up her bucket of water and continue heading to the clear stream. The woman was in her late teen years, showing a head full of white hair that flowed down to her back. She had white and tender skin with crystal blue eyes that seemed to smile to anyone who looked at them. She had reached the stream and was putting in some water when there was a change in the air. Her blue eyes underwent a transformation and became blank white as a bland voice different from her own escaped her lips. A pivotal moment is approaching. Preparations are nearly complete. The change didn't last too long, and the girl's eyes turned blue again as she continued with her task. A bewildered look had appeared on her face before it quickly changed to understanding as she placed the bucket above her head, dirtying her clear white hair as she moved towards one of the plots of farms. The small isolated village had a transparent blue screen covering the area all around it. It was common knowledge that nothing could come into the village, and the villagers themselves could not venture out. It seemed like a small self-sustainable paradise that would not be tainted by the horrors of the world. One man above, a colossal turtle below. The turtle was roaring in fury to the skies as it looked at the small human that had a calm expression on his face. Destruction of this scale was only possible when a being used the entirety of their energy and potential. This fight was over. The human would stand no chance after this. It had observed the extravagant amount of energy and attacks the human had thrown out. Even if he were of the same rank as he was, he should be running out of energy, especially after that horrendous attack that nearly tore through his hard shell. The mephitic turtle would not let the human recover as it decided to use its full prim essence to release the deadliest attack and obliterate the figure above it. It had already used up more than half of its essence trying to snipe this enemy away all this time, but most of his attacks missed, or even if they hit they weren't too effective as the human quickly healed himself. This human was the only threat in this battlefield. The rest of the ants struggling in front of it were nothing in his eyes, and just his body would be enough to crush them. After he was finished with them, he would meet with that fearsome guy that he could already sense the aura of and finish their assignment here. Maybe after all of this was over they would be given some freedom. It shook itself out of its reverie and focused on finishing the task at hand. Its limbs sunk into the earth as it absorbed any energy around it, its head facing up and unnaturally opening its jaws so wide that it seemed his head was split in half. At the center of his open jaws, a dark green ball of light began to condense and grew bigger by the second. Its power was unnerving as the mephitic turtle tried to balance the destructive energies while mulating even more. It looked at this fearsome human that had put up such a strenuous fight and took down the insect queen. It would remember that calm effort. Crack, crack, crack. Its eyes drained of all colorous sounds as if the sky was breaking rang out again. In the air, 3 rumbling mountains similar to the one from before had appeared. The temperature rose to extreme degrees at the appearance of these transparent mountains, as people who thought they couldn't be any more shocked became astounded at the incredulous sight in the sky. The mephitic turtle trembled as it saw the 3 rumbling mountains cover its eyesight. How is this possible? How is this possible? Nobody should have this level of energy. Unless. It looked at the figure in the sky in fear. The blast it was preparing in its wide-open jaws dissipated as a croaking voice left its jaws. Wait! Boom! The skies cried and the earth rumbled. Molten rocks and gaseous winds ravaged the field as any living thing remotely close was turned to ash. The hunters that were very far from the center of the beast horde were pushed back by the hot winds as the beasts they were engaging ran around disorderly. The destruction continued for the next few seconds as volcanic ash covered the site of everything around it. Noah looked at the devastation below him and saw the glistening piles of and a golden skill book in the field of flowing molten earth besides the mangled body of the turtle. The cores and skill book floated atop the lava unharmed. He laughed at the sight of destruction he had caused and used instant transfer to go down and grab the loot. He was thinking about just how far he had grown after he took down these beasts. He could feel his mindset changing ever since he witnessed the destruction they caused at a large scale, and the confidence he felt now after taking down 2 of the most powerful beasts he had come across. He reminded himself that confidence was good, but to be careful not to get in over his head. He neared the loot on the ground when a piercing pain suddenly struck his head similarly to some time before. It wasn't as bad this time as he stabilized himself and placed the cores and book in his storage ring as he rose into the air again. The headache subsided and he opened his eyes, only to see it wasn't the scene of destruction he was in a moment before. He was in a blank white room, where a single blue hexagonal prism was slowly spinning in the center. His eyes moved around him as he realized he could see, but couldn't find any part of his body in this place. There were 3 distinct smaller white rooms attached to the main one. He was in where blurry figures of light could be made out. One of the rooms held a figure of a burly man weakly shining with a golden light. Another held a thin figure who only had a wild smile visible, and the last room had a small figure with long white hair that seemed to emanate extreme warmth. A voice rang out as he looked around confused. Hello. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to press/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel-free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
So, again, at this time, I ask, why couldn't he summon multiple of the other things? When we see here, he summons 3 giant volcanoes. Mind you, this is effective. He just went, no. Fuck this one guy. Bye-bye. It's lovely. I am inspired by that action of just ultimate no. You thought I was done? No.
Chapter 55, a succinct introduction. I looked at the rotating hexagonal prism in the blank room, as I could feel my heart that wasn't physically in this space start pounding. I heard the bland voice that called out the greeting in my head as I looked away from the smaller 3 rooms and replied, "What air, who are you and where am I?" I am... Well, that is not consequential at the moment. You are in an isolated space where we can converse for the next minute. There is still a matter you have to finish before we can start the next phase of plans. I absorbed the words ringing out as I thought and asked, what matter do I have to take care of first? The being plaguing the lands you call the United Federation. Its death would spell the dissolution of the enemy's plans, the regaining of control, and the beginning of our retaliation. Enemies? Retaliation? My non-existent heart was beating rapidly as I thought about all of this and asked one more thing before the scene in front of me disappeared. Why did you pull me into this space? The voice was quiet for a second before the static reply came out. Besides telling you of the next direction you need to hurry to, it is to prepare you for the addition to the system of power that will occur with the death of the last major beast. You hold the most essence currently, so you will be the most affected. The next point to keep in mind is that the real fight will not be fought here. Do not become complacent because of the level of strength of your current enemies. The words rang out clearly, and I could even feel a semblance of emotion from the static tone near the end. I was about to speak once more, but the scene began fading from my sight. The voice rang out for the last time. Be sure to save the reckless child. I opened my eyes once more, this time finding myself on the skies of the battlefield. The ground beneath me was still filled with thick smoke and burning rocks, with much of the beast horde decimated. I placed my hand on my chest to feel my actual body, as I recalled the sensation of not having any limbs or body in the blank space a moment ago. I had to wrap up and hurry to the United Federation to take down another one of these beasts, and after that, I should be able to get more answers. Retaliation. My blood felt like it was boiling as I thought of the possibility of getting back against the enemies that tormented us so much. To get there, though, there was still another beast to take care of. Before finishing the battle and cleaning up the thousands of beasts that were now without a leader, I pulled out the skill book I placed in my ring and read the description. The skill was, Summon Virulent Abomination, a horrid monstrosity that only leaves destruction at its wake stands by your side. The skill was one of the very few summon skills I had come across, and I was excited to see just what type of beast would come out of a rank S skill. I looked to the thousands of panicking beasts below me as I watched the golden skill book become absorbed into my body, and I casted Summon Virulent Abomination for the first time. A large malachite runic circle appeared and began expanding in the sky, releasing a flash of blinding green light as a terrible beast appeared. It had a thick layer of visible muscles wrapping all over its large body. Dark green wings that looked similarly to a bat ruptured out of its back as pus leaked out. It looked like a very muscly, fat, and bloated humanoid that was more than 5 meters large. It stood imposingly in the air, the large and grotesque wings keeping it afloat as it howled out, "Roar!" The thundering shout that seemed to scream an arrival blasted throughout the battlefield. I looked at this piece of work as I let out a command in my thoughts, and the beast disappeared from my sight. It had reached the groups of beasts on the ground in an instant, its large wings leaving gusts of wind and rotten smell. Boom! It landed with a tremendous impact that bloodied all the beasts nearby as it continued moving at a speed even faster than my current speed while using flight. It jumped into the middle of the next group of thousands of beasts as its body contracted, before an eruption of toxic green gas pervaded outwards for an area of more than 10 meters, melting away anything standing into puddles of pus no matter what rank they were. The grotesque summon continued to move across the battlefield unhindered as it ripped apart any groups of monsters standing in its way. It was so fast and efficient that the clear rate I had when taking down beasts before then could not even compare. It didn't matter if the beasts were rank C or A. When its noxious gas spread out from its body or it spun around using its wings as blades, everything fell down. I looked at this horrible beast as it spread its terror across the battlefield and I wanted another one. I was shocked at the power and strength of these two rank S skills I had just gained. The first one caused a literal epiphany volcanic eruption that decimated anything within an area of 25 meters, and this lovable poisonous summon continued to rip apart any monsters it came across as if they were paper. I could only summon one, but my heart was palpitating at the idea of summoning things just as terrifying and just watching them do all the work. I shook myself out of my dreams as I flew down towards the defense line where the hunters were still taking care of the remaining beasts and lent my aid. When I was close enough to the ground, I could hear the shouts of cheering and happiness as skills continued to fly in the air. A woman on a black eagle had the brightest smile on her face as the beast she stood on flew down to help the hunters below. A man whose body coiled with lightning was swinging around a large hammer as boisterous laughs came out from him. I looked at all of this as I rained down more skills to take care of any remaining stragglers near the defense line as I let my newly gained summon continue its rampage behind us on the beasts that were currently running away. It was decimating them with such ease that I wondered how it would fare if we fought against another one of these rank S beasts right now. I didn't have too much time on hand, so after I saw the crowds of monsters thinning out and the hunters below breathing easy, I went towards Elizabeth to relay a message. I couldn't afford to revel in the victory right now, and had to begin rushing to the United.
Sorry, I may have skipped over that last bit. Um, uh, yeah.
Chapter 56 Press for time. There weren't too many losses of hunters and soldiers on the battlefield because of the continuous support of high-ranking hunters, and the fact that I took the focus and attention of the two most powerful beasts the entire time. Healing mages were tending to the injured and government squads specialized for resource retrieval were going around the field collecting cores, skill books, and items. The poisonous summon had finished decimating the ranks of beasts after a while, and the only thing left on the other half of the battlefield were areas of molten rocks that were still bubbling with heat and corpses of corroded beasts. I told Elizabeth that I was going to rush towards the United Federation, and was met with shock as she asked me, "Are you not exhausted?" I laughed at this very normal question and chose not to answer as I gave my acknowledgement to Lightning Hand and the other officials at the command center. Before leaving, I asked for the country where the battle against the Black Dragon was currently taking place, and the intelligence officials gave me the coordinates of the country that was called King's Harbor. I knew the general direction to fly to so that I could get there the quickest time possible, but having the actual coordinates on my phone tremendously helped. I looked at the blue dotted location and how far I was as I itched to begin my journey right away. Even flying at my top speed, I didn't know how many hours it would take for me to get there. Would I make it on time before thousands continued to lose their lives? I told Elizabeth to relay my words as I flew off from the command center and landed on the large neck of the poisonous summon. The rolling muscles on its neck felt like stones as I sat down on it, commanding to see if it can stop emitting the noxious fumes coming off its body as I could already see my skin turning an unhealthy shade of green. The beast complied and its imposing air reduced while I casted Guardian's Light multiple times to remove the negative effects and completely heal my body. I saw that this rank S summon was much faster than my flight skill, so it would be my mode of transportation towards the United Federation. Its extended bat wings vibrated as we disappeared in the air, quickly speeding towards a whole other battlefield. Kazuhiko had pulled back from the battlefield while letting out rough breaths. He had gone on a rampage and taken down many rank A and B bosses, but the beast he wanted to fight had yet to appear. He was running low on mana after rushing about these past few hours that he forced himself to come out of the battlefield and recuperate his energy. He wanted to live freely and fight all day long, but his body betrayed him. He had to get stronger, much stronger, until he could fight day and night without feeling exhausted. When he finished killing another beast and felt the state of his body though, he called another rank A hero to take over his position as he moved to the back. He didn't want to face the black dragon like this and die a meaningless death with no thrill of battle. His katana laid on his lap as he stroked it and closed his eyes. He would regain his fighting power first, before going for another bout that would surely call forth the terrible beast. An enormous beast was slumbering in the middle of a huge forest surrounded by large trees that seemed like small twigs compared to its body. The beast had a voluminous layer of dark scales spreading throughout its body, with beautiful wings what were tucked in and a long spiked tail moving about behind it. A thrumming sound could be heard as the beast showed a painful expression on its face, before dark smoke covered its body as it began to reduce in size. Rumblings rang out as the dark smoke proliferated the area, and soon enough a new figure was standing in the forest. It now had an appearance of a human male, seemingly in his 50s. He had tan dark skin, and a pulsating scar could be seen on his chest. This was the Black Dragon that currently had his forces waging war on the countries of the United Federation. He had willingly chosen to descend to this lower world after making a deal for the independence of his dukedom. As long as he was successful in this endeavor, his people would be free from persecution. He felt bad for the natives of this planet, as he was doing the same thing that was done to them not too far back. But he had to do this. His people continued to suffer every day, and he wanted some relief for them. He will bear the burden for the deaths of these other beings, but he had to complete his end of the deal, and hope that they do the same. Someone of his level coming down to this lower world had its drawbacks, especially because those assholes chose not to provide the essence required to descend and he had to use his own. This caused an injury that was taking some time to recover from. It was why he wasn't able to move as freely after his descent, and had to depend on his subordinates and other demi-humans to increase his influence. He had changed to this human form to more easily control the energies in his body with the advent of this injury. It would only take a few more days to heal, and he should be back to his peak rank as strength. When that time comes, he would steel his powerful heart and make them all submit or face death. Emotions had to be kept out of the picture. He was doing this for his people, his daughter, for himself. He would pity what was about to happen to these natives, but that was it. More than half a day had passed since he received updates that a powerful human was standing against them and had caused the deaths of many of his subordinates, but he didn't want to move again until more of his injuries were healed. He was about to check in on the progress of his forces when an aura of someone he had felt after he descended disappeared. Not too long after, another aura seemed to also fade away in a blink. He became perplexed as he closed his eyes and spread out his energy, but still couldn't feel the auras. What had happened? It was much easier to sense those of the same level as you on planets like these, so he was aware of the two familiar auras that were also here. But now both of them were gone. His perplexity turned to somberness as he could not understand why, but an impossible idea had rooted itself in his head as black smoke roiled out and he went back to his dragon form. His healing would have to be pushed back. He needed to see what was going on. Visit and read more novel to help.
Well, you want to see what's going on? Curiosity. You know what they say about curiosity and the cat? You're the cat in this equation.
Chapter 57 Faster. The black dragon flew through the skies and neared the large battlefield where many beings were dying every minute. His arrival spread fear to many of the hunters below as the large figure's shadow passed above their heads. He circled the skies of the battlefield and checked on the progress of the fight and saw his forces gradually being pushed back. He snorted as he flew back and landed near one of his generals, asking for the updates. The war was at a stalemate until one human began rampaging and taking out the leaders of his quadrants. They could only surround this human in groups and tire him out, but many deaths occurred because of him. He had not been seen in the field for a few hours, when he popped up a few hours later, went on another killing spree, and then disappeared again. This was why their forces were being pushed back currently. Humph, just one human thinks they can change the course of things right now? The dragon thought disdainfully as he recalled the remaining kingdom where humans were still widespread back in his world. The kingdom was one of the few still resisting, but just like everyone else who submitted, they would fall in time. The only reason they were still standing was because of their geographic location that allowed for prolonged battles. But the humans on this planet, they were far too weak. The dragon rose in the air once more as he shouted commands and made his way into the field of battle once again. Pity for the lower natives was placed aside as he saw the deaths that continued to occur on both sides. If he kills them and breaks their wills in totality, he would reduce many more future deaths that will occur because of prolonged battles. He would put aside his injury and go all out, showing them a taste of true strength so this fight can end faster for both sides. Kazuhiko had just gotten the word that the black dragon had circled around the battlefield a few minutes back. He got up from the location he was recuperating in as he excitedly stood up and rushed out. The beast had come at a perfect time when he was almost finished recovering his mana. This meant he would get to fight this monster with his full strength. His excited body moved to the front of the battlefield as his katana was pulled out. He listened to the woes and screams of the battles as his blood pumped, and he looked to the skies. They were clear and blue, with the light dimming as dusk was setting in. His blade cut down any beasts he neared as he kept his focus in the sky, waiting expectantly for the figure of the large beast to show itself. He didn't wait too long as a majestic beast appeared in the skies, its wide wings outstretched as a roar escaped its dangerous jaws. The ground below it became hectic as its forces were bolstered and fought back harder. Kazuhiko became excited at this sight, and his body began ballooning twice his normal size. He put strength in his legs and like a string, shot up into the sky towards the large flying reptile. Dominator's sword wave was casted as his katana began to glow and released a destructive wave towards the right wing of the dragon. The instant he neared, the dragon seemed to have sensed him in the air and shifted its body at a great speed. The large wings that were parallel to the ground suddenly shifted upwards, and Dominator's sword wave was evaded. The world slowed down as the dragon's piercing eyes looked at this human that had a wild look in his eyes as he fell down towards the ground. Kazuhiko's body that had lost its momentum smashed into the ground. His face still turned up to the skies as he was falling down. The dragon that had evaded its strike turned its head down and was now diving towards him. He let out a laugh as his katana began glowing again, ready to release another attack as soon as the dragon neared. But the dragon's dive was stopped prematurely as its wings spread out and it floated in their air, its wide jaws opening instead. Dragon's breath made its appearance for the first time in this world. Vroom! The field rumbled as roiling flames spread out from the wide jaws of the dragon like a fan and struck the ground. Any beast or hunter that was remotely near the breath disintegrated. Kazuhiko's figure couldn't be seen on the ground. The dragon used its sharp senses and felt another sword wave coming from the sky. The hunter striking down had a devilish expression as he forced every ounce of strength from his body. The moment he had felt the heat emanating from the dragon's jaws, he had sprung up in the air even faster than the first time, the breath barely missing him as he rose in the air and unleashed his attacks when he was going down. Dominator's sword wave finally landed on the back of the hard scales of the dragon. Ding! Like metal striking on metal, an unpleasant sound came out as only a white scratch could be seen on the dragon's back. Kazuhiko was shocked at this level of defense as his face turned serious, and he landed on the back of the dragon. A furious roar came out from the beast as it felt the puny human stepping on its body, and it began rolling in the air as its wide wings provided a rotational force. Kazuhiko held on to the hard scales as the dragon rolled in the air, swinging his katana and trying to damage the beast's body as much as possible. Blade Dance was casted as he let go of the scale he was holding on and moved beautifully. beautifully in the direction the dragon was rotating in. Countless white scratches appeared on the dragon's body, as his dance propelled him to use the force the dragon was making into his own use. His adrenaline rushed as he laughed in the air, for he was doing something that made him truly thrilled. He was dancing in the air with the dragon. The white scratches started to become dense with every swing of his sword, and he felt like he would soon see the blood spill out of this dragon's body if he kept going. Seeing the human still holding on and even sullying his powerful body, the dragon stopped rolling in the air as black smoke covered it entirely. A second later, the large body completely disappeared as a human figure stood in the air. Impetuous. A loud shout came out of the dragon in human form as it casted esoteric energy manipulation, forming a transparent fly swatter in the air that smashed into the body of the shocked Kazuhiko. Slap. Like a speeding bullet, the hunter's figure smashed into the ground in less than a second. The impact was gruesome, taking away the hopes of many hunters that were watching the dark sword battle the dragon. The beast in human form stood majestically in the sky as it used its ability again, this time forming a wide transparent spear with a sharp edge that rushed down to where the unbridled hunter was. Kazuhiko laid on the ground, feeling a few bones broken as he saw the enormous spear covering his entire view. So he actually wasn't strong enough to stand against this beast. A devilish smile came back on his face as his bloodied mouth let out painful laughs. It was a good fight. If he was weak and meant to die, he would face it head-on. The bloodied laugh rang out as the immense transparent spear came down. A rushing rank of hunter and those ranked lower filled into the burnt surroundings and performed their skills, aiming them towards the spear to slow its descent as the smell of despair spread out in the surroundings. There was a flash of green light as the spear thundered down and drowned the laughs of the man about to face his death. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to pref/. Chapter 58 Inundation I. The scene in front of me was so messy I couldn't even begin to describe it. The battlefield coming to my view was 10 times as deadlier as the one I just rushed from. An entire half a day was spent with me speeding through the skies atop my first summon. The summon was truly great, as it didn't tire at all these past 12 hours. That's right, 12 hours I had been riding the beast across the skies. Every part of my body felt tired and cramped. I passed through the entirety of the empire and entered the border between the two countries more than 4 hours ago. After that I passed by the new lands in the United Federation. They were only blurry lines that I passed by, so I didn't get to enjoy any new sights or see how the people here were living. I only pulled out my phone after every hour to check how much closer I was to the coordinates. I had gained another level of confidence after learning these two new rank S skills. Especially this summon that I didn't fully know the bounds of its strength yet. With its rapid flying speed, we reached the battlefield where forces of the United Federation were battling with thousands of beasts. The first scene that I saw was a humongous transparent spear rushing down towards a figure on the ground that was actually laughing at the incoming strike. His body seemed heavily injured and he couldn't move, but I still felt amazed at the man's attitude as death neared him. I recalled the words of the mysterious being that pulled me into that space while feeling the strength of the humanoid figure that was standing in the air. It was the most powerful thing I could sense in this field, so it made me wonder if it was the target I was looking for. I would put all that aside and act first though, as I moved to save the man that was actually laughing at the face of death. He seemed to fit the description of reckless that the mysterious being mentioned. I detached myself from the body of my summon as I commanded it to block the spear with its full strength while I casted Guardian's Light towards the injured figure on the ground. Boom! A loud impact resounded as we fully appeared in the battlefield, grabbing the attention of most of the stronger forces as the 5-meter abomination came into view. Its steeled green muscles were shining in the light as it completely dispersed the heavy spear that was rushing down. The hunter on the ground let his laughs out easier as he stopped bleeding from the advent of Guardian's Light, and looked at my summon and I with great interest. I looked back at his figure that was standing up and asked just to be sure. Is that thing up there the black dragon? There was a pause as he seemed shocked at my nonchalant tone, before he answered and said, "Yeah, that's him." I nodded as I placed my full attention towards the humanoid figure in the skies that was letting out ferocious power without even moving. My summon had come back to my side in case I was to meet another beast that was too fast for me to notice. I was becoming confident, but I didn't want to be hit with deadly attacks that I could prevent. The figure in the sky looked to me as it spoke. "More and more of you just come out like COC croaches." It had a furious expression as it said this, and I wondered just what had the man below done to anger the beast this much. "Yeah, sorry about that. I had an aim to save somebody and stop the rampage of a dragon, and it seems like I've completed one and now I have to move on to the other." Silence prevailed as my words seemed to have hit a nerve. The humanoid figure didn't reply as it used a skill and multiple transparent weapons began appearing in the air. The weapons ranged from spears, swords, hammers, and even fly swatters. They continued forming until they blocked the sky. I was amazed at this type of skill as I sent a command to my summon and used war cry towards the surrounding hunters. "Move away from this area immediately, or you might lose your life." My voice thundered throughout the area as hunters scrambled away at the sight of the numerous sizable weapons that appeared in the sky. My virulent abomination spread its wings out wide as it disappeared and flew towards the dragon. A noxious blast erupted from it the moment it neared, dyeing the transparent weapons green. The weapons still in the air began to crack and disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye as the dragon was pushed back from the blast and looked over at my summon in shock. I was expectantly watching as I waited to see the power of this rank S summon, and how it fared against a genuine rank S monster. Roar! A loud howl resounded from the figure as black smoke roiled out, and it quickly changed into the form of a huge black dragon. I looked at this figure in awe as the spiked hand of the virulent abomination neared and smashed into it, pushing the figure towards the ground. It really was a beast that was at another level, as it fell down briefly before rough winds flew out and it rushed in the skies towards the summon. Its wide jaws opened as a jet of flames colored the sky crimson, a fast strike directly impacting the virulent abomination. When the flames ended, the summon in the sky had its wings torn but still as lively as ever. Without the support of wings, it began falling until it smashed into the ground, releasing a howl towards the dragon in the air as noxious gas erupted all around it. Watching the summon withstand the extreme heat of a rank S beast's attack, a smile bloomed on my face. I watched its ruptured wings and raised my hands towards it, causing it to explode in a puddle of venomous blast as everything around it melted. The hunters had long since disappeared from the nearby area, only the stupidly courageous hunter that was laughing on the face of death being visible not too far off. He was holding tight a sharp katana in his hands as his eyes watched the ongoing battle with rapt attention. The moment the virulent abomination on the ground exploded, a malachite runic circle appeared in the skies as I cast it, "Summon virulent abomination" once more. A second passed as a brand new beast appeared from the runic circle, its wide bat wings and large green body as good as new. This confirmed the conjecture that only one could be summoned at a time, and I found another useful method of attacking as I recalled the dangerous blast the old abomination released as it exploded when I summoned another one. The dragon looked at our two figures with a deadly glare as it spoke. "I've played around with you fools long enough. Visit and read more."
Oh, have you? Have you really?
Chapter 59 Inundation 2. I looked to the newly appeared human and the winged creature it was commanding. These natives actually had someone of this level of strength, surprising me even more. The human that had dirted my scales was about to die, only for this one to swoop in and save him in the last minute. The issue was that this new one actually posed a threat to me. Well, his beast did anyways. I had brought myself to the point of empathizing with the creatures of this world because of the similarity of events they were going through, but that was the wrong choice. If I wanted to be successful in my goal in this small world, I had to be ruthless. I have my own people to worry about. With that being said, I would take care of this threat in front of me first. My injury should not flare up as long as I do not completely go all out, so I started by casting my ability, Draconic Summoning. The usual ferocious winged half-dragons filled the air, their numbers growing to 100 in a blink. These would be used to keep the vile summoned creature at bay while I take down its master. That was the fastest solution after all. I commanded the half-dragons to attack, and the winged creature went towards them at high speed. It was powerful enough that a single strike from it melted through the body of my summons, and it released a poisonous gas that spread out and melted more than 20 of the half-dragons in a blink. I became even more serious seeing this, and I realized I only had a few seconds to make my move against the human. If he dies, the creature dies with him. My wings vibrated as I converged the wind elements around me, and my body disappeared from my location, shooting towards the human in the distance. I passed the position in the sky where the poisonous creature was fighting against my summons, and knew victory was in sight as the creature would never catch up to me before I can take down its master. It was truly vile, as it had nearly taken down almost all the half-dragons, but the few seconds it bought me was enough. My chest rumbled as I let out another one of my fiery breaths towards the figure of the human. Boom! I felt an impact and left no room for mistake as I formed multiple pillars of purple lightning that also crashed wide at the location of the figure. When the explosion cleared, a surprising sight presented itself. What? The green creature was the one that could be seen at the point of impact. I was nearing its position so that I could finish off its master, but I met it instead. I tried pulling back as its poison was very powerful, but didn't succeed in time as the creature exploded. Boom! Up. Green smoke covered my body as I was pushed back. The creature had self-destructed and left me some breathing room, but it didn't last for long as another one exactly like it appeared in the air once more. F-U-N, come on. I was becoming furious at the large pool of mana the human seemed to have as my senses tracked him to a position far behind me. He must have escaped my breath and summoned the creature where he was so he could have it self-destruct and wound me. If I didn't watch myself in this fight, I might actually come out on the losing end. I wasn't too worried though, as my strong life essence had already pushed out the poison that was attached to my body. Also, with the reckless way this human was using his energy to summon and unsummon his creature, he would run out soon enough and become my prey. To handle the newly appeared creature that was coming towards me, I reinforced my body with multiple mana barriers. This was a dragon's strength that many beings dreaded. Dragons had nearly boundless mana pools and an expert use of the mana around them, making it nearly impossible for someone of the same level to take them on. It would be the same against this human. Do you really think your mana reserves would match mine? The barriers stacked all over my body as my claws felt the impact against the winged abomination. Every one of its strikes destroyed some of the barriers protecting me, but I supplied the mana and restored them right after. The creature could actually match my speed as its strikes became more ferocious in the sky. Every few seconds, it would release a noxious blast of gas that almost teared apart all the barriers I had. The human watched the battle with rapt attention in the sky, meaning the summoning of this beast should be his most powerful skill. But how many more times can you summon it after I destroy this one? My body increased its size as my strengthened tail whipped out and smashed into the poisonous creature. The sharp spikes pierced through its hard muscles, and the creature clutched onto me as it exploded. Boom! Significant damage was taken from this blast, but I would heal from it in a few minutes. I looked up to the human to see if he had the reserves to summon another one of those creatures, but he stood still with a calm expression and rose his right hand towards me. Brilliant light covered my body as I healed the injuries and pushed out the poison at a fast pace as I prepared for the human's last-ditch attack. No matter how calm he looked, I knew he was only putting up a brave front. Come on, bring your last attack. Let me withstand it and show you the terror of a genuine black dragon right after. Rumbling ensued in our surroundings as I felt a surge of energy from all corners around me. Energy that was in no way lower to my conflagrant breath condensed above and below me, and to my left and right. Transparent outlines of shifting mountains appeared as they rumbled, and the heat increased to an alarming degree with me at the center. Okay, what dash? Boom! Suffocation. That was all I felt as I continued to cast multiple energy barriers that continued to be shredded the moment they were created. Thick magma was assaulting me from both sides, the high temperature searing my scales the moment I didn't replace the barriers fast enough. I felt extreme pain as the injury in my chest flared up and made the situation even worse. Huff, huff, huff. I released bated breaths as the decimation around me cleared. Half of my body was charred as I looked to the human above me in fear. I could help but let out a scream. What the hell are you? This being, he definitely wasn't human. Now that is just insulting. His same nonchalant reply came out, making the gears in my mind spin faster as I thought of options out of this. Don't start thinking too much, here's some more. He disregarded me as his arm stayed in the air, multiple rumblings resounding as transparent volcanoes formed around me once more and a green circle that brought to light the poisonous beast shined out. I looked at the sight in front of me in trepidation as I wondered, just what the hell had I gotten myself into? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/.
I like the fact that this entire time, Greg thought he was hot shit. Of course, in his own world, he would be. But, in this world, the one we're currently in, not so much. Not only that, but here's the best part. He thinks he has a large mana pool. That's adorable. I love the fact that they give his perspective, and you feel what he's feeling, the helplessness of, but why? And how?
Chapter 60 Mercy? Hunters and beasts overlooking the battlefield had moved away from each other as they watched the apocalyptic scene. A majestic dragon was being cornered and showered with an abundance of unbelievably destructive spells. At the same time, a grotesque beast was pouncing on the dragon and shredding the scales on its body to a bleeding mess as its poison spread. The dragon crushed to the ground as one of its wings had been torn. Spurts of flames blew out of its mouth as the energy around it bubbled. The grotesque beast ignored all of this as it continued to rain attacks on the body of the dragon, its body releasing noxious blasts of gas every now and then. The strong body of the dragon gradually could not endure and a voice was heard. Please. My voice was low, but it was aimed at a specific person in the skies. My energy reserves were at the lowest as this horrendous creature continued its relentless attacks. The wound I incurred as I desked down had flared up and was causing me to not be able to focus. I repeated again. Please stop. We were of the same positions. Our lands were invaded and taken over.
Wound. Well, let's start with that one. Where is it? Ah, I believe it said wound. It is wound. Yes. And then also descended. You're missing a few words there, but not words, letters. Yeah, you're missing a few letters there, but
Infinite
why did you go all the way up there?
mana in the apocalypse. Chapter. Words rang out. No thanks. He-Man shook his head as if I were wasting his time. We were of the same positions.
There we go.
Our lands were invaded and taken over, our people forced to submit and pioneer other worlds. I just wanted to make things a bit better for my people. The man looked down at me coldly. His summon had stopped ravaging me for this instant. Do you know how many people you and your forces have killed? I turned somber as I heard this question. I know, but our hands were forced. We really were backed into a corner. I couldn't even bear the treatment that the royal family was receiving. How much worse would it be for the commoners? No. Your actions are your own responsibility. The man shook his head as if I were wasting his time. I had to try harder if I wanted to come of this alive. My brain was working overtime as I tried to find a way out of this. The beings that sent me here, they will send more once they know of my failure. I can work with you to fight off the ones that come in the future. Right. Any sane person would want help for droves of coming enemies. Even if I had to heal under somebody else's boots, I could at least survive for the time being. I waited with ragged breaths as I looked to the human in the skies. Only 2 words rang out. No thanks. 2 words that spelled my end. My emotions churned as I saw the poisonous creature lunge towards me again. Anger, frustration, despair. That was all I felt. Why? Why did things have to go this way for us? Enslaved or killed, we couldn't change our fates. My defenses could no longer withstand the creature's strikes. I couldn't form any more mana barriers around me. My reserves were depleted. In a few seconds, my right wing was torn off. The excruciating pain actually dulled as I fell down deeper into despair. I'm sorry, everyone. I wasn't able to do it. I looked to the forces of half-dragons and dragonoid creatures behind me that were madly screaming and leaving behind any reservations to try and save me, but it would all be for naught. My left wing was then torn off. I could only use my tail and claws to block the strikes of the poisonous creature, but its poison had already spread throughout my body, dwindling my strength even further. Bated breaths came out as my life force neared its end. I looked at the unexplainable human in the sky as a few thoughts passed before the darkness came. Would he be able to lead his people to a different path? I would never be able to know the answer, as the world that had been going in slow motion resumed, and the relentless beast continued pounding me. My vision blurred, and my eyes closed to meet the eternal darkness. I looked to the screeching beasts that watched their boss be torn to pieces by the virulent abomination. A moment after the dragon's death, the world had began shaking. I recalled the mysterious being's words as I commanded my summon to focus its rampage on the thousands of beasts rushing about in the battlefield. An uncomfortable feeling like a wound that was healing had begun spreading throughout my body as the world started shaking. I went to the ground to grab the cores and what seemed like a skill book that dropped while I observed the changes around me. The world's energy seemed to be bubbling and I heard the mysterious voice once more. This time more clearly, without any headaches. The hardest part is done, leave the rest to me. Do not resist the addition to the system of power that is occurring. When it is complete, you will have a multitude of options for your direction of strength. I nodded my head towards this mysterious voice as it mentioned things I didn't completely understand. I was expectantly waiting for the revenge the voice mentioned after this. The enemies behind this, if they sent their forces here, it meant that I would be going to where they were to have a possibility of revenge. So where were they hiding? Vengeful emotions rose from my calmness as I recalled the pain I wanted those enemies to feel. I didn't spare the dragon no matter what words he was saying, and I wouldn't spare any of them either. The changes around us increased as the virulent abomination continued to decimate the forces of the beasts around the battlefield. The small uncomfortable feeling I felt gradually intensified, and I stayed in the air as I waited for the changes to finish, and the surprises that would come thereafter. Kazuhiko was baffled at the level of strength that the newly appeared hunter displayed as he battled the dragon. He had thought his own strength was great, but he was completely wrong. His eyes shined as he looked towards this strong figure. If his memory did not fail him, this was the fast-rising hunter called Noah Osmont from the Blessed Empire. The hunter had thrashed the terrible dragon like it was nothing, casting skills he never thought were possible. That was the strength he wanted, that was the goal he had to reach. In an unknown space, a mysterious hexagonal prism was spinning rapidly. It seemed to be working overtime as it controlled the energies of everything around it to bend down to its wishes. It felt violated when foreign invaders came and woke it from its slumber. It watched powerlessly as masses of its people were massacred. But it was young and it learnt fast. It began by making drastic decisions that beings like it would normally never do. It chose a few champions to stand against the invaders, and one of these champions was given a privilege that most knowledgeable beings in the universe would be shocked to hear. But this mysterious being felt like it still wasn't enough. So it was defying expectations and bending the rules once more to create a function that would make its champions even stronger. Essence was furiously being absorbed and used as a plain blue box that was showing blank attributes, skills, and equipment was getting a new addition right below it. Most of this essence came from this being's own reserves, with the rest coming from deaths of the many beasts that continued to meet their grisly ends even now. The death of the final S-rank beast gave enough essence to accelerate this process. This new addition flickered in and out of existence, almost as if there was a restriction preventing it from coming to life. It felt as if it was something that should not be allowed to appear. The addition gradually became more and more stable as it could clearly be made out. Blue words shined brightly at the bottom of the base of the panel. They read, "Skill combination. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter." The world retained its calmness. I didn't know how much time had passed, but I came to with my body feeling somewhat lighter than it was before. I wondered what had changed as I looked around me and saw hunters looking around in a confused manner while my summon continued its rampage. I observed the blue box panel in the corner of my eye to see if there were any changes there. Nearly everything seemed the same, with exactly one simple change that was shining blue at the bottom of the panel. Skill combination combines skills of the same rank to bring out unknown power. Compatibility is the key. Limited to skills at 100 proficiency. I blanked out for a second after reading the description of this newly appearing function. I then looked at the multitude of skills in my panel that had all reached 100 as I began to feel excited. I thought I had grown powerful enough, but with this I can go even further. I had been rushing about the entire time this past week and currently felt mentally exhausted, and I was planning to relax the next few days. I didn't get another message or voice after defeating the dragon, making me assume that the system addition of skill combination, which the mysterious voice was talking about, had taken a toll on it, and it would take some time before it approached me again. I was planning on slowly learning about this new function, which skills were compatible to combine, and what they become after the combination. Ideas were already mixing in my head that I couldn't wait to try. I left my virulent abomination to continue clearing the thousands of beasts that had yet to run away as I moved from my position in the air to heal the many injured hunters around the battlefield. I could feel the eyes of the hunter I saved watching me very closely as I moved, but I ignored it for now. I was curious about him too, as he was deemed important enough by the mysterious voice to be saved, and I was even more sure of it being him after recalling one of the figures I saw in the 3 smaller rooms. That smirk on his face very closely resembled what I saw. Clearing the battlefield took a significant amount of time as 2 hours quickly passed. Hunters that were standing on opposing sides helped one another as squads were made to go clear the remaining countries that the dragon had occupied. With its death, the powerful rank A hunters could easily work together to take down the lower-ranked beasts and save their people. The hunter that was watching me closely approached me as I was healing an injured soldier on the ground. "Noah Osmont, right? Thank you for saving my life." I turned to look at the man with dark hair that had a confident smile on his face. "Not a problem, it was something I felt obligated to do." "You are." I was replying as I healed the hunters around us. After a certain point, they just brought more and more injured people where I was, which I found to be easier than running around looking for them myself. Kazuhiko, or most commonly known as the Dark Sword. The person and the face clicked as I remembered the famous hunter that stood atop everyone else in the United Federation. The most powerful hunter in the United Federation, huh? Thanks for holding down the beast until I made it in time. He scoffed as he heard this. "Ha, what most powerful hunter? If I took that title, then what are you supposed to be?" I smiled when he mentioned this, and Kazuhiko continued. "I admire your strength. I only heard very few things about you, but didn't think you were so overpowered to such an extent. Is it your inherent skill? Or is there another secret to your strength?" He really couldn't hide his aims as he asked this so blatantly, and I replied by telling him it was my inherent skill. skill. His shoulders slumped for a moment before quickly coming up again as he talked to himself. That's okay. It just means there is someone stronger than me that I can look forward to surpassing. The katana by his side seemed to vibrate as he said this, and I just listened while I finished healing the last hunter. After this, Kazuhiko pulled me aside while boisterously saying that after a hard-fought battle, we had to go enjoy ourselves. I was feeling exhausted and hungry after all this time and chose to go along. The virulent abomination had finished chasing down all nearby beasts and ripping them apart, so I unsummoned it far in the distance and watched it explode while releasing noxious gas for the last time. I wondered if I would find any compatible S-rank skills in the future to combine and make this beast even stronger. High-ranking hunters and officials took the lead to clear everything around the battlefield as Kazuhiko took me further inland. We bypassed the wall defenses and arrived to a large military compound not too far off from where the fighting was occurring. Kazuhiko walked in as if he owned the place and said a few things to the soldiers there, and we were soon seated in a dining area with drinks and foods being brought in every minute. An entire half a day of flying on the back of my poisonous summon, and the constant fights these past weeks had exhausted me more than I thought as I enjoyed the ever-so-increasing feast in front of me. Foods that I've never tried before made their way into my mouth. There was a platter of something called yakitori that I couldn't get enough of. Another one that I truly enjoyed was something that Kazuhiko called sukiyaki. It was an enormous pot that had the softest stew of beef and vegetables. I enjoyed the food and company to say the least, listening to the boisterous hunter talk about his journey to the peak of rank A. My main focus was the food as I half-heartedly listened to the stories. Kazuhiko seemed like a good guy. From the way he talked, he looked like that friend that always seemed to have a screw loose but was holding it in and staying sane. He always took the initiative to talk and ask me questions, making it his goal to try and understand everything about me. Talking to him gave me a reminder of just how drastically my life had changed from just a few weeks ago. When a plate of food called takoyaki came, my entire attention was stolen away as I found myself devouring the round balls filled with octopus and I don't know what else in a blink and calling out to the soldier delivering the plates to bring out even more of them. The day passed like this as I enjoyed food I hadn't had before. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live reading novel free read.
I mean, it's good that they get a second to breathe. And I love the fact that he's going, takoyaki, more. Don't stop bringing me food.
Chapter 62 Relaxation. After the many meals came and empty plates left, the food that unceasingly went into my stomach came to a stop. I was lying on my back staring at the ceiling as I thought about this peace I could really only achieve after having an amazing meal. Worries of the future faded away. The constant anger cooled down, and it felt like a much-needed rest period had come. It didn't last long as Kazuhiko shattered this peace in an instant by loudly flinging the door open. He had left a couple of minutes back to I don't even know where, and now he came back as noisy as ever. We've had the food, now we ought to have some fun. The hunter loudly barged in while bringing more than 10 barely dressed women inside the room. I groaned at this sight as I really just wanted to sleep after eating so much today. How did he even get these women in this war zone so quickly anyways? I rose up and watched the figures pouring into the room. Well, as much as I wanted to rest, I would be a good guest and follow the lead of the host. Night passed and dawn came. I had woken up and walked out to a small courtyard that had a brightly shining pond with a few fish. I sat down in the courtyard as I enjoyed this environment of calmness. Early that morning, I was able to get in contact with the people back in the Blessed Empire. Elizabeth was the point of contact, and for some odd reason I felt guilty when I read the huge text update she had sent. Much of the beasts had been taken care of back in the Empire, with many of the people quickly adapting to the new function they saw on their attribute panels. Kazuhiko had spent an entire hour on this yesterday questioning me if I had anything to do with this, as the change had occurred the moment the dragon fell. I denied everything for the time being and waited to hear again from the mysterious being that was taking its time. The main takeaway for the new skill combination function was that it was extremely useful for veteran hunters. Your proficiency had to first reach 100 for any of the skills you wanted to combine, and they had to have compatibility. Very few hunters were able to even match the first requirement, not to mention finding two skills compatible with each other. So even after half a day passed since this new function was founded, they still didn't have much information on it. I thought about the many skills I had that had already reached 100 proficiency as I wanted to start trying for myself with the lower rank skills as the first test. I finished reading the huge bubble of a text, with the major thing I had to take note of being the request of my presence back in the Empire to be awarded an influential position and many more things. I didn't become overly excited at this, as I had undergone way too many things these past few weeks that made me have a different outlook on the world. Life was extremely fleeting. I had watched many people die and saved countless more, but I still felt that something was missing. Even the anger I felt towards enemies I have yet to ascertain or the revenge the mysterious being had promised didn't fill whatever was missing. Since there was nothing pressing occurring in the Empire, with the dungeons being taken care of by the high-ranking hunters and things on the path to being stabilized, I would stay and tour the places in the United Federation for a bit. I was waiting for the next time I would be back in that blank room with the hexagonal prism, where I would no doubt be getting many answers. Before jumping into the new function, I pulled out the golden skill book that the dragon had dropped. It was Rage of the Thunder Monarch Area of Effects skill. Extremely condensed lightning decimates an area of 15 meters. The skill seemed to be even more destructive power than volcanic eruption because of its lower effect area, but I would still have to test it to be sure. The book turned into particles of light as it flew to my body, and the skill appeared in my panel. I looked through the panel to start assessing possible skills to combine. To start testing the skill combination function, I wanted to begin with the rank F skills, but I realized that I only learned 2 after all this time. I had grown so rapidly that I jumped from F to mostly rank D and C skills. This wouldn't be an issue though, as I had been running around taking down many rank of bosses this past week and collected many skill books in my storage rings. Even after I gave away a vast majority to the destroyed cities I visited and to the military regiments I came across, I still had many to play with. I let out the collections of skill books in my storage rings and learnt many skills of lower ranks for the purpose of testing. I had to learn them now and spend some time using them and having them active for their proficiency to rise to 100 before I could begin combining. Then for now, the focus would be placed on the rank D and C skills. I already had many of that were at 100 proficiency. None of the rank S skills had reached 100 so far, so I'll leave those for now. To start it off, I opened the skill combination function and added 2 obviously non-compatible rank D skills. Rough Skin plus Flames of Torment. When the 2 skills were placed on the 2 slots, there was a red color shining out. The combination was not successful, so red showed bad compatibility that would not work. Next up I tried what I thought to be compatible skills, which was Safeguard plus Rough Skin. The 2 slots shined a light green, and the green light expanded as the 2 skills disappeared. A brand new one appearing on my panel. Armored Skin. The skill had a brand new color. In contrast to the skills written in white with the blue background of the panel, it had a purple color, with its rank now upgraded to D+ and its proficiency showing. I activated this new skill in wonder and found that the defense provided by it was more than triple what Safeguard and Rough Skin provided. It was still a lower ranking skill though, so it didn't drastically change my defenses. Since combining the 2 of them changed its rank from D to D+, I wondered if combining 2 D+ skills would give rise to a brand new rank C skill. I didn't have all that many rank D skills that had already risen to 100 though, so I would have to wait for the new ones I just learned to reach there. I was about to continue my testing by moving on to rank C skills when an annoying voice broke the peace established in courtyard. Noah, let's grab some breakfast and then go dungeon diving. The guy had become overly friendly over this past day, had come out early morning with energy that I could in no way match. It seemed that his excitement stemmed from the fact that he was able to combine 2 of his rank S skills and produce a powerful rank A+ skill. Veteran hunters like him who had been dungeon diving for the past months had collected a multitude of skills that fit their class, so they had many options of compatible skills that had reached the required proficiency for combination. Well, when I start combining my own, I should have even more to work with. and I was currently the only hunter holding the most powerful rank S skills. Kazuhiko had been able to combine two of his skills called Blade Dance and Dominator Sword Wave to bring the result of Dominator's Dance of Death. I was curious about this rank A+ skill and wanted to test my newly gained skills too, so a dungeon would be perfect right now. Food came first as I was treated to brand new dishes once again today, with us heading out an hour later. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free, read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Alright, well. It's again almost on 3 o'clock. I'm still not tired. How long have I been recording? 7 hours. I should probably take that as a notice to stop recording. What chapter am I? 62. I'm still good to go. Let's do a bit more. A bit more.
Chapter 63 Experimentation. The country we were in was called King's Harbor. After moving away from the military sector and heading inwards, I was able to see groups of people and hunters celebrating their newly found freedom from the threat of beasts that were heading here previously. Kazuhiko was walking beside me while talking about the power structure of countries in the United Federation and their dungeon diving system here. I recalled a news show I had watched back in Outer Bank X weeks ago that mentioned a similar topic about how hunters were restricted in the United Federation and had to turn half of their loot over to the government. It turns out that this system was placed to raise many peak hunters who were obligated to work for the government and defend the lower-ranking hunters that contributed their loot. This was why hunters in the United Federation had much less mortality rates, as a stronger hunter who used up more of the resources was assigned to each of the teams diving in the dungeon. This built up a system where many strong hunters dived into dungeons with weaker ones. Kazuhiko routinely had to dive into rank B dungeons with rank B hunters, while occasionally clearing rank A dungeons with the government-created fully rank A team. It was a good system that I applauded, as it produced many strong hunters and a level of responsibility that caused there to be less deaths in the United Federation when Apocalypse 2.0 occurred a week ago. There were many strong hunters spread out all over the countries, unlike the cramming of powerful hunters into a few specific cities back in the Empire. Right now, we were heading to a ranked dungeon called Babadook's Lair, which was a dungeon filled with strange dark-furred monsters that had powerful offensive skills. Kazuhiko was very confident in my strength after he watched me take down the Black Dragon, so we dived into the dungeon by ourselves. The first floor was an expansive dark space that contained many of those dark-furred monsters, and Kazuhiko moved first, trying his Dominator's Dance of Death for the first time. His figure flickered in and out on the surroundings, his sword releasing a multitude of dark sword waves that smashed into the dark-furred figures and tore through their defenses. There were more than 30 rank A monsters in front of us, but they all received the powerful attacks from this one rank A+ skill and tumbled down like dominoes. Kazuhiko was smiling like a child as he sheathed his sword and watched the destruction he had caused. On the next floor after that, I tried out the rank S skill, Rage of the Thunder Monarch, on the next group of the dark-furred beasts. Boom! On top of their heads, a wide expanse of purple lightning roiled out and then struck down. They seemed like thick pillars of snakes that caused destruction everywhere they touched. The rank A beasts didn't stand a chance as their bodies were literally blown apart. Kazuhiko didn't want to be outdone and went to the lower floor with even more vigor. I used Summon Virulent Abomination as we moved further in, summoning the grotesque but lovable beast that tore through the rank A enemies as if they were nothing. I realized that rank A dungeons would not pose a single threat to me, as I watched the beast tear through the defenses of monsters. I let the summon and Kazuhiko do all the work going forwards as I focused on possible skill combinations with the skills that currently met the requirements and were compatible. I was able to combine the rank C skills, Whirlwind and Aura of Haste, to produce E+ Fevered Rush. When activated, my speed sharply rose for an instant as I traveled forward and almost smacked into a wall. The speed still couldn't beat rank A. Further experimentation allowed me to combine the rank B skills, Shadow Veil and Stealth, to bring out B+ Dark Assassin. This new skill most definitely matched rank A skills, if not surpassing some of them, as my body disappeared and melded into the surroundings as I wished. I could keep it active at all times to still cover up the colorful skill effects of the many other active skills I had on all the time, while choosing when to become fully hidden that even the powerful rank A peak hunter Kazuhiko had trouble finding me. My experimentations came to an end as we reached the boss room, and I watched the hunter and summon shred apart the rank A titan as if it was nothing, leaving it as a poisoned mess of bones and flesh after. The hunter was looking indignantly at the summoned creature. He didn't seem to be able to fully match yet, and I laughed at this sight. Since we finished this rank A dungeon so quickly, in less than half an hour at that, we dived back in right after. I had the goal of obtaining more rank A skills to play around with skill combination even more. The process would take time though, as I had to learn the skills and bring them all the way to 100 proficiency before I could combine them. We dived into the rank A dungeon more than 10 times after that, only coming out sometime in the afternoon. I was able to pocket 5 rank A skills for myself, leaving all the cores, 3 items, and 2 skill books that matched Kazuhiko behind. I had already reached the peak that rank A cores could bring me long ago, and was now absorbing the rank S cores from the 3 powerful beasts I defeated. I also recalled some time back before I took down the rank S turtle and humanoid mosquito, I had gained a rank A skill book called Void Slash that I just tossed in my storage ring and forgot about. I looked at Kazuhiko and his katana, pulling out the skill right after and handing it to him. He looked at the skill description and turned all serious, giving me a heartfelt thanks for the gift. I shook off the gratitude and turned my attention to the horrendous-looking virulent abomination to the side, as it had made the dungeon runs as effortless as they could be, and I could almost feel myself sinking into laziness as I watched the beast do all the work. We were heading in further into King's Harbor at the behest of Kazuhiko. It seemed the allied countries of the United Federation were planning an event to honor the great hunter that brought down the dragon. I wasn't into festivities though, and planned to not attend when something occurred that gave me the perfect reason not to. The mysterious voice had returned yet again. Kazuhiko saw my serious expression and stopped, and I told him that something came up, disappearing from his sight with Dark Assassin and flying into the skies. I floated high in the air as I felt my vision sinking, and I found myself in that same blank room once more. 3 figures were still visible in smaller rooms surrounding this one, with the hexagonal prism slowly rotating in this main room. The voice rang out once more as I closely listened. It was time for answers. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live reading novel free read books online and free novels online. Contacts sitemap privacy and terms of use. Chapter 64. The Mystery Behind Dungeons. The explanations began slowly, and soon became huge dumps of information that I had to sift through. To start it off, the being I have been talking to this entire time called itself the Planetary Core. When I first heard this, I blanked out a little. I had been talking to the core of this world this entire time. It went further to further clarify that it was a system of laws congregated together to keep this world alive, so I could also call it this world's planetary system. I cut it down to system for short just to make it easier when I was addressing it. The system had gained consciousness when dungeons first began appearing on this planet, and could only begin to act a step behind the enemies and play catch-up as they began their invasion. Essence of our young world was used to awaken the first groups of hunters, paying an expensive price to grant them inherent skills that enabled them to stand against the onslaught of beasts. This wouldn't be enough to stand against the droves of enemies though, so the system performed its first drastic measure since it gained consciousness. When the beasts died, their essence was lost in the environment and could be reabsorbed by the surrounding world inefficiently. The system took the drastic action of using more than half of its essence to form a system of power that was compatible to the beings in its planet that knew nothing about the new fantastical and magical things they were experiencing. The Awakened would now be able to quantify and observe their strength with the advent of an attribute panel, and most of all, the key factor of being able to get stronger by snatching the essence from the beasts they kill. The system used more than half of its essence to implement this new system of power where the essence of dying beasts would be extracted, and the skills and abilities that were buried deep in the beast's essence would be turned to the source of strength for the hunters. Thus came the advent of skill books, items, and cores. Some beasts that later came to be called titans and bosses had a denser collection of essence that allowed for skills and items to be extracted from them, while for other beasts, only cores that reinforced the strength, vitality, and focus of the awakened individuals could be drawn out. This new system of power allowed this world, and its inhabitants a unique ability that most likely was not existent anywhere else in the universe that allowed for the extraction and absorbance of the power of your enemies. The system had to regain the tremendous amount of essence it lost through this, so half of all extracted energy would go towards the planet's core. The Awakened were thus able to make their stand and slowly take back their lands, but much of the world was already decimated by beasts, only giving rise to a collection of countries that later became known as the United Federation and a connection of cities protected under the banner of an empire. The system went into a period of hibernation after this to recover its essence, its hunters slowly contributing by clearing the beasts and the dungeons that they came from. This brought us to the subject of dungeons. The dungeons were lines of connections that our enemies sent down. These lines of connections carried with them the origin of many inhabitants from another world. They were sent down and settled on the planet as monoliths that required time to allow for the physical entry of the beings in the connection line. Depending on how much essence was used on the dungeons, the rate of release could be accelerated. But if people came in contact with the monolith and were able to defeat the origins of the beings in it, essence of the monolith would be used up and the release would be delayed. The enemy that sent these dungeons down would then have to keep providing essence towards these dungeons to replenish the origin of the beings in it. This process repeated back and forth in the months that followed the advent of the apocalypse. Hunters would repeatedly enter dungeons and clear them, using up more and more essence and taking it for themselves. The other side would continue to send down essence to reinforce and maintain the origins of beings that slowly lost their minds and rationality from being broken and rebuilt so many times. Then came the reason that I was wondering about all this time. If a dungeon was cleared rapidly enough, the inflow of essence from the invading force couldn't keep up with how much essence was being absorbed, and the connection line would be broken, with the beings inside dying completely. This was the destruction of the monolith that I had caused. I looked up to the rotating prism when it got to this point and asked, then the plain crystal that I received once the monolith imploded is. It is a direct line of connection that we can use to ascertain the coordinates of their world and send our own forces down. I was speechless for the first time in a while. I thought about what this implied and then asked something I couldn't bring myself to ask before. How do I fit in all of this? The system took a pause when we go to this point. When I regained enough essence to become active again, I saw that the situation was not heading in the right direction, and that I had to act once more. I felt a level of frustration as I had enough essence and power to even bend some natural laws, but I couldn't make use of it to plainly erase the invaders because much stronger universal laws are in place to prevent such direct intervention. I felt my mind start pounding as I listened very closely to the next words. So I calculated countless possibilities and came to the one with the highest chance of success, while it also posed the greatest danger. But this path would allow for a truly strong person to rise and protect the planet, so I attempted it. I listened with rapt attention while waiting for the voice to continue. I created a backdoor from the planet's core and connected it to a single human that had the least restrictions, someone who wasn't yet even awakened. This channel would allow the possibility of things that are normally impossible. My thoughts were moving rapidly as I heard this. This was why I felt that I had infinite mana to cast whatever skills I wanted without restriction. This was why my focus was blank. All of that energy, it wasn't just coming from nowhere. This made me recall something I had read about in school years back, that energy couldn't be created nor destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. It felt like lessons finally kicked in when I thought about my mana, and how the skill books and cores came to be. But could the common laws I knew about even be applicable at this stage we were at now? As for just how much energy an entire planet contained, could the tremendous essence even be quantified? My thoughts were interrupted as the system continued. But this came at a huge cost and introduced a vulnerability that was not there before. You are connected to the planetary core, and the planetary core is connected to you. If you ever face destruction, the entire planet will follow. Oh. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel live.
If you die, behold, and for the first time. Title drop.
Why did this tragedy happen to me?
Sorry.
Chapter 65 Infinite Mana in the Apocalypse.
Title
At a certain
drop.
point in many people's lives, they come to a moment where they ask themselves, why me? Why did this tragedy happen to me? Why does everything always go wrong for me? Why do some people make millions a day while I barely make 50? Why me? I wasn't even sure if there was a clear answer to this, but I still found myself asking the same question to the rotating hexagonal prism. After getting over the bombshell that my little life actually held much more importance than I initially imagined, I found this question swimming at the forefront of my mind. Why me? This was one of the biggest things I wanted to know. There were many other things like how did the system know if I would awaken as a hunter if the channel was set up long before? How could it be sure I wouldn't be just another human casualty and cause everything to collapse? There were many questions I wanted to ask first, but the first and foremost that came out of my mouth was, why me? A silence followed after as only the rapid rotations of the hexagonal prism could be felt. You were chosen randomly. It just so happened that among the many humans who had yet to awaken, you were chosen by chance. The reply came unexpectedly, and it might have not been the thing I wanted to hear, but I actually felt relief from it. I wasn't some chosen one who was born to do great things. I just received a monumental gift. A gift that I would use to the best of my abilities from now on. Don't tell me that you also didn't know whether I would awaken or not, or even live another day in the case something like a dungeon break occurred and wiped out an entire city? There was no certainty of that either. I mentioned that I undertook this plan because it provided the highest % chance of survival for us all, but that percentage was still very low. I could only make a shot in the dark because if I hadn't, we would have faced complete destruction in the future. Something like this is normally impossible, with a near 0% chance of working out. It is a completely unique situation. There was a pause as it let these words sink in before it continued. All that remains is that it worked, and because it worked, we now stand a chance to go against the enemies plotting against us. The next phase of our actions is for you to head to the world our enemies reside in and disrupt the structure there. If you are able to completely place the inhabitants of that world under your rule, it opens up even more wondrous possibilities that you cannot begin to imagine. I listened as the system continued to dump a whole lot more information onto me. From the many beasts
Redstone.
beasts that died and had their essence absorbed by the planet, memories of the world they came from, and their aims were slowly collected and pieced together. Especially the rank S beasts, their essence held much more crucial information. The first thing to keep in mind was that this invasion of beasts was simply a use of pawns to achieve their aim of domination for young planets. The near infinite reserves of energy that the planet held is what they were after. Just like how countries made up wars to obtain oil, War was now being waged for the countless supplies of energy on a much grander scale. If they achieved their aims and dominated the inhabitants of the world, they would be able to use them as disposable pawns to invade other worlds first, and the mining of the planet's essence using specialized dungeons. Entire worlds that had their people dominated could only watch as their world was turned into a mine for the years to come as it cycled through absorbing essence from the outside world and having it stolen right after. At this stage, the world no longer grew. Inhabitants in such a world could not dream of obtaining more power and getting stronger. An example is the race of beasts that became stronger with years of ACC, mulating and growing their essence and learning how to cast complex skills and abilities. If the essence of their world was to be taken over by others and exploited for their own uses, their powers would become stagnant. That is where you come in. You are a weapon, and a very powerful one at that. If you descend onto their world and become its ruler, besides stopping any future forces from being sent here, we will have the option of annexing an entire world for our own uses. The words of the system continued to be bombshells every time, but I could feel excitement from them. We first get back at the true culprits who cause so much pain for us, and then obtain an entire. From the collection of memories of those beasts, the world they reside in is a large world under the control of mythical races of beasts. It is a flourishing world that suddenly faced an invasion, and even with the tremendous strength of its inhabitants, parts of it have already fallen under the rule of invading enemies. It is those beings that are now continuing their conquest in that world, while using its subjugated inhabitants as pawns to also invade smaller worlds. More and more information kept on coming. I committed everything to memory the moment the other world began being mentioned. Our goal is the same thing: to disrupt their plans and take that world for ourselves. We will not be so weak as to be bullied after that. If we have to, we won't even stop just at that world, and extend our reach to the far corners of the universe. Only with sufficient power can we be confident. With you in the lead, the goal has a large chance of success. For you are someone who is able to tap into a power that is normally constrained by universal laws. It felt as if I was getting the biggest pep talk of my life as I listened to the dominating words coming out of the system. You are someone able to access the unquantifiable reserves of an entire planet. Something sacred that is used to set the order of life. You have it under your fingertips. You can call it endless. You can call it infinite. Never in your lifetime will you feel like you do not have enough energy no matter how high you continue climbing. When you soused in your conquest and bring the apocalypse that you faced unto
Succeed.
other worlds, obtaining their sources of power too, you can factually state that you have infinite mana in this era of apocalypse. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.
Title
Previous chapter.
drop.
Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next.
So, we have successfully introduced the story. We have introduced the premise. And now we have a goal. Will we make that goal? Not tonight. Because, let's be honest, there are many chapters. Many chapters. But, uh, I'm starting to get a little tired. But I want to finish here. Let's finish on a 10. So we're going to try to get to 70. and then I'm gonna end for the night and go to sleep. And then when I wake up, we'll do this all over again, and we'll get some more chapters done, and we'll see where this all goes. Again, I embrace your comments, embrace questions. If you have suggestions for stuff for me to do in Minecraft, I'm more than open to that. I have a few goals of my own currently. None of those have been completed yet. But the first one's completed. Found a village. Second one is technically completed. I have a base, and I'm starting a mine area. Guess this is Minecraft. We're gonna be mining. But let me shut up and get to the next chapter here.
Chapter 66 Preparation. Silence. Utter and complete silence. I could feel the beating of my heart and the blood rushing through my body as I finished listening and said, "When do we start?" A horned being was reading complex data in an unknown location with a furious expression. Something unexplainable had occurred on the same planet that had shown abnormalities some time back. The signals placed on the pathetic beasts that held a level of power had all but disappeared. This gesticulated a message of failure. They wouldn't be able to start any operations on this planet for the time being. Having diverted many pieces into this one planet so frequently caused them to be restricted towards it. They could not forcefully send more pieces for at least a few months as these restrictions loosened. The being's anger quickly reduced as he changed his mindset. His role was only to pioneer and establish connections to other worlds in preparation for takeovers in the future. Many of his peers still had their focus on finishing the conquest of the major world they were in now. The only pockets of resistance remaining were the kingdoms where lineages of mythical beasts were ruling, as well as the frozen kingdom where the last of the human race on this planet was thriving. A devilish smile appeared on the horned being's face as he thought about his contribution that led to the downfall of the most powerful kingdom in this world, and allowed for them to take root fully. The remaining places would all fall in due time, no matter how long it took. He could already see it happening in front of his eyes, for he is the personification of lies and evil, the Prince of Darkness. Rank 68, he was commonly known as Demon King Belial.
Belial.
Places all over the world were becoming stabilized as hunters performed their roles and quelled the onslaught of beasts. Cities in the Blessed Empire and the various countries of the United Federation were discussing the regulation of dungeons across the world. New knowledge was coming out every day that ascertained how frequently dungeons had to be cleared in a day in order to completely destroy them. The number of times differed depending on the ranks, with lower-level
Yay,
dungeons
I've reached
requiring to
deep
be
sleep.
cleared many more times
Sorry,
until their
bedrock.
monoliths were
I've
destroyed.
reached bedrock.
The conclusion wasn't fully ascertained by the hunters, but the actual cause was that lower-ranked dungeons required less supply of essence to be kept active, and thus could more easily be replenished as they were cleared. High-ranking dungeons required significantly more essence in order to replenish the origins of the beasts inside it, thus required a less number of times to be cleared before the outflowing of essence surpassed the inflow and caused the destruction of the dungeon. The discussion taking place was which number of dungeons should safely be left for hunters to regularly clear and become stronger, while putting the effort in CLUDS.TERS where many dungeons appeared, and it would be better to destroy them before a dungeon break occurred. The discussion and regulation of this was ongoing, with the different countries and cities deciding for themselves what was best. I had spent a significant amount of time talking to the system in that blank room and learned many more things. I was currently flying back to the Star City of the Blessed Empire to receive awards and recognition. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that important to me right now as my mind was fully filled with dangerous information, and I was only thinking about the expansive world I would be descending in soon enough. I left King's Harbor after sharing a few words with Kazuhiko and apologizing for not being able to stay any longer. The system had mentioned that we wouldn't be getting any mass descents of dungeons like what just occurred anytime soon, as it could feel tight restrictions against beings descending down that were covering the planet after the most recent attack. But we didn't know exactly how long this would be. Maybe a few months or half a year, or the same time span that passed from the first invasion we faced to the second one. We were not completely sure. So I was moving with the goal of wrapping everything up before heading to a location specified by the system to start my next journey. The mystery of Kazuhiko and the other figure I saw in the smaller rooms attached to the blank room was not too explosive. The other figure that shone with a golden light was most likely the strongest hunter of the Empire, Steel Mikhail. Both him and Kazuhiko had received more attention and essence from the system when they first awakened, granting them powerful inherent skills that allowed them to lead the hunters forward and save many more lives when the apocalypse first began. With the advent of skill combination, their lead from other hunters will continue to get wider as they start combining many of their skills to produce higher-ranked ones. The reality of them combining several rank S skills to become a plus, and then spend a few weeks to raise those skills up to the required proficiency in order to produce a rank S skill wasn't too far off. I wasn't sure whether hunters holding multiple rank A plus skill could fully match someone with 1 or 2 rank S skills, but time would tell as things progress. This was something I confirmed with the system. The combination of 2 plus skills would almost always give you a powerful skill of the next rank. These 2 powerful hunters would continue growing their strength here and prepare for any descents that occur in the future. Their power, as well as many of the veteran hunters all over the world, would surely rise to rank S in the months to come and give them the ability to withstand many of the things coming. They would be leading reformations for both powers to make sure lives are not needlessly lost if anything like the mass dungeon descents occur again in the future. As for the white-haired figure on the remaining room, the system mentioned that I would meet her soon enough. I flew through the skies using flight and observed the many dots of people congregating in the countries I passed. None of them had any idea of the larger forces in play or where they would be a few months from now. They all felt the momentary peace and calmness that was settling right now while mourning for the many that lost their lives. After I passed a few countries and continued my reflections, I casted Summon Virulent Abomination and got on top of the terrifying beast that was much faster than me. A green streak passed across the clear skies, crossing the border between the 2 nations. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Chapter 67 Maybes. I made it back to the Empire after another 6 hours of flying at high speeds atop the Virulent Abomination. On the way here, I had learned the 5 Rankus skill books I gained from Babadook's lair. The 5 of them were Earth Armor, Recorder, Permafrost, Combusting Spears, and Language Comprehension. Out of all of these, the one I found most interesting was Recorder, which allowed me to replay anything I saw with my eyes while activated. I could of course keep it active at all times, which meant I could rewatch everything like a film if I chose to do so. I was still finding ways that I could use this skill effectively. I also combined more skills that had high compatibility, putting together the rank B skills Cold Fire and Greater Cold Penetration to bring out B+ Boreal Penetration. The Fire Element rank B skills Greater Flame Penetration and Burning Soul also combined to bring out B+ Blazing Penetration. A few of my Rankus skills were nearing 100 proficiency, so I couldn't try fusing any of them yet. I already had a few ideas in mind for when they met the requirements. My thoughts came to a stop as I flew towards Star City's military sector, where I was met with rows of soldiers and hunters giving me praise. Communications had long since spread from the United Federation, with the allied countries there praising the Empire for the aid and sending forth their top hunter to help. Relations between the 2 forces were turning for the better after they realized just how deadly their common enemy can be, as well as the strength I showed. There would be more cooperation between the 2 nations moving forward, and less of the political attacks and spread of propaganda that many of us had been accustomed to. Peace in the world was in no way achieved, but steps were being taken to try and build it. Humans always found new ways to be selfish and stupid, so who knows where we'll be a few months from now. I tried to disperse the regiment of hunters who definitely had better things to be doing as I was led into an old office that gave me nostalgia. It wasn't the rugged man with an impassive expression in it, but a woman with a military uniform going through stacks of papers. The person in front of me was naturally Elizabeth, who was trying to honor the memory of her friend and manage the logistics of Star City while still acting as an active hunter. Much of her time was now stretched between office work and dungeon diving, giving no time for anything else. She wore large round glasses that she pushed up when I walked in, and a huge smile bloomed from her face. The next few minutes were spent talking about the events in the United Federation and all intricacies that went with it. She also let me know how my presence was requested at the Empire's capital, so that I could be properly rewarded. When we got to this point, I thought about the stage I currently stood at and realized there wasn't really anything that I wanted or needed that the hunters here could provide. My only goal currently was to let them know that I would be disappearing, with only a few selected higher-ups knowing that I was heading into the enemy's den. I had already told this to Kazuhiko before leaving, and I left the decision of who he would tell in the United Federation in his hands. My secrets were too grand to share with everyone else, so I used the same excuse I told Kazuhiko to Elizabeth. I had found a way to use the plain crystal that comes out from destroyed dungeons to go where they came from. That I had grown powerful enough to try and disrupt the enemy's plans on their own turf. When I first told Kazuhiko this, he had stared at me silently for more than 5 minutes before he nodded with an unreadable expression. The hunters of this world were no doubt about to become explosively more powerful, but they weren't at the level of withstanding the enemies I would be facing. The system wanted to conduct a covert takeover, where I would rise to power in that world as a native, and not as an invader. A similar difficult-to-read expression appeared on Elizabeth's face after I finished talking, and she looked at me hesitantly, as if she wanted to bring herself to say something but couldn't. I looked at this woman that I hadn't spent too much time with to really get to know her, and thought about things that could have been if events were playing out differently. Maybe there was a possibility of something to grow and be nurtured under different circumstances. But not now. I quickly changed the subject before that hesitation of hers turned into something else, and we wistfully moved on to other matters. Over the next few days, many things occurred as I traveled around the Empire and lent a hand where it was needed. If dungeons needed to be destroyed, I would be there to do it much quicker than the groups of hunters that were required to do it. Something of interest to note was me finally getting a Rankus skill that was a bit stronger in its usefulness when compared to Dark Assassin. It was a Rankus skill called Obscure that covered my body with a dark smoke which quickly turned me transparent. I actively looked for more covert skills of rank A and even B so that I would be able to produce compatible skills to quickly bring out a powerful rank S hiding skill. When the time was ripe, I visited the capital of the Empire where I was received by a hunter that I had only seen on TV a couple of times. Steel Mikhail was standing like a sharp spear in the large hall I was brought into. "You are really going to jump into the enemy's den?" These were the first words I heard from the man that seemed to give off a strong sense of strength and righteousness. He was among the few higher-ups that would know that I would be disappearing soon. He was one of the defenders of the world that the system chose. With his vast amount of time active as a rank A hunter, I wouldn't be surprised if he already held multiple Rankus skills that had reached 100 proficiency and had high compatibility that were already fused, boosting his power by a large amount. When I nodded to his question, he spent a few seconds looking at me before he spoke again. "We will be placing our hopes on you for the future then. I want to thank you in advance." The future, huh? I thought about the things to come as I spent some time talking with Mikhail. The guy was very straightforward, asking me what information I had on the enemies we were facing. The extent of my strength was known, with my power-suppressing beasts that hunters at this stage had trouble dealing with, so he didn't question my confidence when I discussed my goal of disrupting the enemy's power in the world they were in. I gave out the basic information without delving too deep to even get near my secrets, spending a significant time talking to him before he was content. I didn't want to frolic around with too many people in the Empire as there were much bigger things I had to think about, so I disregarded most of the other requests of officials who wanted to meet me and prepared to move out to the location specified by the system. The time was quickly approaching. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prev/next chapter. Novel Live.
Now, I have a few options. I could start making my way out, exploring, but I'm gonna be sleeping soon, so that doesn't sound like a great idea to start right now. Um, let's see. I'm gonna try to put in journey map because I don't like the way Zero's map works. The one I'm currently using, I don't like the way it works. I'm not going to be deleting it, but I will be adding more mods to it. And I think the biggest one I want to add is like something that I can chop trees down with relatively easily. So uh, that's on the list. So journey map and a tree chopping mod of some kind. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. But if it does, I will let you know. And hate all of it. But before I do a thing, I'm gonna make a copy of this world. And if it breaks, I can import the save. That way we're still on the save. Still in this world. You know what I mean? It's okay if you don't. Sometimes I don't even know what I mean. Alright, let's get this chapter started.
Chapter 68 Entrance. In that serene village of less than 100 people, the white-haired girl with glistening blue eyes was doing her daily routine. Currently, she was combining a white flour mix and milk in preparation of a cake for one of the kids' birthdays. She was humming a tune as she moved back and forth, her hair sparkling in the bright sunlight that passed through the windows. She was absorbed in her work as she abruptly looked up and felt something, standing up and cleaning herself up before she moved out of the small house. She smiled at the kids that were already running about early in the morning, and the old ladies that were rocking on their chairs. She made her way from the collection of houses in the small village and neared the blue transparent barrier that was surrounding it. With a movement of her hand, the blue barrier opened up a wide area, and a dark-haired man with a calm expression could be seen standing outside. I finished all my preparations and goodbyes in the Empire, and I soon arrived at the specified coordinates given by the system. It wasn't like I was leaving this place forever, so I didn't feel a huge sense of loss as I knew I would be coming back. As for why I came to this specific location, it was because this was one of the most important places on this planet with a congregation of essence where a transfer to another world could be done most efficiently. I twirled the plain crystallus I had in hand as I flew down towards an empty clearing that only seemed to hold trees. There was a specific way these crystals could be used, so no matter how hunters played around with them, they didn't find any results. From the words of the system, specific regulation of essence was required to send anything across worlds, and the people on this planet were nowhere close to having that level of control to allow them to do this without the help of something else. Beings that were born in larger worlds that had more experience with mana had much better ways to utilize it, with them only a large amount of essence to be expanded before they sent down hundreds of thousands of beasts across worlds. I reached the ground of the forest clearing and waited a few seconds before a wondrous sight opened itself in front of me. A few feet away, I saw the appearance and dissolution of a transparent dome as a small pathway opened up, showing the figure of one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. Glowing white hair and striking blue eyes, the figure sweetly smiled at me and said, "Come in." I shook myself and walked through the pathways as the dome began to close, following behind the figure that was skipping towards the center of what seemed like a village. Small houses that you would see in olden times were widespread, with plots of land growing a multitude of crops and a few barns present here and there. My entrance was garnering attention from the people in this village, but the moment they saw the girl walking with me, their apprehension seemed to have faded and they went back to their work. I followed the figure of the girl while looking curiously around this new place that seemed like a mini paradise that would forever remain untainted. We arrived at a small house that we went into, and passed the simple rooms while heading out to a small courtyard behind the house. The place seemed to emanate peace as the girl sat herself down on the green grass in the courtyard and looked towards me. "Big brother, do you have everything prepared?" I nodded at this girl as I thought about all the foods and essentials I had packed into my rings after I reduced the number of skill books in it. I had learned so many skills that my panel was a pain to look at. I only chose to learn lower ranking skills that I could keep active at all times to build up the proficiency, as too much time would have to be put in to bring them up. The goal was to combine these many lower ranking skills and slowly advance them to higher grades until I had many high ranking skills that were compatible to work with. A few of my rankest skills were only a few points from reaching 100 as it took a longer period of time for higher ranking skills to rise in proficiency. I was excited to combine some of them when the time came. I pulled out one of the plain crystals I held and transferred it to the girl while asking, "Who are you?" She smiled sweetly as she twirled with the crystal in her hands and replied, "You can call me Sophia. I am a sort of a guide, I guess." Laughter came out of her fair lips as she hesitatingly said this. She was one of the figures I saw in the attached rooms that were present when I talked to the planetary core. She had her own part to play in this, the same as Mikhail and Kazuhiko. I had my own much important part that would start right now. I nodded to the girl as the crystal in her hand shone a blinding blue light. I couldn't activate it no matter how much I tried before, but a simple touch from her had done something to it. "Big brother, are you ready?" I rose up while looking at the surroundings of the courtyard and the blue skies all around us. I enjoyed the surroundings around me as I could feel my heartbeat increasing as the time neared. I nodded at the girl whose body began shining blue just like the crystal in her hands. The blue light expanded and became a square box as it covered the area I was standing on and became brighter. I could feel transparent lines of energy wrapping around me as the light became more and more condensed. After it wrapped all around me, a blue beam that seemed to reach the ends of the sky shot out, and I disappeared. The white-haired girl watched the energy settling down as a wide square crystal materialized near her at a high speed. She grabbed the crystal the moment it finished forming and took it with her into the small house. She placed it on top of the table as she looked at the complex lines of data that began showing. Her crystal blue eyes changed to become blank for a few seconds as a blank voice escaped her lips. "Just like they brought the apocalypse to us, rained down decimation and destruction upon them." There was no one to reply or hear this voice, and the girl's eyes quickly changed to become clear blue again. She kept her attention on the square crystal as she washed her hands and continued to mix the milk into the floury mix, a sweet smile settling back on her face as she hummed back and forth. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to pref/next chapter. Novel Live Reading Novel Free Read books online and free novels online. Contact Sitemap Privacy and Terms of Use.
This is going to be the last chapter for the night. And then I'm going to be getting some rest.
I couldn't really describe the weird feeling I was currently experiencing as I traveled with dense blue energy all around me. My vision was fully obscured as this process continued. I didn't know how much time had passed before I felt a change, and then an impact occurred. Boom! It felt as if I had made a landing as my vision cleared, and I found myself on a grassy clearing with walls all around me. Information came into my head as an image built itself in my mind, and I realized where I was. I was on the only floor of a rank S dungeon that had appeared on a snowy plain. My eyesight stretched out as I saw the hazy appearance of a dungeon monolith that was shining a bright red, showing an imminent dungeon break would be occurring at any moment. A significant amount of energy was used for my descent that would allow for me to break out of the dungeon with the quickest time possible without allowing any possible intrusions from others. In the dungeon floor, it felt like I was looking down at the figure that seemed to be my body, but at the same time it wasn't. This was my origin, and if people actually neared and entered the dungeon, it would be what they fought against. If my origin lost, a significant amount of essence would be lost with it and energy would be used to reconstruct it. If it faced destruction multiple times in short time span, the inflow of energy would not be able to keep up and my origin would face complete destruction along with me. None of that would be happening though, as the blinking red light of the monolith intensified, and a dungeon break occurred. I had finally arrived in the beast world. Boom! The dungeon break caused an entirely new feeling to appear as I felt my vision returning to normal, and I began to feel the slight cold winds around me. I opened my eyes to a vast plain of white snow, with very few vegetation around me. Only large white trees could be seen around me as I felt the air of this world for the first time. The first noticeable change that I noticed was the abundance of essence that could be felt in the air. The energy seemed palpable as I stretched my hands out and felt everything around me. The air on this cold and windy night felt like the most refreshing breeze I had ever had the chance of taking in, making me enjoy the feeling for a few seconds. I reveled in this feeling as I casted flight and rose into the air. The winds became more furious the higher I went as I began to observe the fantastical sight around me. In the skies not too far away, something I never thought I would be seeing in my lifetime could be seen. A huge landmass was somehow floating in the sky, the size of it no less than the cities I had become used to seeing while flying over the skies of the Blessed Empire. I didn't know how the landmass remained so securely in the skies as it towered above the ground magnificently. I activated all of my stealth skills and used eagle eyes to further check these unbelievable sights I was seeing. Flying closer and closer to the landmass, I had to come to a stop far from it as the close-the eye neared. I began to feel dangerous auras on the landmass that were in no way less powerful than the strongest beings I had faced so far. Staying more than a mile away and using eagle eyes, I was able to see the outline of the huge landmass that took my breath away. I could only see a tiny bit of the land, which held white trees larger than me by more than 10 times, and droves of white-furred beasts running around without any reservations. I observed the piece of land in front of me for a few more minutes before I moved away, and flew even higher to get a better look of everything around me. The higher I flew, the more dangerous and cold the winds became, nearly making me feel the cold even with the many defensive skills and attributes that have already reached rank S. Once I rose at a high enough distance, I looked beneath me as I saw even more of those landmass that seemed to be floating in the skies. Far off in the distance, there was a large collection of these land masses near one another, with lines of connections apparent among them. On these land masses could be seen twinklings of light, as the land that was actually on the ground beneath them held grand buildings that were surrounded by an expansive walled fortress. The fortress was a work of art as it be around the huge mountain these buildings were in. 3 large mountain peaks surrounded the large kingdom on the ground, as more than 4 expansive land masses floated in the periphery around it. The sheer size of the place took my breath away as I could only observe a portion of it. This was the location that the system said I would begin my journey on. This was the only place where humans held supremacy in this world. This was the Frozen Kingdom. I moved across the snowy skies filled with sharp winds as I continued to fly even lower and neared one of the doors of the huge walled entrances of the fortified kingdom. I didn't come too close before I could feel movement from the top of the wall. Multiple white-winged beasts rose up and met me in the skies. On top of them, figures wearing glistening white armor stood with sharp weapons pointing towards me. Hold! There were multiple figures on each of the winged beasts, with many of them letting out power similar to rank A or lower, and I could feel at least 3 that seemed to be rank S. I did as they asked, stopped abruptly in the air as I expected this type of welcome. I had spent too much time lectured by the system on the few sparse memories it obtained from the absorbed beasts, and knew how to act when I approached any of the kingdoms in this world. I remained quiet as we all floated in the skies, the humans on the winged beasts checking me out closely as the seconds passed. A thorough evaluation followed in the next few minutes with a few lights landing on my body. Once they confirmed my figure and used specific skills that most likely checked to see if I had any semblance of an aura of a dangerous demon or beast, they lowered the sharp spears they were pointing towards me. A snort was heard from the lead guard. Mercenaries these days can come and go as they please because of their increasing demand. The leader was speaking with a disdainful expression as he looked towards me, motioning for the rest of the guards on the winged beasts to fly down. This was the environment I was betting on. Due to increased tensions and conflicts, powerful beings acting as mercenaries were more active than ever in this world. Kingdoms continued to look for powerful forces to reinforce their safety. I remained quiet and the guard spoke once more. Haven't seen you pass by here before, so I'm assuming you're a new recruit. Use this badge to confirm your identity when you leave in and out again. A red badge which had the face of a stern man appeared on the guard's hands and flew towards me. Be sure to not cause any trouble, or we won't hesitate to take you down. His spear was sheathed as I nodded at his words, and at his signal, followed the winged beast he was on to fly over the huge fortress, and step into the Frozen Kingdom for the first time. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Use arrow keys or A/D to prep/next chapter. Novel Live, reading novel free read books online and free novels online. Contact sitemap privacy and terms of use.
Alright, this is a great place to stop for the night. For both things, honestly. Tomorrow we'll pick up chapter 70. Covert Beginnings. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm definitely tired now. So, let's go ahead. There, that works for me. Alright, so that is going to be the end of the recording today. I've been Wolvenheart. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and all that other happy stuff. I'm Wolvenheart, signing off.